Chapter 101 Mantle of Bone. Smoke thick and black poured from the base's single remaining entrance, filling the nearby air with an oily tang that burnt the lungs and left a feeling of film over one's skin. There were 6 bases in now, with another dozen to go, and already Tsukuyomi could see the morale of the Kirigakure shinobi had dropped, and doubt had risen. So far Orochimaru's former bases had held little of value and no signs of occupancy, not a single thing to indicate that the rebels had been making use of them. The wolves hadn't been bothered by that, gleefully stripping away whatever they could from the bunkers and setting them alight. Not only did they have the opportunity to carry out their lord's will under his direct supervision, but there was not a wolf among the pack that didn't relish the opportunity to utilize fire. For them this might as well have been a vacation. Kiri's forces, however, were more skeptical, and the act of destroying emptied bunkers did little to excite them. Tsukuyomi wasn't too surprised. Kirigakure was infamous for its bloodlust, not for their destructive tendencies. They would need the opportunity to cut down rebels before they were satisfied. Tsukuyomi really didn't care. While it was more beneficial for him if the Kirigakure shinobi were present as they destroyed all of the bunkers the rebels had been making use of over the years, it wasn't strictly necessary for him to succeed. If they wished to return to Kirigakure to await the rebels' next guerrilla attack, then they were free to do so. All that really mattered was ending things here in Mizuno-Kuni once and for all. Off to the side, Katsuri directed the wolves in storing what they had managed to recover from the base, desperately trying to keep some semblance of organization, as everything from notes and general medical supplies to specialized lab equipment that no one present could discern the purpose of was sealed away into scrolls. As soon as the wolves had finished, she turned to him, staring expectantly. He gave her a nod, and she was barking orders even before she had fully turned back to her siblings. Wolves Formation 3. The next base is 23 kilometers north-northeast. I want us in and out by sundown so we can set up camp, understood? Hi, Captain. The chorused. She gave a satisfied nod. Move out. Tsukuyomi remained where he was standing, watching as his children rushed off to carry out his will. Some of the Kirigakure shinobi, those who still understood how their actions would benefit them in ending a war that had been going on since they were children, had followed the wolves without hesitation, but many had remained at the base. A few watched the smoke pour out of it, while smaller clusters talked among themselves, occasionally shooting glances his way. He noted with some amusement that when he did the same, whatever murmurings instantly ceased, and the shinobi were quick to avert their gaze. Trying to come off as noble and benevolent had indeed been a poor decision on his part. Fear obviously worked much better. And speaking of fear, did you not hear her? He questioned them, purple gaze sweeping over the Kirigakure shinobi. She said, move out. Some of them exchanged glances, wondering how to respond, and a few of them took off to catch up with the wolves. Those remaining seemed to converge together out of instinct, but didn't say anything. Well? After a moment, one of them stepped forward. Yeah, we heard her. He sneered. But it's not doing any good. There are rebels to fight to the south and convoys to protect to ensure Kirigakure has the supplies to see this through. We're doing a lot of fuck all up air. Tsukuyomi was not impressed. I'd have to agree. The tone of his voice told them exactly what he thought of them. You're doing fuck all because those actually trying to finish this damn war of yours have moved on to continue their work. Yeah? The Kiri native sneered. And what work would that be, clearing out empty bunkers? Each and every one of these bunkers is another place for the rebels to hide. The more we take away, the less they have to work with. Says you? They spat on the ground. I don't see any evidence that the rebels have ever been here. We'd do more good back in Kiri. He took a glance behind him and gestured the others to follow him. Come on, let's get going. Well, if you're set on returning to Kiri, I suppose I'll lend a hand. A black chain burst through the wet ground and wrapped its way up the Kirigakure shinobi's leg, dragging him further into the air. Kiri's due south from here, isn't it? Tsukuyomi asked aloud. The onlookers were too surprised to answer. Yes, that sounds about right. With a flick of the chain, the shinobi went flying in the general direction of Kirigakure, but it became obvious to the others immediately that he was never intended to make it there. His body was flung towards the ground at such speeds that he didn't have enough time to catch himself before he hit the surrounding trees, and a symphony of disturbing cracks rang through the otherwise silent forest. Perhaps it had simply been tree branches, maybe it was bones. As the Kirigakure shinobi shared uncertain glances, they came to the conclusion that it was probably both. There we go. Tsukuyomi turned back to the crowd of shinobi, his purple eyes burning into them. Now, was there anyone else who believes there are more important things for them to be doing than ending this war? A couple of them shook their heads, but only one of them answered verbally. And no, Tsukuyomi-sama. What was that? Tsukuyomi tilted his head slightly like a curious dog. I couldn't quite hear you. No, Tsukuyomi-sama. His amethyst gaze met the eyes of those who had remained silent. I'm still not hearing a proper response. No, Tsukuyomi-sama. They chorused, and he smiled behind his mask. Good. He nodded. Then get going, there's work to be done. They didn't need to be told twice, they fled as if Tsukuyomi himself was on their heels. As he followed behind at a leisurely pace, a wry smile tugged at his lips. He supposed he was. When he had caught up to High Captain Katsuri and her wolves, there wasn't any smoke yet, but the collection of wolves by the open entrance indicated that they had already cleared it out. He moved through the crowd of shinobi like a ghost, warm bodies moving out of his way before they even realized he was there. Katsuri stood in the center of the crowd, 3 bound individuals kneeling by her feet, and wolves holding tanto to their necks. A glance towards the base revealed a pile of supplies considerably larger than they had found at the others, and it was pretty easy to put together that this base was not abandoned. Well, not completely. It certainly wasn't active based on the small number of captives. Then again, those were the people they managed to capture alive. Perhaps there had been more within the base who had already been taken care of. If nothing else, the Kirigakure shinobi seemed to be in high spirits, finally seeing some evidence that the work they were doing really was hurting the rebels. I see we've made some progress, High Captain. His voice cut through the air and drew the attention of the entire crowd and their captives. I trust you didn't have too much trouble. No at all, Tsukuyomi-sama, Katsuri assured him. Their resistance was underwhelming. Good. He took a moment to observe the captives, aware of the way all 3 of them had tensed at his name. He hadn't been aware it had spread as far as the rebels, but with Konoha aiding them, he wasn't too surprised that his name had been brought up when discussing the wolves. It was interesting that these 3, who obviously were not of any real importance, knew it. Whether it had been purposefully shared throughout the rebellion or if it had been accidental, he couldn't tell. He could, however, say that he kind of liked it. What do you have left here, High Captain? Your brothers and sisters are awaiting our return to Kirigakure. I have 2 wolves collapsing the side rooms of the bunker, Tsukuyomi-sama. On their way out they'll set it alight and we can depart. And the prisoners? I was not certain what you would wish of them, Tsukuyomi-sama. She bowed her head slightly. They are yours to do with as you see fit. I have little use for rebel scum, dispose of them. Hi, Tsukuyomi-sama. Is there a manner that would most please you? Just see it done. By your command. She turned to the wolves sweeping over a small sea of snarling white faces. Brothers, sisters, what will we do with them? To the blade. Hang them. Toss them back into the fire. Condemn them to Tsukuyomi's chains. Rip them apart. Drown them in their precious ocean. With each suggestion, the wolves seemed to become more and more excited, and the prisoners became increasingly distressed. For a time, even the Kirigakure shinobi gleefully shouted suggestions, but as the wolves began going farther with their ideas, even those of the Bloody Mist started to get nervous. Flay them. Bury them alive. Remove their limbs and leave them for dead. It was good, Tsukuyomi thought, for his children to have a chance to let loose. One suggestion, however, caught his attention. Devour them. Immediately he spun towards the direction of the voice and pointed into the crowd. Who said that? He demanded. Step forward. There was a shuffling of the crowd before one of the wolves managed to get through and stand before her lord. Tell me again what you wish to do with the prisoner's child. Eat them, Tsukuyomi-sama. We wish to eat them. We? 3 more wolves stepped out from the crowd to stand directly behind her in a show of support. You have granted us the flesh of your enemies before, Tsukuyomi-sama. We ask that you allow us to partake of it again. He took a moment just staring into her eyes, weighing her words. She managed to stare into his for all of 7 seconds before she looked away, though he didn't know if it was out of shame or submission. Tsukuyomi spared a glance to a curiously watching Katsuri and swept his gaze over the rest of the wolves. The Kirigakure shinobi among them seemed uncomfortable, but the wolves didn't seem bothered at all. That was enough for him to make his decision. With long strides he found himself standing nearly chest to chest with the wolf, and despite the difference in height he seemed to tower over her. Remove your mask. That sent ripples of surprise through the crowd. The wolf in question shot a look back at her compatriots, but they were as unsure as she was. I said. He held out his hand expectantly. Remove your mask. With shaking hands she complied, removing her mask and setting it in his waiting hand. His purple eyes continued to burn through her. Your tanto, draw it. It took a moment for her to get her hands to work, but with a hiss of steel the blade was withdrawn from its sheath and hung limply by her side. Raise it. Tsukuyomi-sama? Raise it. Show me your blade. She complied with evident hesitation, holding it across her chest. Good. Mask held loosely in his left hand, he ran his right thumb across the blade. His bleeding thumb touched the lips of her mask and ran down to its chin before he lifted his hand to her face and did the same. Still bleeding, he pressed his thumb against her lips. It took her a few seconds of uncertainty, but her lips soon parted and she proceeded to suck the wound until the bleeding stopped. You thirst for blood, Tsukuyomi commented as he handed her back her mask. Very well. 3 black chains shot towards the prisoners and wrapped tightly around their throats. With a swift tug 3 necks snapped, and the dead weight was allowed to fall to the cold ground through dissipating black chakra. Eat your fill, child. Tsukuyomi took his leave, walking through the parting wolves towards the next bunker. You may stay if you hunger, but for those whose bellies are yet full we have work still. Tsukuyomi-sama, we plan to make camp for the day. Katsuri froze as those purple eyes caught hers. I think the wolves have energy enough for one more, High Captain. Don't you agree? Hi, Tsukuyomi-sama. She spared a glance to the 4 wolves dragging the bodies towards the entrance of the cleared bunker. It would be set alight soon, and she had a good idea what they planned to do. It wasn't just them either. Some of the other wolves seemed to be gravitating there too, along with a couple curious Kirigakure shinobi. She supposed it wasn't known as the Bloody Mist for nothing. Wolves, we've got one more tonight. Move out. Those not interested in partaking of this particular feast followed her command easily enough, darting into the darkening forests without a glance back. A few more were hurrying to finish packing up the spoils they had collected from the rebellion. They didn't seem keen in staying long enough to see the feast. Naruto didn't mind either group. If they wanted to hunt, he'd let them hunt. If they wanted to kill, he'd let them kill. If they wanted to eat their enemies? He supposed that might be partly his fault. Still, they were his children. He was inclined to indulge them. As he took his first steps back into the rising fog of Kiri's forests, the oily tang of the burning bunker reached him. It wasn't long until the smell of cooking meat joined it. Mighty black wings cut through the air, hugging closely to the overcast skies of Mizu-no-Kuni. What little light pierced the clouds reflected off pointed beak and sickly yellow eyes. Standing tall on its back, Mikoto's black cloak whipped in the wind. Her Akatsuki cloak had been left with Naruto's Kage Bunshin back in Konoha, and she had helped herself to this black cloak with red fur trim. As she understood, the red denoted the rank of commander, a position held by Sai if she recalled, but she didn't much care. As she saw it, being Naruto's mother would make her at least equal to Sai if not above him. Either way, it was more appropriate than her Akatsuki attire, though she had decided that the mask would stay. She had very nearly swapped it out for her raven mask, but her Tobi mask was much lighter, and she enjoyed the splash of color. Tobi also had much more fun, and she needed to let loose after her encounter with Naruto and his little friend. Just thinking about it caused a heat in her loins. She was mercifully spared from following that particular thought rabbit down a very naughty rabbit hole by the appearance of Kirigakure's cylindrical towers and an enormous white wall. And it would seem she had been spotted too. A crowd had gathered around the western gate. She would assume it was probably made of shinobi, and she could see what were likely civilians within the walls pausing in the daily routines to stare up at the sky. Unfortunately, she didn't see any red hair among any of them, and her Naruto was rather hard to miss. Well, when he wasn't trying to hide, that is. She couldn't think of a reason he might be trying to avoid her, not unless he had another little friend with him here. Mikoto didn't think Naruto would do something like that, but she could admit she didn't spend nearly as much time with his as she'd have liked. She could, however, see a handful of familiar masks, and if anyone could direct her to Naruto, it would be his children. The raven below her understood without words and entered into a steep dive, pulling up mere inches from the wet ground of Mizu-no-Kuni and dispersing into hundreds of smaller ravens that found perches among the knotted woods of the misty land. Mikoto herself landed on the ground lightly, walking towards the gate without missing a step. She was quickly surrounded by Kirigakure shinobi. Halt! Identify yourself. She gave a withering glare from behind her mask, her Sharingan spinning into eerie existence. I'm none of your concern, boy. She sneered. Either show me to Tsukuyami-kun or fetch me a wolf who can. Light murmuring spread through the crowd, but the general sentiment was summed up by the question of a single Kiri shinobi: Tsukuyami-kun. My son. Where is my son? The Kirigakure natives found themselves taking a step back at that. This was Tsukuyami's mother? They found themselves torn between amusement that his mother had come looking for him like he was some naughty schoolboy late for dinner, and a morbid fascination at beholding the mother of a monster. A few of the wolves managed to squeeze through the Kiri shinobi and gave a slight bow to Mikoto. They were perhaps more familiar with her other mask, but the presence of so many ravens was a good indication that she was indeed who she claimed to be. And it wasn't like there were many who called Tsukuyami their son. Tsukuyami-sama is currently hunting down the rebels ** Sobo. They apologized. We don't know his exact location. Who's he left in charge then? Inuaji Sobo. Mikoto frowned, not that anyone could see it, but gave a nod. To him then. Of course, this way. She did have to wonder who exactly this Inuaji was. Mikoto didn't recall having yet another son. In the simplest terms, Kisame was well bored. Don't get him wrong, this Akatsuki gig was pretty damn good, all things considered. There just wasn't much going on at the moment. Normally they could count on the presence of Toby to cheer up the rather dim and dismal base, and he had never understood why it was this way. If Pain was the legitimate Kage here, did he actually think the S-ranked rogue shinobi he was hiring would feel more comfortable in such a setting? But as she was currently taking care of personal business, it was all rather dreary. He also didn't know if she would be back, considering the fact that she had murdered Itachi. No one aside from Pain Conan and strangely enough Zetsu had really been bothered by his loss, so Kisame didn't see any reason why she couldn't. Then again, hadn't Orochimaru more or less tried the same thing? Kisame was pretty sure Pain still held a grudge about that, and Toby had actually managed to succeed. Her vacation was also way too damn conveniently timed for the Pathas not to know she had done it. Kisame, being the good partner he was, had taken responsibility for Itachi's body, which currently sat in a scroll in his sock drawer. When he did eventually take it in for the bounty, he'd be sure to save half of it for when he next ran into Toby. The fact that he had been given the opportunity to see her face, and hot damn had she been a looker, meant he had a much better chance of recognizing her if she was indeed hiding from them. Still, he was confident he'd see her again eventually. Toby was a good girl after all, and it would be very naughty of her not to visit her senpai. Then again, he supposed she had already been pretty naughty when she slit Itachi's throat. Poor bastard. Admittedly, he probably deserved it, familicide and all that, but now that Kisame didn't have anyone to pester, the lack of Itachi had become an inconvenience to himself. Wasn't like there was anything else to occupy himself with here. Well, he could probably terrorize locals as a walking shark man, but that actually became old pretty fast. Especially when the only rain cloak you had made the fanatic citizens here in Aim believe you were a prophet of their god. It tended to ruin the effect, and as much as Kisame enjoyed the water, he was not a fan of being bogged down by wet clothes. Pain had already specifically forbade him from walking around Aim naked too, which was a damn shame. With nothing else to do, he really needed some sort of hobby that didn't involve shredding people with Samahata. He turned to the rather substantial pile of mail sat next to his door. Most of it was composed of adverts, another large portion were bills he needed to hand Kakazu as his expenses, and a very small amount of it was actual mail for him. Mail from the people of Aim. Calling him the Shark Prophet was amusing at first, but listening to people complain about their problems and whine for help was sometimes much worse. With a good sake, though, it sometimes proved rather entertaining to laugh at such menial problems. Did that make him an asshole? Nah, couldn't be. He had too many kids writing him letters. Granted, most were just curious about his appearance, and whether or not he had actually ever eaten. Naughty children who didn't say their daily prayers to Pain and his angel to be that much of an asshole. Right. But didn't matter. Rolling from his bed, he meandered over to the pile and scooped it up, idly shuffling through the contents on his way back to his bed. Bill sale at the local market below? A new whorehouse was opening up downtown, promising exciting exotic women. Neat. Setting that one aside for safekeeping, 15% off on opening night? Opportunities like that didn't arise very often. He continued to go through his mail. Letter, bill, scroll? It had been a long time since someone had given him a scroll back before he slew the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni. Really. Curiously, he broke the seal and opened the scroll, his sharpened shark teeth breaking into a larger grin the more he read. Little Zabuza wanted to kill a daimyo just like his senpai Kisame? Oh, he was so proud he might just cry. He supposed he was due for a vacation anyway, wasn't he? Gleefully, he bounded to Samahata, who rested against the wall at the end of his bed, and threw the groggy sword over his shoulder. Come on, girl. We're going on a vacation. The sword gave the equivalent of a snort before drifting back off to sleep against his back. What did she care for a vacation? If this one didn't feed her so well, she probably would have traded him for someone a bit less excitable. Kisame wasn't bothered. She'd realize the benefits of this particular vacation soon enough. He grabbed a few scrolls into his bag, including Itachi's body, and contemplated telling the others. Aside from Toby, who had already left, there really wasn't anyone he really wanted to see before he left. Well, aside from Conan naked maybe. In the end, he settled for leaving a hastily scrawled note on his unmade bed. Samahata was hungry, went fishing. Be back when we're full, that should do it. You must be this Inu Aji I've heard about, Mikoto commented as she walked into the command tent. Funny, I don't remember having another son. A silver-haired wolf turned to look over his shoulder, Sharingan spinning from their one visible eye. I'm from his father's side, Mikoto. She paused at that, weighing him carefully with her own Sharingan. Enko found herself looking between them and couldn't help but think they were probably similar enough at the moment to be mistaken for family. I was there that night, so don't think you can try it. Kakashi shrugged as he returned his attention to the table before him. I helped cover for you because he was intent on giving you aid. I see. There was a pregnant pause that even Enko didn't feel like breaking. Thank you? Kakashi glanced back over to her and gave a small nod. Of course, but it wasn't for you. Her smile was stolen away by her mask, but probably showed well enough in her eye. Fair enough. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if you were my son, Kakashi-kun. I'm afraid that won't work. I'm in the process of getting the wolves to call me Sofu. Oh? Kakashi's Sharingan caught hers. He's my son, he declared. Oh ho? She raised a hand to her mask to stifle a giggle, even though it wouldn't actually do anything. I think you'll find I got to him first, Kakashi-kun. I was watching over him when he took you in. Was his counter, earning a frown from the Uchiha matriarch. Our son then? You can be his aunt. Two fists found themselves resting on her hips. I'm his mother, she stressed. I don't think he needs a mother at this point. He wouldn't need a father then either. Touché. You know, you two should probably ask Naruto what you are to him instead of arguing about what you think you should be, Sofu. They both turned to Enko, who gave them a wicked grin. After all, her tongue darted out to lick her lips. We all know two Samas in charge here. Mikoto and Kakashi shared a look. It was a fair point, not that they would admit it. Enko would be too insufferably smug if they did. Somehow she seemed to know anyway, judging by her smug smirk. The next bunker had also been occupied and was filled with more supplies than the last, indicating that the rebels had been slowly moving counterclockwise and were constantly moving supplies in preparation for their next base of operations. It wasn't a bad idea when your opponent had no idea where the bases were, but it lost its effectiveness dramatically when they did. Unfortunately for them, Naruto now knew exactly where they were thanks to his godmother. The poor bastards in the base hadn't stood a chance against his wolves, and the surprise at having been discovered certainly hadn't done them any favors. Base cleared and torched, the wolves had gathered around the entrance of the bunker, treating it like a bonfire as they took the opportunity to rest from a long day's work. Tsukuyami himself sat directly across from the entrance, Katsuri to his right, and the other wolves doing their best to get close to him without making it too obvious. Two of them, for example, had taken seats directly behind him and pressed their backs into his. Security they had claimed, but Tsukuyami knew better. He was not going to begrudge them for providing him the opportunity to lean back against them, though. A rustling in the distance caught the attention of the resting pack heads, snapping towards the noise and watching warily. A few low warning growls escaped the throats of some of the more senior members, including Katsuri. They proved to be unnecessary when several white wolf masks emerged from the woods, all of which had a red line marking them from lips to chin. A few Kiri shinobi came into view among them, also possessing the marking down their chin. The wolf in the lead paused and notably scanned the makeshift camp before spotting Tsukuyami and heading directly towards him. 3 of the marked wolves followed her, the same 3 that had stood behind her when he had called on her, Tsukuyami suspected. It was good to see strong bonds within the pack. The group of wolves came to a rest at his left side, dropping to one knee and lowering their heads. "Tu-sama." The lead wolf greeted him. "Had your fill, child?" She alone lifted her head to meet his gaze. "Yes, Tu-sama." "Thank you?" "Good." He smiled behind his mask but couldn't hide it in his shimmering eyes. "I would not have my children go hungry. We have a gift for you, Tu-sama." "Oh?" His brow rose again, hidden by the mask, but shone clearly enough in his voice. The three wolves behind her shuffled forward and placed an object in her hands. "It is not the most well-made, Tu-sama," she began. "But it was the best we could do to show our gratitude." Standing up, she moved to his back and draped the gift over his shoulders with a series of dull thuds. Cleaned as well as they could be, a mantle of bone rested around his neck. They were wet, still to be expected in this weather, and they were nowhere near old enough to have been bleached by the sun, so it didn't take a genius to understand where they had come from. Four shoulder blades made the main portion of the mantle, the set resting over his chest being bigger than those hanging behind him. Shinobi wire held it all together, and the empty spaces were filled using pieces of ribs that had been broken into smaller lengths and woven vertically through the wire. What he assumed were pelvis bones rested over his shoulders, hanging over them like pauldrons. The back, though, he had to admit, was the strangest. He couldn't see them, but he could definitely feel them swinging slightly with his every breath. 3 spines dangled from the mantle in a twisted mockery of a cloak. With the recent revelation that one of the strongest tools he held at his fingertips was fear, he felt that it was perfect. It even fit with Orochimaru's latest gift. Kind of. What it would really fit with, though, was when he ripped Yagura's ribs from his body and wore it like a chest piece. He had to say things were coming together quite nicely. "It's lovely, thank you." She took off her mask to give him a beaming smile before squeezing into place at his left side. Her compatriots knew there was no way they would be able to do the same, and drifted off to find their own place to rest from the day. Katsumi gave Tsukuyami and his new accessory an odd look but shrugged and returned to the rations they had liberated from the latest rebel base. Who was she to question her lord's sense of style? And really, that's what it had to be. Against fellow shinobi, those bones wouldn't provide any actual protection at all. Though she supposed he didn't necessarily need to go against shinobi. That's what he had them for. "The fuck is this shit?" Naruto didn't look up from the tea he was pouring for Hanabi. "It's not shit, you worked very hard on it." "I know what it is, why is it there?" "Because you worked very hard on it." Naruto glanced over his shoulder to meet her eyes. "And I'm proud of your work." Tayuya's cheeks quickly found themselves matching her hair. "Why, yeah? Okay." She glanced between the picture on the fridge and Naruto once more. "Tea, thanks." Naruto gave her a smile. "No problem." "Tea?" "As sure." She took a seat across from Hanabi as he poured another cup, doing her best to ignore the knowing grin the young Hyuga wore. "Say, what was that other picture, the one where you have 2 wives?" "Gaara sent that to me." The filled cup was slid over to her. "And I don't have 2 wives in it, he has 2 mothers." Hanabi gave him a strange look. "What's the difference?" "I'm not married." "Huh." Hanabi blinked. "I suppose that's fair." "Don't worry, Denka-sama, I'll marry you," offered Tayuya with a sultry smirk. I can already imagine the honeymoon. Naruto rose an amused brow as he took his own seat between the two of them. "You know, the wife of a daimyo would be expected to be the pinnacle of grace and dignity. I believe that might place a serious damper on your rather colorful vocabulary." Tayuya shot a quick glare at a giggling Hanabi. "I call bullshit on that one. Anko certainly doesn't watch her mouth none, and you two seem pretty serious. What on earth makes you think Anko is the marrying type?" Naruto shook his head. "That woman would never allow herself to be tied down like that." "Won't be tied down?" Tayuya's head tilted to the side. "You mean she's not with you? I thought you and her had a thing going there." "We have a healthy sexual relationship, yes." Naruto nodded without shame. It was in fact very hard to feel ashamed about having sex with her. She was Anko after all, and there wasn't a shinobi in Konoha above Chunin who hadn't had fantasies about her. "But that is a far cry from marriage." "Yeah, but I thought you two were dating or something." "We've gone out a few times." "Like exclusively?" He rose his brow again. "Exclusive? My sexual activities are well known, I would think." "We are most definitely not exclusive." "Okay," she nodded. "So maybe not you." But maybe she accepted that as part of having a relationship with you and doesn't mind you being with others. Is she exclusive? Naruto paused and thought for a moment. I don't know, he admitted with a shrug. I've never asked. It's not really any of my business anyway. Tayuya gave him a disbelieving stare while one of Hanabi's brows rose. You have a very open relationship, don't you? I think it's best described as friends with benefits, though lovers might be more appropriate. So if I was older, would you sleep with me? Tayuya's disbelieving stare traveled from Naruto to Hanabi. If that's what you wanted. Hanabi paused, thinking before a splash of red colored her cheeks. How much older? The youngest person I've been with is 16, so then. Tayuya's stare became horrified. Is that why you haven't slept with me yet? She asked. Are you really going to make me wait? Naruto shot her a questioning look. You're not 16? No, I am. Tayuya assured him in a less than convincing manner. Definitely. Right. Tayuya did her best to look innocent. It really didn't work for her. Attempting to remove the attention from herself, she turned to Hanabi. So what led to that question? I was curious after Kin told me about Jiraiya's newest book. You read Jiraiya's Ika? Naruto's brow rose too. Maybe I should send Sakura your way, she seems to enjoy them. Tayuya narrowed her eyes suspiciously at the former Hyuga heir. Why exactly did Jiraiya's latest book make you think of Naruto? Naruto is somehow her red managed to exceed anything her sister had ever worn. Naruto is the main character. The two redheads shared a look before simultaneously turning to Hanabi. Come again? Why, you're the main character. Hanabi managed. It's about you and Kin. Naruto blinked in surprise. How on earth had he not heard of this until now? Oh, come on. Tayuya slammed her head into the table, nearly spilling her tea. Her eye cracked open to give Naruto an accusing glare. Even Kin's managed to get with you. When's my turn? When you can convince Mai to allow it. That's never going to happen, Tayuya groaned. Why can't we just sneak off into your room? Because Mai's currently sleeping in my bed. We could go to my room, Tayuya offered. I can promise you she's not there. She will be when she comes looking for me. Tayuya gave another defeated groan. I'm going to go find a copy of Jiraiya's book and fantasize about fucking you senseless. I'll be in my room when you need me. With a slump, Tayuya vacated the table and disappeared down the halls. Does she really need Mai's approval? Hanabi asked. I thought you two were pretty open with your relationship too. We are. Naruto nodded. But I figure this way they might make nice. Well, Tayuya might stop antagonizing Mai at least. Hanabi gave him a look between horror and admiration. You're a cruel man, Naruto. Brilliant but cruel. I figure it's worth a shot. He drained the last of his tea and stood up to put away his cup. But I fully expect her to just crawl into my bed naked within the month. She's not exactly the patient type. Then what's the point of making her wait if you're just going to give it to her anyway? Because she's absolutely adorable when she's frustrated. For some reason, Hanabi actually wasn't that surprised by his answer. She really had ended up with a strange group of people. At least it was fun. And so reports say this Tsukuyomi and most of his wolves went out hunting for us. May smirked as she brushed aside various papers covering the full table map beneath. He started from the west gate, and for a second I thought he might actually have a chance of finding us. And they don't? Zabuza was in his favorite spot, leaning right next to the door, Kubikura Bocho doing the same beside him. Not at all, she declared confidently. Reports say they've started going north, so there's no chance they'll actually manage to find us. All they're doing is wasting their time and lessening the forces available to defend Kiri. They might not find any of our agents to the north, Ao countered. But they can still stumble on one of our bases. Once they know what to look for, we can be in some serious trouble, and some of the bases in that area are being prepped for our rotation. Yugura scoured the entirety of Mizu no Kuni for years and had never found them. There's no chance a foreigner will. For all we know, it was a foreigner to make them. It's entirely possible that this Tsukuyomi might be able to see something we didn't know to look for when we tried to hide them, pointed out Ao. We also don't know how many people may have discovered them before us or how long they've been around. That's why we keep rotating between them. We can't trust our security to the hope that they might remain unknown to our enemies. Even so, he can search those empty bases for as long as he likes. Yugura's resources will be back to what they were before, but we still have aid from Konoha. They only gave us a squad, Zabuza grunted. That's not going to be a huge advantage, but it's an edge. If we can remove some of the higher-ranking shinobi under Yagura's command, we'll give ourselves a significant opportunity. That's fair. Zabuza frowned behind his bandages. But Kirigaku's hard enough to infiltrate by itself. Those wolves still there are going to complicate things. It goes double for sending Umbu. They aren't as familiar with Kirigaku's operations, but any wolves in Kirigaku will likely be familiar with theirs. Still, if they manage to pull it off, AO could definitely see the benefits. We'll have to use some of our spies to get them in, but it's inevitable that such a move will blow their cover. We're going to lose more information than I would like for a while, but we won't be completely blind and we'll have an advantage of organization over Yagura. It could work, Zabuza conceded. But if they find some of the north bases, they might be able to find the others. If nothing else, we need to be keeping an eye on them so they don't pop into one of our occupied bases when we have our pants down. They won't have a chance. We'll have this wrapped up before they can get that far. May assured them. They still haven't found any of the bases, and by the time they do, the Umbu should be within Kirigaku getting things ready for us to finish. We don't know that they haven't found any. They could be going from base to base as we speak. Ao shook his head. It's too risky to ignore. And it's too costly to try keeping an eye on them. She countered. We need all the manpower we can scrounge up to prepare for finishing this war. Frowning, she brought up another point. Having people watching them also brings with it the risk of them learning that we're aware of their activities. If they're currently operating under the belief that we have no idea what they're trying, then there's no telling how they might change their operation. We can't risk losing this opportunity to finally end this. I understand. Ao's head lowered in a brief bow. If we won't be sending anyone, then there are things that require my attention. He and Zabuza shared a look as Mei's attention remained on the map. The swordsman gave him a nod, agreeing completely with his plan, and Ao returned it, confident that Zabuza would do his best to cover for him. Ao had a pack to hunt. Danzo took a seat before him, easing his weight into the dark wood and placing his cane carefully against Naruto's desk. Naruto glanced up from his work and rose a brow for a moment before returning his attention back to his papers. There was silence for a minute or two, broken only by shuffling papers and scratching pens before the Yami no Shinobi chose to speak. I took the liberty of finding rooms for my agents to reside in for the time being, as you were otherwise occupied. Danzo gave him an expectant look. I hope that wasn't too presumptuous of me. No, not at all. Naruto waved him off without looking up. I wasn't sure what they would be most comfortable in anyway. Of course. Silence fell again for a few moments. I'll just cut to the chase then. Was that Uchiha Mikoto in your bed? Naruto paused and gave Danzo a curious stare. When were you peeking into my bedroom? That's not really important. I think that if I'm naked with people in my bed, it might be a little important. The three of you were asleep, if it helps. It did actually, which Naruto thought was sort of strange. The thought of people seeing him naked didn't bother him anywhere near as much as the thought that someone watched, as he and Mai were intimate. He knew Mai sometimes liked to let some of the female wolves watch, which was also strange because he hadn't thought anything of them watching, so maybe some of her exhibitionist tendencies had rubbed off on him. He wasn't sure how to feel about that actually, but he had a feeling Enko and Taiyuya would approve. Naruto shook his head. Just don't do it again. The two of them were again silent for a few precious moments. So what? So was that Uchiha Mikoto in your bed? There is a distinct possibility, yes. Danzo stared at Naruto for a long minute. You had Uchiha Mikoto in your bed. Yes, we've established that. Naked. She was wearing panties. Mostly naked. Yes. Dare I ask why? Honestly? Naruto shrugged. I haven't the faintest idea. I woke up and she was there. Based on his expression, Danzo didn't exactly believe him. Really? You have no idea how a mostly naked Mikoto got into your bed? Well, I can imagine how she got into bed. It's a rather pleasant image. Fair. Nodded Danzo. But you have no idea why she was in your bed? Because she wanted to be, I have to assume. Again, I was asleep. Danzo gave him an inquisitive stare. Are you being intentionally difficult with your answers, or are you still distracted by the thoughts of Mikoto crawling into your bed? Yes. Danzo's stare went flat. I suppose I won't be getting any complicated explanations unless I'm a bit more specific in my questions. Is there a reason Uchiha Mikoto might have decided to join you or otherwise felt comfortable in such a situation? One of Naruto's brows rose in amusement. You're really curious about this, aren't you? The Uchiha clan were supposed to have been wiped out years ago, and yet you somehow have their matriarch sleeping with you. Yes, I'm quite curious. Stop avoiding the question. She likes to call herself my mother. At a complete loss of words, Danzo stared at the young daimyo for a few minutes. With the passing of each, Naruto grew more and more amused. She's your mother? Danzo did his damnedest to wrap his head around the idea. She thinks so, yes. And she's sharing a bed with you naked? I was naked, she wasn't. Danzo stopped, took a deep breath, and shook his head of the majority of questions running through it. That line of questioning is likely to bring more questions than answers, I think. How do you know her? She came to me during the massacre. I took her in for the night, and gave her what supplies I could so she could make her escape. Normally I would tell someone claiming something so strange that they were being ridiculous, but coming from you I have the worst feeling that it's not even the half of it. Naruto's smirk was not comforting in the slightest. You'd be right about that, she's been in Akatsuki as a spy ever since. Naruto's smirk became a grin when Danzo's only eye widened significantly. Well, she had been. She left recently after assassinating Uchiha Itachi, and she's currently seeing to some other projects of mine. They both knew that meant Mizuno Kuni either directly or in some plot related to it, but neither brought that up. Danzo wasn't concerned about that, however he was concerned with something much more important. She killed Itachi? Oh yes. She was very pleased about it too. Naruto gave a thoughtful frown. That may be why she decided to crawl into bed with me actually. Two weathered fingers reached up to massage Danzo's brow as he released a large sigh. Well, I suppose that tells me where our spy went. We were beginning to worry when we didn't receive his usual report. It seems we were right to. Oh, was he a spy too? Naruto couldn't help but enjoy the irony of a Uchiha spy reporting back to someone in Konoha killing an Uchiha spy reporting to Konoha. What are the chances they would both be Uchiha after such a catastrophe nearly wiped them from existence? You killed our spy, was Danzo's accusation. Naruto was quick to deny. I did no such thing, Mikoto did. And you expect me to believe you had nothing to do with it? Naruto's brow rose condescendingly. You think she wouldn't want to kill the person who slaughtered her entire family? He was her son. No, I'm her son. He was a mistake she needed to set right. Danzo didn't respond for a bit, just staring at the shinobi across from him. You didn't have a hand in that thinking, did you? He eventually asked. Not at all, he assured him. She decided that all on her own. I simply haven't tried changing it. Collapsing back against his chair, a tired sigh left Danzo's lips. There's no point worrying about it now, is there? He asked. No one in particular. It can't really be helped at this point, though. I will have to let Hiruzen know. Naruto shrugged. That's fine, he won't be as surprised about Mikoto. Danzo made careful note of that. It looked like he was going to have some questions for Hiruzen too. Does Asuma know? Asked the daimyo. Not that I'm aware. Good. Naruto gave a satisfied nod. I would prefer it stay that way. He can learn that Itachi's been taken care of, but I'd rather not give him further reason to oppose me. Understandable, agreed Danzo. I won't tell him, but I can't guarantee Hiruzen won't. Fair enough. By any chance did Mikoto bring any current information back with her? Judging by the timing, she seems to have caught him right before his usual reports, so it's been a while since we've had any new intel. Nothing major. Akatsuki started making moves, but they're going slow. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Apparently they plan on going after the Jinchuriki one at a time, starting with the Ichibi, so I don't suspect they'll get anywhere anytime soon. You seem awfully unconcerned about a group of S-ranked shinobi going after your son. Danzo frowned. Naruto was too protective of those around him. He was missing something here. Haven't I told you? Naruto asked with a smirk that had the old Shimura on edge. Naruto was most certainly up to something. The Akatsuki aren't going to be a threat to Gaara because he doesn't have the Ichibi. Naruto's grin grew dark. I do. He had to admit the wolves were starting to get a bit more creative. He supposed it was inevitable with the number of bunkers they were clearing out, but he still hadn't expected them to try mixing it up a bit to keep from growing bored. At least not in the ways they were. The screams of rebels reached his ears over the crackling flames that poured from the otherwise empty bunker, the smell of their charring flesh reaching his nose, and no doubt making some of his wolves very hungry. Apparently they had grown bored of slaying the rebels first, and then setting the bunkers alight, and decided to simply combine the two. Of course, they were also careful to make sure none of them were able to escape the fate they had devised for them. It really depended on the wolves who had done it, but everything from broken bones to removed limbs had been employed to ensure they wouldn't be able to move. It probably helped that only one entrance to the bunker had been left intact, and the wolves currently stood before it watching for anyone who managed to crawl through the flames despite their recent handicaps. Tsukuyomi hadn't told any of the wolves, but if one of the rebels did somehow manage it, he wouldn't be letting his children kill them. Such dedication and will to live was worthy of reward, and if he could manage it, recruitment. The pack could always use strong blood. To be perfectly honest, Tsukuyomi was pretty proud of his wolves. They had been going from bunker to bunker for nearly a week now, and they had managed to resist the desire to maim and torture captured rebels until now. They had eaten them, of course, but at least those deaths had been quick. Well, the death itself had been quick. Tsukuyomi still recalled quite vividly staying to watch one of his man-eaters feast, and how they took great pleasure in killing and eating their captives one at a time so that the others could watch as their friends and comrades were devoured by the wolves. If nothing else, Tsukuyomi appreciated the fantastic symbolism and display of power. Admittedly, it would have been made better by survivors to flee in terror and spread word of the horrors that followed behind the House of Wolves, but his children were happy enough with his indulgence, and his plans weren't set in motion early by someone managing to escape. He really couldn't complain about that. Removing his head from thoughts of his wolves and their newfound appetite, he withdrew a small map from one of his pouches and marked off the bunker they had just filled with fire, and those damned to perish by it. That finished off the majority of the eastern bases, and as they moved further south and eventually southwest, they would start to encounter the active bases of the rebels. He idly wondered if they had managed to keep their activities, or at least their successes, thus far hidden, but dismissed the thought as fantasy. Even the rebels couldn't be so incompetent as to not realize they had lost communication with all of the bases they were preparing for future use. He was very curious to know just what they were thinking. Maybe when they hit one of the active bases he'd spare someone long enough to ask. Gods, was he enjoying the opportunity for fieldwork, but was it weird that he was missing quiet evenings in his office completing paperwork too? Zabuza gave Ao a nod as he quietly slipped into the room. It was returned, but Ao's grim face, more so than usual at least, indicated that any news he might bear was unlikely to be fortuitous for the rebellion. He had expected that, really. They both turned their attention to the other end of the room, where Mei stood at the war table speaking to the Konoha Umbu. She wanted to sneak into Kirigakure. We only have one chance at this, so as soon as you're in position, eliminate your target, and get out before they have a chance to discover you. If we can keep them from knowing of our involvement, there's a good chance that they might put the blame on the wolves, and that will only help us more. Oh, that was her plan. Zabuza gave an appreciative nod to no one in particular. Before, her idea seemed to have as much risk as benefit, but there was a lot to be gained from pulling this off. Zabuza just hoped it was enough to offset whatever news Ao had brought back with him. Probably not. We understand, Maidano. The leader of the Umbu was the only one who ever spoke. The others just stared at you silently. None of them liked to admit it, but it was damned creepy. Konoha really was a scary place when you thought about it. The strength and influence they wielded, combined with the sort of shinobi they produced, and at such numbers, was enough to give anyone nightmares. I assure you we should have little trouble carrying out this task. Mei nodded to him. I have faith in you and your team. Zabuza tried to hold back his snort. He really did, but it still escaped him. Not because he doubted them, not at all. Simply because it was painfully obvious that the Umbu were superior to the majority of the rebel forces. It was a foregone conclusion that she would have faith in them over her own shinobi. She shot him a melting glare, something that actually could become very literal with her bloodline ability, but otherwise ignored him. The Umbu likewise remained the picture of professionalism. Only one of them flipped Zabuza off behind his back, earning another amused snort from the wielder of Kubikurabocho. Did you have something to add, Zabuza? Oh, he was going to be in trouble later. Not that he wasn't now. He was in trouble now. He would be in a hell of a lot more later when there weren't witnesses. No, with a perfect distraction readily available, Zabuza did the brave thing. He shoved Ao before him as a shield. But Ao brings important news. That was an assumption, but Zabuza was rather confident that it was correct. Ao gave him a glare with his Byakugan. He knew because he could feel it, but otherwise remained like the Umbu, completely professional. Please tell me it's good. Mei requested, earning a grimace from her second in command. I'm afraid not, Mei-sama. I have come to learn that Tsukuyami and his hounds have indeed found our bases. From what we've managed to gather, he's hit each and every bunker in Mizu-no-Kuni to the west, north, and east, moving in a clockwise pattern. The speed at which he's done so indicates he probably knows exactly where the bunkers are. Are you saying what I think you are? I am. Ao gave a solemn nod. Tsukuyami knows exactly where we are at the moment, and has been intentionally avoiding our active bases. And what purpose would that serve? What is he up to? While I do not understand how they think and cannot say for sure, I suspect he's trying to eliminate possible retreats. That is to say, he's working to force a final confrontation. Zabuza gave a long whistle from his position near the door. He's a crafty bastard, I'll give him that. The Konoha Umbu all turned to him in disbelief, staring at him as if they couldn't understand what they were seeing. They spun back to Mei, and a resigned realization settled over their faces when she didn't have any notable reaction to Zabuza's comment. While Konohagakure no Sato sympathizes with your cause, we were not sent here to aid you for that reason alone. We were sent here as a direct counter to Tsukuyami's arrangement with Yagura. The Umbu's look was desperate. Please tell me you have not been thinking little of him this whole time. Mei didn't have an answer for them, and he gave a pained groan. Tsukuyami is not a joke, or someone to take lightly. Through his actions he has conquered a country and been granted a position on the Imperial Fire Court. He aided Konoha during the attempted Suna invasion even though he shouldn't have known it was happening, and has managed to operate within Konoha with only a select few outsiders knowing his identity. The Umbu shook his head. For fuck's sake, most of the wolves under his command are probably as strong as we are. There's a reason they follow him. His actions did not seem to reflect that at first, Mei admitted. But I see now that they served a rather important purpose in his plans. The room was quiet for a minute as the Umbu tried to wrap their heads around underestimating someone their Kage was actively opposing because they were dangerous and unpredictable, and the rebels, those other than Zabuza, realized that considering Tsukuyami another one of Yagura's commanders, even if it was a high-ranking one, had been a mistake. So is this going to change anything? Asked Zabuza. No, Mei shook her head. We're still attacking Kirigakure, and we still need to do it soon. If he's almost here, then we don't have much time to get out. He can do as he likes to the bunkers as we take back Kirigakure. The lack of support from the wolves will hopefully be enough of an edge to make this work, especially with our friends here disrupting Kiri's chain of command. We really don't have many other options, Ao agreed. But I would like to remind you that we still have 2 more to choose from. We can simply run and relocate entirely. Judging by the look on Mei's face, the suggestion was not appreciated in the slightest. Or we can lay an ambush for their inevitable arrival here. We have our full forces in the area. There's definitely an opportunity to remove the wolves from the equation entirely. It's a lot better than risking them joining the fight for Kiri from our flank anyway. It's tempting, Mei frowned. But if he does indeed know where all the bunkers are, he might know things about them which we don't. If that's the case, it would be unbelievably foolish for us to make a stand within them. Taking Kiri is still our best option. Ao and the Umbu nodded in agreement, while Zabuza just shrugged. He wasn't in charge, he just went where he was told and killed who he was told to. Usually. It generally worked pretty well too. Well, I think with the news Ao brought us, we're done here, Mei announced. You know what needs to be done. Be ready by 2200 tonight so we can get you into the city. Almost as if to prove her wrong, a series of screams reached the war room, followed quickly by the sounds of running feet and shinobi scrambling to arm themselves. Did he reach us already? The thought was absurd if Ao had only just brought them the information, but a lot of things tended to go wrong for Mei, so while she tried to stay positive and convince everyone that things were going to work out, she knew very well that the universe just loved to disagree with her. More screams tore through the air, those of shock and panic rather than pain, followed by a laugh that Zabuza recognized instantly. Opening the door with his left hand, he stuck his head out into the hall. Stand down, shut up, and get the fuck out of the way, he yelled at the rebel shinobi. Gods above, you're like a bunch of children panicking over a dead dog. It's dead, either bury it, eat it, or sell it to someone else. He slammed the door shut again and shook his head at the floor. There's a goddamn reason we haven't managed to end this war yet, he mumbled. Before anyone had a chance to ask him what was going on, the door was thrown open and a rather unmistakable figure let himself into the room. So I hear you're planning on killing a daimyo, grinned Kisame. That happens to be a specialty of mine. Sobo grandmother informal. Use for one's own grandparent. Asterisk so for grandfather informal. Use for one's own grandparent. Chapter 102 Blackrock Zabuza explain. She did not seem amused in the slightest. No. Yeah, maybe he should have given her some warning, but he hadn't actually expected the walking fish to show up himself. He had been waiting for a letter. This is Kisame. The fish gave a cheeky little wave, his sharp grin growing larger. You may know him as a member of the original Seven Swordsmen and wielder of Samahata, or perhaps for his exploits, some of which include feats such as slaying the most recent daimyo of Mizu no Kuni, the destruction of Tatama village, his acceptance into the prestigious Akatsuki organization. Kisame gestured towards the red clouds on his robes. And for defeating the 12-year reigning champion of the Tanzakugai annual sashimi eating competition. Mai was not amused, nor was Ao. The Umbu, however, were very much so. I think I'm capable of recognizing one of our most wanted criminals, Zabuza. Not exactly a face you'd forget. One of the Umbu snickered. He quickly found himself on the receiving end of Mei's glare, and realized that it was exactly where he didn't want to be. Zabuza gave a shrug from his position against the wall. You asked? I wanted you to explain what he was doing in our bunker, not introduce me to him. I don't know, you two might hit it off. May seem to be a few precious seconds away from hitting him instead. Most likely with lava. Or maybe not. Now, Zabuza. I figured that if there was a chance I might end up needing to assassinate Tsukuyumi, I'd ask for advice from the only person I know who's done it before. Apparently such advice is best shared face to face, because I still haven't received a letter, and I know for a fact that the mail travels much faster than Kisame. The landshark gave a shrug. It was true, he kept getting distracted by people to kill and new foods to try. And don't get him started on festivals. He once spent a week trapped in one because he kept finding new vendors. Pain had not been amused, but it did earn a small smile from Conan, so he considered that a major victory. It was not easy getting her to show positive emotion. Anger, unfortunately, was not all that difficult for a group of S-ranked rogue shinobi stuck together in a cave to elicit from the woman. It was, however, damn scary. People didn't avoid messing with Conan because she was Pain's favorite. People didn't mess with Pain because Conan was usually standing at his shoulder. Did you think you could tell me you were going to be following in my footsteps and expect me to not be here for it? Kisame grabbed his chest in mock distress. You break my heart, Zabuza-chan. Piss off, fish face. He loves me. Mei frowned at the blue-skinned shinobi. On one hand, he was an S-ranked rogue shinobi who had killed their last daimyo, and may have indirectly allowed Fro Yagura to start his purge. On the other, he was an S-ranked shinobi with a history of daimyo slaying. She could use that about now. Let me make sure I understand. Mei crossed her arms over her chest. You've come all this way because you want to help Zabuza here kill a daimyo, is that right? Well, not completely. Kisame scratched the back of his head in slight embarrassment. It was mainly because I'm bored and Samahata was getting hungry. Yeah, that sounded like Kisame, all right. You know what? At this point it doesn't matter who wants to help us, we'll take every able body we can get, even if it was Orochimaru himself. Mei turned to Zabuza. You're responsible for him while he's here, understood? A glance to Kisame showed him doing his very best to seem as innocent as possible, and Zabuza gave a groan. It hadn't been even slightly convincing. I understand. Good, now I think that little surprise concludes this meeting. Mei-sama. A young rebel crashed through the door, and into Kisame's back, dropping the scroll clutched tightly in his hands at Zabuza's feet as he spilled to the floor. Ow, wow, on my nose! He groaned. Zabuza stooped down to pick up the scroll, sniffing the air as he returned to his regular position. The two swordsmen shared a look, and Zabuza gave an amused snort. Yeah, the kid had managed to bloody his nose on Kisame's back. He was rather fortunate that Kisame had been holding Samahata to further terrorize the rebels when he arrived. Shaking his head, Zabuza opened the scroll and began skimming through it. His very low groan sounded throughout the room and drew everyone's attention from the bleeding boy to him. What is it, Zabuza? Asked Ao. Mei slumped over the table with a small groan of her own. Please tell me it's not more complications. It was as though the universe had decided she would serve as its amusement for the day. It depends on what you consider a complication. Zabuza tossed the scroll to Ao, who caught it deftly. Apparently our spies sent us that while we were communicating with them to arrange for our friends here to be snuck into Kirigakure. With Tsukuyumi absent, they focused on trying to figure out who he had left behind. I only got to the first picture, and it's not pretty. They have pictures? Kisame rose a brow. Did they tape them into the scroll or something? Not just slip them in as they rolled it up. Kisame thought for a moment. That would be a real pain in the ass if they had more than a few. You'd have to use a pretty long table to keep them from spilling out as you rolled it up. If they just started at the bottom, they could just roll one into the scroll at a time on a small table. Yeah, but it didn't look crumpled. They had to have a lot of room to do it that way too. I don't know, Zabuza shrugged. Maybe there were two of them working together, and one of them unrolled their side while the other rolled the picture into theirs. Oh yeah? That would work, wouldn't it? If you gentlemen are about done? Ao like May did not seem amused. Kisame and Zabuza shared a look before shrugging simultaneously. Sure. Ao shook his head but finished laying out the pictures from the scroll onto the table. As Zabuza said, we've received word from our spies about some of the newer arrivals to Kirigakure. We're likely to encounter these individuals when we launch our attack, so it would be a good idea to familiarize yourself with them. The older shinobi gave a frown. Unfortunately, we don't have any names at all, though our spies assure us that the individuals here are the most important among the wolves and have done their best to include as many observations about them as possible. The one with silver hair, Zabuza spoke up. There's no way that's not Hatake Kakashi. I'd recognize it anywhere after our last encounter. That caught the attention of the Umbu immediately. All of them knew about Hatake Kakashi, but these days most Umbu in service had at least worked with him, and a large amount had actually trained under the man. The squad of Umbu drew closer to the table, poring over the pictures and collectively letting out a stream of curses. It became worse when they saw her grinning face in the picture next to it. Hatake Kakashi and Mitarashi Anko? Asked one of them. How the fuck did he manage that? Hey, that's Yakushi-sensei's son there too, isn't it? Pointed out another, the one talking to the Odo Kunoichi? For fuck's sake, how many of our people does he have under his influence? It was the first time the Kiri shinobi had actually heard anyone other than their squad leader talk. You recognize more of them? Ao asked. Can you provide any information about them? I think you'll be familiar with Hatake Kakashi already. He's pretty well known, and you've apparently run into him before. The Umbu glanced towards Zabuza, who gave a nod. Yeah, we don't need to hear anything more on that son of a bitch. That son of a bitch is a Konoha shinobi. He's a son of a bitch, and he's working with Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, I can't say you're wrong on either account. If we could stay on topic, please. Ao interrupted them. Yes, of course. The one next to him with the purple pineapple for hair is Tokubetsu Jonin Mitarashi Anko. Just a Tokubetsu Jonin? Zabuza snorted. She shouldn't be a problem. He quickly realized he might be gravely mistaken when the entire Umbu squad slowly turned to stare at him. Mitarashi Anko is the second in command of K.I.T and the best interrogator Konoha has after Marino Ibiki himself. She is in essence his apprentice. She's also the former apprentice of Orochimaru and possesses the snake summoning contract. So probably someone to avoid? Asked Kisame. You know, being captured by at least. She's not the most combat-orientated, but she is bloodthirsty enough to give you two a run for your money. Oh, in that case I think I like this one. Kisame grinned. Iwai Zabuza-chan. Sounds like our kind of woman. I'm not dumb enough to crawl into bed with crazy, especially when she gets off on torture. Where's your sense of adventure? I bet she's a wild one. I bet that's not a good thing in this case. Kisame gave pause before shrugging. You're probably right, but I won't know unless I try. Good luck. Chuckled one of the Umbu. Plenty of men in Konoha have tried, but anyone claiming to be with her is full of shit. I love a good challenge. Seducing an enemy kunoichi who specializes in torture and interrogation while you're on the battlefield against not just her but the forces of the man she's working with. Zabuza shook his head. I suppose that's as good a challenge as any. Gentleman Ao stressed. This is important. You can gossip and rib each other back in your rooms, but save your slumber party until after the adult matters have been settled. The Umbu gave a brief cough to clear his throat before proceeding as if nothing had happened. The young man here is the son of one of Konoha's most prominent medical professionals. He's technically only a genin, but that's due to prioritizing his growth in the medical field over refining his shinobi skills. His ability to keep his comrades in the fight should not be underestimated, and otherwise fatal wounds might be reversed in his presence. The one next to him I do not know by name, but I believe she was included in a report submitted by Chun and Nara. The other Umbu gave him strange looks from behind their masks. It was a slow day, okay? No one questions you when you're reading a report. Mei was not pleased to see Zabuzuki-same, and even Ao nodded in agreement alongside the Umbu agents. She was going to have to be more aware of her subordinates' activities going forward. Continuing with what we do know, however, I believe she has a bloodline ability of her own, an elemental type, and she's a high-ranking subordinate of Orochimaru. Based on how many of the pictures involve her, I would assume those two young men are also sent by Orochimaru. What concerns me is that Kabuto is in many of them too, which might mean he's been in Konoha as some sort of sleeper agent for gods know how long. That or he's trying to get with the woman Kisame offered. She's not bad on the eyes. That is a possibility, yes. I find it unlikely, though. Kisame shrugged, just trying to help. Yes, thank you. The Umbu pored over the rest of the pictures, frowning behind his mask. I don't recognize anyone else here, though. There's something unsettling about the one in the mask. They're wolves, Zabuza grunted. Most of them wear masks. Orange spiraled ones? Kisame pushed forward immediately, and scanned the pictures for the described mask. Finding it near the bottom, worn by a woman in a black cloak, he let out a deep laugh that nearly brought him to tears. Ha ha! So that was the personal business she needed to take care of. You know her? Hell yeah, I know her, that's my little Kohai. Grinned Kisame. You'd best hope your shinobi know her too, she's probably the most dangerous of the lot. Your Kohai? Behind his bandages, Zabuza frowned. Don't tell me you're trying to train your replacement already. No, she's another member of Akatsuki. Be careful of her, she recently killed Uchiha Itachi. That earned him looks from everyone in the room. Uchiha Itachi was practically a legend, the boogeyman who left Konoha after slaughtering one of its most prominent clans. Uchiha Itachi? The Uchiha Itachi? Mei sought clarification. That's the one. He had been my partner, but she killed him just before she left on personal business. Apparently that's taken her here. Ao looked through the scroll to see what additional pieces the spies had managed to include and nearly dropped the damn thing. Yes, I can see why it would. He frowned. Apparently when she arrived she was looking for Tsukuyumi, her son. Kisame scratched the back of her head. I knew she was an older woman, but I didn't think she was old enough to have a grown man as a son. He scratched his chin in thought. Still, for how old she must be, she doesn't look a day over 25. I'd get with her any day. What's her name? Mei really didn't care to hear about how desirable Kisame found a woman, though she would admit curiosity for the other woman's appearance, and how she had managed to maintain it. Tobi Kisame grinned widely. And she's a good girl. You've tracked it all in the room. Temari stood with her fists on her hips, but her fan wasn't far out of reach, and the person across from her knew it. This is a nice establishment, and you're completely soaking the rugs. They looked behind them at the white snow that marked their path and hung their head. Go on, get your ass to the bathroom and dry off. Temari gave a disappointed shake of her head as Deidara trudged off. Why was she the only mature one here? Half of them were old enough to have children, for fuck's sake. Gods above, one of them did her father. Without her there they probably managed to starve inside a restaurant. She glanced over to Sasori and Kankuro, who sat on the floor in the corner tinkering with bit of puppet material and locked in deep discussion about gods knew what, probably dolls. She moved her attention over to Gaara, who had claimed the blankets from one of the beds and was curled up by the fireplace, lost to the world. He had played in the snow until his fingers were frozen, his face was red, and the smile wouldn't leave his face. It wasn't long after that exhaustion had managed to catch up and drag him into the land of dreams. These moments made her appreciate what Naruto had done for her brother all the more. She tried not to dwell on it for too long, though. It always made her miss him more, and times like this when she would like nothing more than to curl up with him before the fire only turned her imaginings into personal torments. He was going to make up for it the next time she saw him, she'd make sure of it. Picking up the bundle of tanuki that was Gaara's, she moved him to her bed and crawled in next to him for a nap of her own. It wasn't quite the same, but she did enjoy the chance to spend time with him now that the Ichibi wasn't affecting him negatively. She had regained her brother, or perhaps simply gained a son, and she loved every minute of it. Idly she noted that her bed still had its blankets, and wondered who was going to end up sleeping without them later. She really doubted Gaara would surrender them. As she drifted off to sleep, she couldn't help but feel that she had forgotten someone, but the arms of Dream Naruto wrapping around her quickly made her dismiss the thoughts. There were better things to occupy her attention. The problem with Kirigakure was that unlike the rebel bases, people lived in permanent homes here. It was a village, not a military camp, and that meant that shinobi didn't reside in one area conveniently separated by rank. The Konoha Umbu had been given the known locations of some of Yagura's highest-ranking shinobi, which could be confirmed by the larger, more elaborate homes they were able to afford with their increased pay throughout the city, but they would have to pass through districts that could be inhabited by anything from regular civilians to Kirigakure loyalists of any rank. The lack of separation wasn't the only issue. Unlike Konoha, where the buildings were a mixed combination of several styles, most of the buildings here were generally uniform and unfortunately possessed plenty of windows. Konoha buildings usually possessed windows at the front and occasionally the sides. If there was a second story, there might be one up there facing the back of the building, but here in Kirigakure the large cylindrical buildings had windows all around them. That was a lot of possible witnesses, and the Umbu couldn't watch them all at once. They would have to do their best to avoid them, but it would be impossible not to be exposed to a generous number of them. The late night brought with it the advantage of most Kirigakure residents sleeping soundly, but shinobi were known to keep odd hours depending on postings and preferred missions. Shinobi were also typically adverse to light, and any up at this time probably wouldn't have their lights on in their homes. It would make them too obvious a target for anyone on the streets at this hour. Even worse, the wolves were either extra paranoid about possible infiltrators, exceedingly restless, or didn't trust their Kiri allies because a patrol of them circled around the tents they had set up in some of the side streets and abandoned businesses. Regardless of the reason, they were an additional obstacle to avoid in their hunt for Kirigakure's captains. Redwater to Blackrock, the short-range radio crackled in the lead Umbu's ear at a volume so low most Chunin wouldn't be able to hear it standing next to you. Target 4 is down, awaiting orders. Blackrock. Copy that, Redwater. Target 4 is down. Move to assist Golden Cloud on Target 2. Redwater. Golden Cloud. Target 2 copy. The radio clicked off to return the world into an eerie silence as Blackrock continued towards his own target, only to freeze before he stepped out from one of Kirigakure's alleys. A glance behind him showed a dog at the far end, and while they weren't rare in Kirigakure, they also weren't common since the start of the Bloodline Rebellion all those years ago. What really made it stand out was the way it sat completely motionless, watching him with unnaturally intelligent eyes. What little light the moon provided was absorbed into the dark fur that covered most of it but gleamed off the white underside and paws. Blackrock knew that dog, and that dog knew Blackrock. What was worse, he knew the dog's owner. Blackrock, huh? Teru pick out the names this time, Suji? Of course it would be him, one of the only non-Inuzuka with the hearing of a dog. Hidetinu Taicho. A look above him showed Kakashi crouched on one of the buildings, his silver hair shimmering in the moonlight, and his snarling wolf mask all but glowing as if it too reflected the light of the sun. New mask? It looks good on you, though I can't agree with how you got it. Kakashi gave a lazy shrug that only further confirmed his identity. I just asked, really, but if you're referring to me helping the wolves, you really shouldn't be surprised. And why's that? Because Minato-sensei's son is with them. It's only natural that I'd be here to help him. Blackrock. Suji grit his teeth and frowned in distaste. Kakashi's loyalty to the Yondaime Hokage was well known and exceeded any loyalty he held towards anything else, Konoha included. That had never been thought of as a problem, but it would seem his sensei's son was more important than his sensei's beloved village. Suji wished he didn't understand that logic, but while Minato's love of the village was great, his desire to have a family of his own was always far greater. There were those who believed he had saved the village for the sake of his family solely so that they would have a place to live safely when he was gone. Had he thought they would be better off elsewhere, he probably would have spirited them away, and no one could really say if he would have come back to save Konoha afterwards, or lived out a quiet life with them far away from the world of shinobi. I see. We weren't aware that Minato-sama's family had survived. He had taken their protection very seriously, and very few even knew who his wife was. Fewer still knew his children. Those who needed to knew, but I suppose most of the old guard has probably retired from Umbu by now. This puts us in an interesting situation then, doesn't it, Taicho? Not really. Kakashi gave another shrug, and from the corner of his eye Suji watched another dog creep to the other end of the alley and take a seat. I don't really care if Asuma ordered you to help the rebels or for what reason, nor do I care what orders the rebels gave you. Hell, I don't care for their cause either. The wolves had plans for this place, and you've helped interrupt them. Sensei's son is not pleased by that, which means I am not pleased by that. The soft grinding of drawn blades sounded through the air as Kakashi's tanto caught the moonlight. There's only one way all of this is going to end, Tsuji, but it doesn't have to involve your squad. Tsuji drew his own blades, twin daggers the length and a half of standard kunai. Are you telling me I should run then? You should know us better than that. I'd think I do, Tsuji. Kakashi began to idly twirl his tanto between his fingers, completely relaxed. Normally Tsuji might be irritated at someone dismissing him as a threat, but this was Hatake Kakashi himself. Being acknowledged as an equal, or at least a threat enough to take seriously, was a great honor that he hadn't earned. Yet. Believe it or not, I have no issues with you or your squad. This is nothing personal, merely a conflict of business. So you'll just let us go back to Konoha as failures? Tsuji scoffed. I thought your father would have served as a better example for you. He regretted it almost as soon as it left his lips, and with wide eyes he watched Kakashi tense, his every muscle coiling and ready to spring into action. After a tense moment it seemed to dissipate, and he resumed his relaxed slouch, but the spinning Sharingan in his mask showed she carefully controlled rage burning inside the former Umbu commander. Watch yourself, Blackrock. You'll make me reconsider being so generous in the future. Generous? Did you think we let you kill targets 3 and 4 just because it benefited us? Kakashi asked. Well, I suppose it does. He shrugged. But we gave your squad a chance to escape before going after them, at least. While Golden Cloud to Blackrock, we've been discovered at Target 2. I repeat, we've been discovered at Target 2. The radio crackled on with Teru's panicked voice. Golden Cloud and Redwater heading for Exfil Tango. Advise possible compromise of targets 1, 2, and 5. The wolves have our scent. Kakashi gave an prompting wave of his hand, inviting him to take the opportunity to respond to his team. Blackrock. Objective comprised copy. Golden Cloud, Redwater, Purple Sky, Bluegrass, Exfil immediately. Golden Cloud, Redwater, do not go to Exfil Tango. I repeat, do not proceed to Exfil Tango. Radios compromised. Acknowledge and go silent. There was silence for several stressful seconds before the radio crackled on again. Golden Cloud copies, going silent. Copy for Redwater. Radio off. Bluegrass. Purple Sky is down, carrying her to Exfil, but they're on our heels. I'm going silent, but I can't get to her radio at the moment. Copy. Understood. Bluegrass. Get her out of there. Blackrock cutting radio. See? We gave them a chance, but we're not going to go easy on you. Kakashi shook his head. No, I know you too well to just give you an out. If you want one, you'll have to work for it. Chase should have figured. Kakashi shrugged again. Like I said, just a conflict of business. Personally, I'd recommend going back to Konoha, but it's your call. The blade stopped spinning in his grasp. But if you do get out, give Teru my greetings, won't you? You know Asuma will have your ass for this, don't you? The wolf mask cocked to the side. Why would he do that? For working with the enemy. Enemy? The copy ninja chuckled. I'm not working with the enemy. You're here, aren't you? Perhaps. Tsuji could practically see the smile that must be hidden behind Kakashi's mask. But you're not, remember? Konoha's neutral in the matters of Kirigakure. Not Yagura Tsukuyami. Inter-country cooperation? He suggested lamely. Nami no Kuni's an ally after all. That's not going to work back in Konoha. Kakashi gave another one of his lazy shrugs. That's only if you manage to get home. You should probably run now. I don't have anything against you, but the wolves aren't too happy you killed their siblings. And you're just going to let me? Of course they enjoy a good hunt. 3 identical masks joined Kakashi on the roof, tanto drawn, and the dogs in the alley disappeared in small clouds of smoke. Flipping the retired Umbu commander the bird, Tsuji darted down one of the alley's wolves close behind. Kakashi shook his head as she watched him run, and a 4th wolf came to stand behind him. Golden Cloud and Redwater were heading towards Tango. Assuming standard procedure, they'll head to either Foxtrot or Zulu now that they've been compromised. Get wolves to both just in case, but knowing Teru, they'll be going towards Exfil Hotel. Focus there. Hi Inuaji. Sending Umbu into an area crawling with wolves? Kakashi scoffed. What a stupid idea, they both had the same damn training. Sheathing his tanto, he instead pulled out Jiraiya's latest book and flipped to his marked page to resume his reading. If the rebels were willing to try such an operation, then they were no doubt getting very close to trying to end this war. Knowing that there was little chance Kakashi would be going back his bed, which was a pity. Enko really had chosen an excellent place for Tsukuyomi to stay. The girls were fantastic. And he supposed the rooms weren't too bad either. Targets 3 and 4 were eliminated, but according to Hitaki Kakashi, whom I encountered on my way to Target 5, we had been allowed to reach them because it benefited the wolves in some way. If he is to be believed, they were aware of our presence since the beginning, and I fear he might have been. How? Asked May. How could he have possibly known? I know we don't have any more leaks. Zabuza had quite smugly removed each and every leak they had in the council, reminding her with each one that he had told her there were too many people with such high clearance within the rebellion. I first knew Kakashi was nearby when I spotted one of his dogs' summons. If he had them patrolling, they'd probably recognized our scent, as most of us have worked with him at least once. Knowing Kakashi was among them before we went, I have to take full blame for such an oversight. Foreign operations usually don't make use of scent elimination due to a lack of Inuzuka equivalents in most villages. You probably should have been prepared for his summons, but you couldn't have expected him to have all of them active at once. The draw from it would be far too detrimental if they're expecting our assault at any moment. May removed some of the blame but left the majority of it for him to shoulder. Did he say anything else that might help us know what they're prepared for? There's not much. Blackrock frowned behind his mask. Him allowing us to eliminate 2 of the loyalist captains indicates that the wolves aren't on the best terms with Kirigakure at the moment, something supported by their patrols around their camp within the village. At the same time, we weren't allowed to accomplish even half of our goal, indicating that they need Kiri strong enough to have a chance against us. You think they intend to stab the loyalists in the back? I know they intend to stab them in the back. I don't know if that was the original intention when they joined together, but it's obvious relations have deteriorated. Beyond that, all he said was personal, as he recognized me and Golden Cloud and referred to us by name. He mentioned it was a mere conflict of business, and that if I was smart, my squad and I would return back to Konoha. May was silent for a moment, a thoughtful frown pulling at her painted lips. Will you? Maid Dano? Will you and your squad return to Konoha as he suggested? Suji shifted a bit, uncomfortable before shaking his head. Honestly, it's probably very sound advice, and I'm inclined to believe it was provided because he didn't want harm to befall any Konoha shinobi, but at the same time we're in Biu and have been given our orders by the Godame Hokage. Konoha never backs down unless they'll end with the upper hand. Not as comforting as I thought it might be. May frowned. But I appreciate your dedication and candid honesty. My apologies. Suji inclined his head. But as Kakashi mentioned, we're not here. Konoha is neutral in this conflict. As much as we'd like to see you victorious, our interests are in stopping Tsukuyomi from gaining more ground more than they are seeing your rebellion through. Is that supposed to be more comforting? As long as Tsukuyomi ties himself to the loyalists, we'll do everything we can to bring them all down together. I suppose that is somewhat more comforting, thank you. Blackrock gave another shallow nod. Of course, Maidano. He frowned behind his mask for a second before asking. You may not know, but have any other members of my squad returned yet? Purple and Blue returned first. They're in the infirmary at the moment. I understand she should be fine. Red and Gold? He asked, earning a shake of her head. No, I'm sorry. I haven't heard anything about them. Cursing internally, Blackrock gave a deeper bow of his head. Thank you, Maidano. I appreciate it. If I may be excused, I'd like to check up on. Before he could finish, a rebel threw open the door and held it for 2 bloodied figures who limped in after him. My deepest apologies. The rebel folded into a low bow in his standing position. They refused to go to the infirmary until they reported back to you, May-sama. That's fine, Hari. She waved him off as Blackrock rushed over to help his comrades make it to the center of the room. Notify the infirmary that they need to be ready for 2 more patients so that when they're done they don't have to wait for aid. At once, May-sama. With another bow, they vacated the room with a solid click of the heavy door. May's attention turned to the 2 Umbu agents, and she realized it looked a lot worse up close. Neither had escaped with fewer than a dozen deep cuts that, even as she watched, seeped blood from underneath their modified uniforms. The crimson liquid covered nearly every inch of their skin and a good portion of their hair, and just from a look she could tell they were both sporting several broken bones and many future bruises. Judging by the smell, what she could get through the scent of blood and sweat, they had also had a run-in with some fire recently. Burned hair was a fragrance she had more experience with than she was typically willing to admit. Long hair and the ability to spit lava were not a good combination sometimes. You two had something to report? May jumped right to it, not just because she was desperate for good news, but because the sooner they were done, the sooner they could receive medical attention. It looks like Blackrock got here before us. Golden Cloud gave a brief laugh, splattering bits of blood all over the concrete floors of the bunker. So you probably have the gist of it, but if nothing else, I can confirm that the wolves aren't just Umbu level, but are probably Umbu trained. He gave another bloody cough that indicated he probably had a rib in his lung at the moment. Blackrock announced that the comms had been compromised, so we dipped from Tango, but not only did we see wolves heading for Foxtrot and Zulu, the standard alternates when Tango fails, but they had laid a larger ambush at Hotel. May shot Blackrock a questioning look. Exfil locations are based on village borders and refer to certain compass headings. It avoids confusion if another squad ends up joining a mission. Suji frowned. Apparently that worked against us this time. And what's the significance of Hotel? A non-standard alternate. Every squad has a preferred exfil for when everything goes completely sideways, and Hotel is ours. I have no doubt the wolves were aware of it due to Hataki Kakashi. Blackrock turned to Golden Cloud. He sends his greetings, by the way. Golden Cloud spat a glob of blood onto the floor. Lovely, I'm glad he's thinking of me. Redwater gave a dry chuckle that quickly turned into a pained cough. There was no blood, but he probably had a broken rib or two. I think that's enough of a report for now, thank you, gentlemen. May gave them all a nod before turning to Blackrock. I can trust you to get them to the infirmary, I hope. Of course. Good. If you see Zabuza or Ao, let them know that it's time. We need to be ready before they have a chance to. Understood. If I don't see them, I'll send someone to find them. Throwing the arms of Golden Cloud and Redwater around his neck, he helped the two out of the room. Kakashi had been right, they hadn't made it easy. 102B games for grown-ups. The thing about a shinobi battle was that it was most often quiet and secretive, a fight done under the noses of oblivious locals, as the two represented the conflicting interests of their villages. The thing about a shinobi war was that there were so many participants it was impossible to conduct it discreetly. The civil war between the loyalists and the rebellion was definitely on the small side for a shinobi war, but it was certainly no skirmish. With the wolves having no doubt alerted the rest of Kirigakure, there was no chance of launching any sort of hidden assault, and so the rebels had instead decided to abandon all thought of secrecy in favor of a direct frontal assault at the southern gate. The only problem was that there was no southern gate to be found. Mei-Ao, Zabuza, Haku, and Chojiro stood abreast at the front of the rebel army, Kisame standing right behind Haku because she was the easiest to see over and stared at the massive wall of white. It wasn't the normal off-white of the faded walls that had survived decades of containing the bloody mist, but rather a brilliant gleaming white that seemed to shimmer as the rising sun shone upon it. Zabuza squinted at it for a few moments before leaning over Haku to elbow Kisame. Hey, those look like scales to you? That another fish joke, Zabuza-chan? Even so, he examined it again himself. Hey, you might be on to something there. Ao? It was all May needed to say for the old hunter Nin to understand and activate his Byakugan. I can't really tell what the texture looks like, he admitted. The entire thing is filled with chakra. Chakra? Zabuza looked at it again and shook his head. I guess we found that giant snake. Giant snake? Asked Kisame with an amused smirk. What's that about? We received reports that it came seeking Tsukuyami, and they mentioned how large it was. May shook her head in disbelief. It's nothing compared to seeing it yourself. That's a snake? Try not to piss yourself, Chojiro. Ao didn't even look at the shaking young man, but with his Byakugan hidden behind his eye patch, who knew what actually held his attention. Ao, it was just some friendly advice, May-sama. He defended himself before quietly adding. Back in my day we pissed ourselves after we had killed it. Zabuza and Kisame gave amused snorts while Haku hid her smile behind her hand. May was less than amused, and Chojiro only seemed to lose more confidence as his face brightened considerably. Regardless of that, this is neither the place nor the time. May rubbed her thumb over the young swordsman's cheek. Don't worry about Ao, I have faith in you, Chojiro-kun. Hi, May-sama. And like that, his confidence was back, a fire burning in his eyes. Ao, Kisame, and Zabuza shared a look before collectively rolling their eyes, and Haku stifled her giggle at how easily he was manipulated by the beautiful older woman. So what's the plan for the snake? We just launching Swait Unjutsu and hoping it dispels? Zabuza rolled his neck in a series of cracks and pops before reaching for his beloved Kubikura Bocho. Sounds good to me. Kisame flashed his sharp teeth. But don't mind if Samahata and I have a bite to eat first. The sword in question gave a pleased rumble at the thought, and the bandages usually covering it started falling to the ground in anticipation. Hey! When did you learn that trick, Samahata? The sword only gave another pleased rumble, conveying with it a smug satisfaction at surprising its wielder again. All these years and you still don't know your sword, Zabuza. I know it's unique, but even you should be able to figure her out. Shut up, Zabuza-chan. Any overly muscled punk can hack away with that overcompensating kitchen knife. A sword like Samahata here takes skill and ability. The sharkskin blade gave an even louder pleased rumble, obviously enjoying the praise and attention being lavished onto her. Ladies, you're both pretty. Ao interrupted. You can make out after we've taken Kirigakure back. Chase, shut up, you old bastard. Yeah, you can't call me pretty, and then go ahead and say the same about someone like Zabuza-chan. You're going to hurt my feelings. Kisame's comment earned a flat stare from Ao and a warning glare from Mei. All of you knock it off, she ordered. Haku and Chojiro are the only two taking this seriously. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Ao lowered his head slightly at the chastisement, but Kisame and Zabuza shared a look. Not really, they chorused. It earned them both an even more heated glare, and when they could start to see steam rising from her exposed shoulders, they decided they were probably best off quitting while they were ahead and still had both of them. We're not attacking the snake directly. For some reason it felt wrong for her to call it a snake. Snakes were small and did their best to avoid humans. This thing was absolutely massive and apparently had no problem settling in around an entire village of people. Even without it, we need to open more room than the gates can provide. The explosion should send it back to the summoning realm. Assuming it's a summon, added Haku helpfully. Mei gave a sour frown. Yes, assuming it's a summon. If it wasn't, they were probably in a lot of trouble. Is there like a signal, or something? A large explosion briefly beat the rising sun in brightness, booming through the air as 1,000 peals of thunder. Oh yeah? Kisame nodded. That works. The morning sunlight danced off white scales as the ancient serpent reared up with a mighty roar, dull yellow eyes only able to lock onto the direction of the rebels after a few flicks of its tongue. Mei-sama? Yes, Haku? It didn't dispel. Thank you, Haku. Anytime, Mei-sama. Anytime. Zabuza wasn't sure he had ever been quite so proud. The fiery reds and oranges of the explosion glinted off his glasses as he pushed them back into their proper spot, the sounds of alarms being stricken following the deafening roar of both explosives and the great elder Koshi. It did not seem pleased at being woken in such a manner. Kabuto glanced over to his left where Gurin stared out towards the south gate with hands over her chest. At her feet, Kidamaru and the Kan twins soundly slept slumped against the small wall that surrounded the roof they were on. He was torn at amusement that they had managed to sleep through it, and disappointment that these were some of the strongest shinobi Orochimaru had to offer. Gurin solved the issue quite easily, lifting one leg and striking all three of them on the head with it before resuming her position. She hadn't taken her gaze off the southern horizon. As little as they got along, even Kabuto could admit she was one hell of a woman. His attention left the waking Oto shinobi as Koshi began moving in the sunlight, splashing the light of his father across the world with his brilliant scales. It seemed to stare to the south for a moment, no doubt looking directly at the rebels despite his supposed blindness, before the rest of his body began to shift. His head and a great length of his long body pulled itself directly behind the north gate, while the rest moved to the west gate before folding back and reaching just past the east gate in a wide arc. It would seem as though the great elder had no intention of stopping the rebels from throwing themselves at their loyalist foes, but he was willing to hinder attacks from other directions. Someone more simple like Kadamura might think it was doing so to help, but Kabuto would bet Koshi wanted to ensure a straightforward attack so that he could watch it for his own amusement. He highly doubted the serpent was anywhere near as blind as he claimed to be. Well, Gurin Kabuto glanced over to the woman. I suppose it's time for us to aid Tsukuyami-sama. Though that might be easier if he was actually present. She gave a small snort. Stop your nitpicking, he doesn't have to be here for us to take care of things for him. She gave a grin. If we do this right, we can have it done before he gets back. Getting ambitious there, Gurin. He pushed his slipping glasses back into place, making a mental note to find a better fitting pair. Just make sure you don't die. Oh, are you worried? She teased. I'm almost flattered. No, I just don't want to drag your ass back to Orochimaru as his next body. Having to use sama when speaking to someone with your face wouldn't be good for my digestion. Ha! She placed one of her legs up on the small wall, preparing to launch herself across the street. Well, in that case, you'd best keep me alive, ass and all. Just try not to do anything too stupid, and I think I can manage. Good. She gave him a nod before turning back to the other 2-3 Odo shinobi. Alright, boys, time to prove you're not completely worthless. With a leap, she vaulted through the sky, landing in a full sprint on the next roof. Kidamaru and the Kan twins shared a look. Do we really have to follow her? We can always pretend we got lost or we're helping the wolves somewhere else. Hey, that's not a bad idea. No, it's not. Kabuto spoke up. But it probably would have been better if you didn't mention it in front of one of your superiors. They turned to him slowly, offering their best innocent smiles. He heard that, did you? One of Kidamaru's many arms scratched the back of his head nervously. We were just joking around a bit, yeah. Some humor before we throw ourselves into a war for Orochimaru-sama's prince. Yeah, definitely, nodded both twins. Oh, I see. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again. That's good, otherwise I would have had to tell Orochimaru-sama, or worse, Tsukuyami-sama himself. Who knows what they might have done to you? The color drained from their faces. Ah, yeah, good thing it was a joke, haha. Yeah, good thing. Sakan chuckled. Just a joke, Yukon agreed. So now that you're done joking, I think it would be a good time for you to head off to join Guren, don't you? Kabuto asked before a small smile tugged at her lips. Unless you fancy her searching for you only to find you exactly where you were when she ordered you to head out. They were gone in an instant. As much as he disliked her, she did have her uses, present or not. Now let's see how this goes. If nothing else, it was going to be an interesting day. He only wished it didn't have to be wet too. The rebels didn't waste a single precious moment charging for the newly widened gate as soon as the massive serpent drew away to observe the coming battle. The loyalists were kind enough to have a welcoming party at the ready to greet them. Launch, launch, launch! The loyalists fired highly pressurized blasts of water and massive dragons of the same towards the oncoming rebels, but it didn't do much as they split apart to avoid them. But for all the good dodging did, they would never manage to enter the city on it alone. The back of the assault halted, finding as steady footing as they could in the muddy ground. Draw! One rebel among them stood tall, hand raised into the sky with open palm. Form. The collected chakra was shaped into jutsu as his fingers closed into a fist. Wipe these assholes out of our city. Perhaps not proper, but it got the idea across well enough. His fist was thrown forward with fingers pointed towards the line of loyalists along the broken wall, and his comrades let loose a volley of their own jutsu. While Yagura's men didn't have as much space to dodge the attacks, they did have more cover readily available as they scattered to either side of the standing wall, or down the alleys to either side of the exposed and mostly destroyed homes that had sat at the farthest edges of the city. But while the rebel attack didn't bring with it any loyalist casualties, it did something arguably more important: it bought them time. The majority of the rebel force pressed on as jutsu tore through the air above their heads, and by the time the loyalists popped out from cover, they were almost upon them. The loyalists were more than willing to respond in kind, and a tide of Kirigakure shinobi poured from the broken wall to end this bloody war once and for all. Regardless of victor, Kirigakure would finally know peace. Inside its own walls, at least. Despite being a war between Mizuno Kuni factions, the clash between them was perhaps less gruesome than it might have been between others. Suiten techniques typically crushed or cut, which was far cleaner than the burning hoton, grinding doton, shredding futon, or piercing raiton. Not that it was any more pleasant for the recipient being crushed to death by a giant dragon of water that turned your insides to soup through the sheer force with which it struck you wouldn't be fun for anyone. It was a hell of a lot easier to clean though, and it wasn't nearly as horrid to look at in the middle of a battle. But while the thought did run through her mind for a second, Mei's attention was focused elsewhere. Specifically, it was focused on Yagura. For reasons she didn't know but could probably guess pretty accurately, he had moved a chair onto the roof of the Mizukage Tower and reclined in it seemingly without a care in the world. Worse than his show of relaxed confidence, even from here she knew he was staring right at her, daring her to try getting into his village. Bastard didn't even have the decency to meet her on the battlefield. Honestly, she should have expected as much. Zabuzuki-same. Her voice caught their attention easily enough. I need you to clear me a path through Yagura's forces. It looks like Mizukage-sama's being a bit shy today. You know I'm just here to help Zabuza-chan kill a daimyo, right? You're going to pass up on an opportunity to fight? She scoffed. I don't think there's a member of the Seven Swordsmen aside from Chojiro capable of such. Besides, isn't Samahata hungry? That she is. The sword in question rumbled in agreement as he removed it from his back and lazily shouldered it. Come on, Zabuza-chan, there's more than time to kill until Tsukuyumi graces us with his presence. Sounds good to me, Sashimi. Zabuza's grin pulled in bandages taunt across his face. We doing this as straight kills or by points? Points, of course. Kisame grinned back. Standard spread bonus points for any wolves. Double at Umbu? Nah, that's way too high. Double Jonin. Fair enough. Kubikurubocho was lowered into the soft earth, as eager to tear through it as it was to bite into flesh. Haku? The young woman gave a sigh but complied with her all but father's request. Ready, both swordsmen crouched low in preparation. Slay! They were off like lightning, laughing as they ran. What was that? Asked Ao from his position next to Mei, his Byakugan allowing him to survey the entire battle with general ease. A game the Seven Swordsmen like to play. Points are determined by the rank of those you kill. Highest points at the end wins. There are a couple variants, but they all know the basic rules. Chojiro shifted nervously. I don't know the rules. You'll learn when you become one of the seven. I am. Haku glanced over to him with a raised brow. Mei might have decided you're going to be one of them, but until they initiate you, you're just a boy with a very important sword. Oh? How do they initiate new members? The Seven Swordsmen were more of a brotherhood than an organization, and the culture they had developed among themselves wasn't well known to outsiders. As experienced as Ao was, he didn't know much about those maniacs with swords, as he liked to call them when they did something particularly reckless or stupid. Isn't it obvious? A small smile spread across Haku's lips. They invite you to play a game. Tsukuyumi-sama, Tsukuyumi-sama. The company of wolves turned to their sibling as they burst forth from the fog and twisted trees in search of their father. The man in question looked up from a beaten and bloody rebel and rose from his crouch. Tsukuyumi-sama. The wolf darted right to him, dropping to a knee and hanging his head. What is it, child? The rebels have launched their attack, Tsukuyumi-sama. The final battle of the Bloodline War is commencing at this very moment. The Kirigakure loyalists among the group gave a cheer, pleased to know it was nearly over and eager to participate. The wolves fed off of that, riling themselves up for imminent bloodshed, and none of them were more excited than those bearing the mark of the man-eaters. Somehow he had managed to create a cult within what was already essentially a cult. He seemed inexplicably talented at that. Excellent, you have done well. Tsukuyumi reached down and ruffled the man's hair as a reward before turning to Katsuri. Select a squad to finish up the bunkers, we're heading back to Kirigakure. Hi, Tsukuyumi-sama. She turned back to her wolves and began picking out those who would continue to carry out their father's will in his absence. Unsurprisingly, there weren't any volunteers to sit out of Kirigakure's final battle. Those chosen, however, didn't so much as mutter a single complaint, instead standing tall with the knowledge that they would be doing Tsukuyumi's work. They're ready, Tsukuyumi-sama. Katsuri announced after a few short minutes. The young daimyo gave a satisfied nod. Good, there's no time to waste. He turned to the line of wolves chosen to clear out the final few bases and approached one at random. You're in charge, declared Tsukuyumi as he pressed his map into her hands. Do not fail me. Not even in death, Tsukuyumi-sama. I'll hold you to that. Taking a step back, he addressed the rest of her group. You have 4 bunkers left. I expect for them to be fully cleared out and destroyed by the time you join us back in Kirigakure. If you hurry, you may be able to participate in the battle, but that is not an excuse for carelessness or sloppy work. You are wolves, and more than that, you are my wolves. Show me my faith is not misplaced. Never, Tsukuyumi-sama, they chorused. Go prove it. They were gone before he could blink, tearing through the misty forests of Mizu-no-Kuni without any regard for stealth. They wouldn't need it for a while yet, not until they drew near the first bunker, and perhaps not at all if all the rebels had been committed to the fight at Kirigakure, but Tsukuyumi shook his head at their departure. Hadn't he just told them not to be sloppy? If he heard they had lost a rebel, or were ambushed because the rebels had heard them coming, he was going to have them clean up whatever remained of Kirigakure after the battle by themselves. Tsukuyumi rounded on the rest of the wolves who watched him eagerly. Well? He asked. What are you waiting for? Our prey scurries to the walls of Kirigakure. With a massive cheer they too took off in the general direction of the hidden village. He supposed in comparison the first group really was moving discreetly. By the time they had reached Kirigakure the battle had been going on for quite some time, but despite the obvious casualties scattered over the muddy ground both sides were still going strong. What the rebels lacked in skill they made up in sheer numbers, and the loyalists had their hands full trying to keep the horde at bay. There were also many more people involved in this battle than Tsukuyumi had anticipated. Of course, seeing it play out was far different than looking at projected figures and estimates of how many able bodies the rebels had available. Honestly, Tsukuyumi didn't mind at all. His children were looking forward for a chance to stretch their legs without having to hold back. Go hunt, he commanded them. But if you die, I will drag you back from hell and punish you so severely that when you are finally allowed to return, they'll pity you. With yelps of excitement, they surged forward, a tide of rabid dogs eager to sink their teeth into the tender flesh of his enemies. It was glorious, but it wasn't enough. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to crush absolutely everything in the god's forsaken country. As it so happens, he had plenty of resources to draw upon to aid him in turning that into reality. Karura, his voice echoed through the seal. I need you. A long breathy purr followed his call, oozing sexual satisfaction. You don't know how much I love the sound of that, my beloved. It was only the fact that he was moments away from joining the battle that would finally allow him to correct his mistakes that kept him from imagining how she looked as she said that. He couldn't afford distractions at the moment, no matter how tempting they might be. Ask, my lord. Anything you desire, ask, and it is yours. I need your chakra, Karura. I will not last this fight on mine alone. Must you fight? He could see her pouty frown as she asked him that, her face scrunched up in a mixture of displeasure and concern. I don't want you to get hurt. My children need me. It was all he needed to say. Even in the limited time they had spent together, she understood him well enough to know how important his children were to him. The family he had built for himself was everything to him. Knowing that both she and her son were a part of that family spread a pleasant tingle of warmth through her body, and made her heart swell in joy. Then use my chakra to stay safe. A warmth surged through Tsukuyumi's body as his chakra coils were flooded with the energy of the Ichibi. I will do what I can to lessen the damage, but I cannot keep it up forever, and your body cannot take the strain of using too much. She warned him. Come back to me safely, beloved. We have a son to raise. Thank you, Karura. Anything for you, beloved. Anything. She fell silent with those parting words, focusing the whole of her attention to ensuring her power did as little harm to her lord as possible. Reaching under the black armor he wore, he withdrew O's amulet and let it hang in proud contrast to the rest of his attire. What little sun shattered through the rolling sea of gray clouds caught against it unnaturally, and made it shine as gold as the eyes peering out from behind his mask. He had been given the word of a serpent earlier, it was time to test it. A great cloud of smoke burst forth under him as the name rolled from his lips in a command like the crack of thunder. Manda. Chapter 103. Manda. The name rolled from his lips in a command like the crack of thunder, and was answered by a great cloud of smoke. Orochimaru. A deep voice rumbled from beneath Tsukuyumi's feet, cords of muscle shifting under purple scales as the body took its place in the world. You'd best have my sacrifices, or I'll tear the contract apart myself. Calm yourself, Manda. Tsukuyumi's voice was cold and calm, the soft winter wind that sent shivers down your spine. It was not Orochimaru who called for you. Manda's diamond head turned to look down at the figure on his back, observing the golden eyes that practically glowed with power, and the amulet around his neck that caught the light against the black backdrop of his armor, as if the sun itself was burning through the night sky. No, the disbelief in his voice was unmistakable. No, it can't be. Awe and confusion quickly became full denial and soon after anger. It's a trick, just a trick. There's no way another high priest has been chosen by O. I don't believe it. You dare style yourself as the high priest of O? Speak, deceiver. You sound like a child not getting what he wants, Manda. The flat stare levied by those golden eyes was worse than any glare could ever be. You're a disgrace to the line of O. Silence! Manda roared. I will not be spoken down to by the likes of you. The likes of me? Tsukuyumi's voice had fallen into a dangerous whisper. I am Tsukuyumi, High Priest of O. To challenge me is to challenge him. Do not test our patience, child. When he spoke to his wolves, that word was always said warmly, filled with the love he held for them. Now, however, it bit into its recipient like a tongue of cold steel. For the briefest of seconds a glimmer of fear entered his eyes, but it was quickly consumed by the burning fires of his rage. You dare? Golden eyes narrowed behind cracked white porcelain. I don't have the time nor patience to argue with such a vain, toothless worm. Black chains slipped out from beneath Tsukuyomi's armor, flecked with small specks of gold and possessing a faint, eerie yellow glow. The great elder Koshi gave me his word that his children would answer my call. It seems as though obedience is an entirely different matter. Still his voice lost its edge but gained instead an airy malevolence that was somehow much worse. I don't necessarily need your cooperation to make use of you. His chains quickly wrapped around the snake in an inky cocoon of black armor, leaving his head mostly uncovered but looping around Manda's upper and lower jaw. The links of solid chakra snapped away from their creator as they finished locking into place, but a looped length of them lifted from their captive to rest against his open palm. Blue-gray eyes stared at Tsukuyomi in disbelief and tried to speak against the chains that held his mouth in place. What escaped was little more than a muffled, unintelligible roar not fitting for the lowliest of beasts. Silence, Manda, commanded the daimyo. Worms have no right to speak to the high priest of O. Disbelief turned to horror as the chains pulled his head away from the high priest. In fact, you have yet to earn the right to gaze upon me. Tsukuyomi turned his attention to the battle pockets of heavy conflict between which danced individual combatants. With a firm grasp on the reins of his war serpent, he directed his chains to turn Manda's body in the direction of his foes, and the corded muscle and shifting scales had no choice but to obey. Sparing a glance to the sky, what little light cracked through the clouds seemed to intensify ever so slightly. Are you watching, Serpent of the Sun? He murmured quietly. And will you be amused? There was no response, but he hadn't expected there would be. What he did have was the feeling he was being watched, and he was fairly certain it wasn't by someone on the battlefield. Thanks, Yukushi-sensei. The healed enough to get back into the fight anyway, Loyalist managed to force himself into a sitting position, one of his hands feeling the bandages around his stomach that had been leaking blood mere minutes before. If you're going to keep trying to get yourself killed, I'm going to let you so I can help others. This is the third time you've been here. Ha! If you weren't here, there probably wouldn't have been a second time. Kabuto pushed his glasses back up his nose and gave the man a flat stare. There shouldn't have been a second time. Stop losing. Hey, I'll give it my best. That certainly doesn't inspire confidence. Ha! Geez, Yakushi-sensei, I think your wounds do more damage than the rebels. If you get hit again, at least make sure it's serving some use, such as a meat shield for someone more competent. The loyalist chuckled as he left the small shop that had been commandeered as a makeshift medical center, the old bell above the door chiming merrily at his passing. Shaking his head, Kabuto turned to his next patient, one he knew damn well was not going to be returning back into the battle. The missing leg was going to see to that quite well. The rebels had certainly kept him busy, but Kabuto was just glad he hadn't had any Odo shinobi dragged into his little domain. Not because he didn't want them to be injured, no, he was just hoping that they had been injured enough that he didn't have to waste his time keeping them alive. Though he supposed that as long as he didn't have to heal them, it didn't matter if they were slaughtering the rebels in droves. Though judging by the number of injured loyalists he had to get to, still they either weren't, or were targeting the wrong side. Actually, on second thought, he really didn't think he could stand the thought nor the smug grin of Guren becoming a heroine of Kirigakure. And on that note, one of the three morons managing that would be even worse. Best to just hope they were dead. Didn't I kill you already? Zabuza swiped his beloved Kubikuru Bocho at a loyalist who just barely managed to jump out of the way. Twice. Haha. I've missed Shinobi with some bite to him. Seriously, if Mei hadn't been in, and you know the leader of the rebellion, Zabuza definitely would have stayed with Kirigakure. Not only did they have shinobi worth a damn, but he would have had many more targets fighting against the rebels. Hey Kisame! Zabuza called out for his friend. Comrade? Brother in arms? Mentor? Sashimi-sensei? Would he like that last one? Does it still count if your opponents keep coming back? What? I've killed this guy, the loyalist helpfully interjected twice. Twice now already. Should we consider that half points or something? Yeah, sure. Kisame grunted as he took a kunai to the side and returned the favor with a backhanded swing of Samahata. but only because I'm sure I've fought some of these fuckers before too. A chorus of agreement came from the Kirigakure loyalists surrounding him. Right bunch of masochist Saint Cha. Are you complaining, Sashimi-sensei? Hell no! Kisame roared with laughter. I'm enjoying this so much I can't even be mad at that name. Shit, if they were all naked busted women I'd think I'd died in my sleep and passed on. Samahata shaved away an arm from one of the loyalists the former owner dragged away from the front lines. I guess that one won't be back. Say, who do I have to thank for keeping me busy? That would be Yakushi-sensei, one of the loyalists supplied helpfully as his strike was parried by Samahata. Tsukuyami had him brought in. Definitely a good choice, I'd say. Zabuza snorted Kubikaribocho, removing the head of a loyalist. Say you lot wouldn't know where Tobi is, would you? Tobi? The one in the orange mask. Haven't seen her actually. The loyalist gave a shrug followed by a swift duck to avoid Kisame's attack. She's probably further into Kirigakure. Thanks. The return swing caught the man across the face with a spray of blood and a meaty crack, most likely of his neck. Wonder if you'll end up coming back too. Kisame grinned. The man, or perhaps corpse, had brought up a good point though. Iwai Zabuza. What? Weren't we supposed to be clearing a path? The Konoha shinobi did that already mazed through. Yeah, I figured. She's not patient. Between Mei Zabuza and himself, well, none of them were well versed in that particular virtue. But doesn't that mean the fun opponents are that way too? Zabuza paused halfway through a swing, his blade catching in the pelvis of some poor bastard he'd probably end up having to cut down again later. Yeah. It would make sense. Then why are we still here? You need a reason for senseless slaughter? Well, no. A blue hand grabbed the face of a loyalist and threw him over his comrades. But it is getting kind of boring fighting the same people over and over. Not exactly the same people. Enough of them were being put down permanently that new opponents were able to take their own shots, but they both noticed those faces that kept popping up. I wouldn't mind a bit of variety to spice things up. So you want to head out? Maybe after a few more rounds. Gouts of magma spilled over dragons of coral onto to become twisting walls of stone as waves of ocean water washed over it to sap away all heat. Mists of corrosive acid snaked through the openings to slowly wear away the stone, only to be denied their victory as another coral dragon smashed through on its way to its target. Mei coated this dragon as she had the last lava dripping from painted lips, and the cycle continued yet again. What should have been an incredible battle between the leaders of two ideals had instead been reduced into this tedious dance of a stalemate, because for as much as Yugura wanted to be rid of the rebels so he could return to his work, he couldn't be bothered to put himself into the fight. It was one of the reasons the rebels had managed to survive and drag out this war for so long, and the only reason Mei was alive at the moment. Even without the Sanbai, he was the most powerful shinobi in Kirigakure, which is why he had been made Mizukage. That and his incredible organizational skills, of course. But what Yugura held in skill he lacked in passion, and this fight with Mei seemed more a chore to him than anything else. Why couldn't she just spare them both the trouble and give up? Fleeing Mizu no Kuni or committing suicide would have spared them both the trouble, but if she was still intent of remaining in Kirigakure, he could have a nice cell arranged for her surrender. With a wave of his hand, a wall of water shot up to intercept a blast of flame, and he shot the source of it a glare through the steam. There was also the matter of her little friends. Kirigakure Umbu used to be one of the most feared groups in the world, filled with shinobi as skilled, dedicated, and professional as they were bloodthirsty and ruthless. It had been glorious. Alas, years of fighting nothing but rebels had caused their edge to dull and their skills to rust. It hadn't been anything significant, but against one of Konohagakure's top Umbu squads it had been enough to cause their ruin. They were going to be a pain to replace after the rebellion was finally crushed. Or burn themselves out. Honestly, he liked the thought of the latter far more. The image of them slowly dying in one of their caves while the more civilized shinobi of untainted blood enjoyed the comforts of society helped put him to sleep each night. Never mind the fact that most of the rebels didn't have bloodlines, he had done a very good job before they had the chance to slip away. The fact that they'd rather live like beasts alongside them was more than enough to condemn them to the same fate. Kirigakure, for all its bloodlust, was still a civilized place. Their violence was guided by laws and procedure mostly. Nowhere was perfect, but they certainly weren't savages. Unlike the rebels. Admittedly, for a savage, Mei really did possess an excellent sense of style. That dress of hers was exquisite. He probably would have suggested a more seafoam green, maybe accented with a nice cream color, but the blue did pop pretty well against her hair and eyes. And he supposed the rebels didn't exactly have a surplus of resources at their disposal. Dresses he would assume were not very high priority. He made a note to figure out who her seamstress or tailor was after this, though it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Another ball of fire reminded him of his previous train of thought, and he spared the Konoha Umbu a glance as his crashing waves smothered the flames. The Umbu didn't have long to watch his attack fail as he defended himself from his own assailant. The wolves, as it so happened, were useful for something. He tried not to dwell on the fact that they were the ones here acting to protect him, while his own forces were making absolutely no progress wiping out the rebels. They were, however, doing an admirable job of holding back Hoshigaki Kisame. He was kind of hard to miss even from this distance, and Momochi Zabuza, that blade was very distinctive, which was no small feat. There was something off about the wolves aiding him, though. For being, or at least he assumed they were the highest ranking among them, they seemed incapable of finishing off their opponents. In fact, for the most part, they seemed to be playing with the rebels and their allies instead of actually taking things seriously. How terribly unprofessional. Almost lazily, he spun his staff into a shield of water to halt another series of small magma globs from reaching him. I don't know why I bothered thinking this would be a fight. Yagura's expression didn't change in the slightest, and his comments seemed full of blunt honesty more than any sort of taunting. Don't you know I have paperwork that needs doing? How inconsiderate. A wave of growing corals surged vaguely towards his opponent, followed closely by another water dragon that didn't come anywhere near Mei. Why couldn't people just be as reasonable as he was? Lazy anarchists, the lot of them. So I see Purple Sky is doing well. Kakashi leaned to the side to avoid one of her shuriken as his tanto blocked one of Blackrock's longer than normal kunai. That's good. Suji swiped out with his second blade only for Kakashi to duck beneath it. I'm sure she appreciates the concern. Does she? The son of the White Fang launched himself towards Suji, his open palm coming up towards his mask. How sweet of her. Blackrock immediately dropped his attack, backpedaling to avoid Kakashi's crouched lunge. Umbu masks were designed to hide identities, intimidate opponents, and reduce embarrassing injuries from carelessness. It was not intended to stop Hatake Kakashi from painfully shattering it into your face, something the bastard knew all too well. Isn't it? Suji managed to grunt out as Kakashi's left-handed palm thrust instead became a spin that brought his tanto up in a diagonal strike. To his credit, Blackrock managed to block it, if barely, but now with both hands occupied and Kakashi again within grabbing distance, he quickly found a hand around his throat. You know what I would have appreciated, Suji? Kakashi didn't give him a chance to answer. If you had done the smart thing and dragged your team out of here like I told you to. Kakashi turned to the left, pulling Suji to his back and flipping him over his shoulder. Before he could press his advantage against his downed opponent, Kakashi was forced to block a volley of sharp metal thrown by Purple Sky that gave Blackrock just enough time to kip back up to his feet, winded but able. Well, I thought about it, but the idea of going back to Hokage-sama having failed our mission wasn't an attractive prospect. Suji shrugged. Plus, have you seen the leader of the rebellion? How could you not want to spend more time around a woman like that? Kakashi turned to look at Mei, himself deftly blocking an attack to his side without ever removing his attention from her. Yeah, I see what you mean. He cocked his head over his shoulder to meet Suji's eyes. But I wouldn't say she's worth dying over. Blackrock only just managed to see the reflection of pink in Kakashi's visible eye before he was struck from the side by a massive crystal dragon. You're not the only one with allies around here, Suji. Kakashi admonished him. You need to pay better attention. He turned to give Girin a small wave. Thanks, that was a nice shot. Nice? I fucking missed my target, you asshole. Kakashi gave her a flat look. And if you hadn't said that, I would have never known. Might have even bought you a drink. Her cheeks changed colors to match her crystals. Shut up and finish them off so you can return the favor and help me. I thought you missed. It still helped you, didn't it? Fair. Kakashi shrugged. I suppose I can lend a hand when I'm done. Quickly if you could. She requested. This one's too damn slippery. Yeah, that's true for you. He was the same way when it came time for cleaning duties. Che, whatever, just hurry up, and her cheeks ceased to match her crystal, deepening into a vibrant red. Please don't tell Tsukumi-sama. What, that you missed? I didn't miss. That you hit the wrong target? Why, yeah, that. We'll just say I was lending you a hand, yeah? You believed it. It's technically correct, I guess, sure. Guren gave a relieved sigh just a bit too early. But you owe me for this. Guren narrowed her eye at him. I swear to the gods if you try getting sexual favors or something from this I will hide behind Tsukuyomi-sama without hesitation or shame. He'll protect me from you. Kakashi stared at her for a moment in silence before his head cocked to the side both in question and to avoid one of Purpleski's last kunai. I have to know, does Orochimaru just attract women like you and Enko to him, or does he somehow condition you all to be so damn similar? It's not similar, you're looking for perfect clones then. Kakashi concluded with a bob of his head. I guess that makes sense. He narrowly avoided the pink dragon that flew past him and sent Purple Sky darting for cover from her perch on a nearby roof. She hadn't been fully recovered from her run-in with the wolves, but if that hit her it wouldn't be a problem anymore. Kakashi was pretty sure she had managed to avoid it. Most of it, at least. That was aimed at me, wasn't it? Shut up. Her red cheeks glowed with a vengeance. And don't you dare tell Tsukuyomi-sama. That's 2 favors, but I don't know why you're so worried. He finds it absolutely adorable when his girls get embarrassed. He knew for a fact that the dragon that roared towards him after that comment had been aimed for him. Fortunately, it had also missed its intended target. It did make him wonder who it had managed to hit, though. Oh, come on. Don't you want to play with me? Enko asked sweetly. Fuck no, I don't. What kind of idiot do I look like? Redwater dodged another one of Enko's summoned snakes, aware that they were probably venomous enough to put him down with one bite. One might argue that they were more dangerous than Enko, but there was only one thing more dangerous than Enko in a playful mood. Well, you didn't take the opportunity to run when you and your team had the chance. She pointed out helpfully. He opened his mouth to object before stopping himself. You know, that's actually a fair point. I'm not going to pretend I don't regret staying, but I was really hoping one of the others would have to fight you instead. Oh, Enko cooed. You say the sweetest things. Does that mean you'll go easier on me now? The laugh he received in response was not comforting, but it had been worth a try. That's adorable. I'm almost sad that I have to kill you now. She grinned. Well, not really. Tsukuyomi-sama is sure to reward me. A hungry look entered her eyes and Redwater almost couldn't believe it. Gods above, is the Mitarashi Enko actually in a relationship with someone? He couldn't see the way she pouted behind her half mask, but he had no trouble seeing the way she crossed her arms over her chest and cocked a hip to the side. Is it really so surprising? She asked dangerously. No. Redwater began shaking his head but quickly stopped himself. Actually, yeah, it is kind of surprising someone managed to catch your attention. Ah, you are just the sweetest thing, aren't you? Her beaming smile was seen easily enough in her eyes despite being hidden. Tsukuyomi-sama is quite the catch, even as a lover. Okay, that did make a bit more sense. The idea of Enko in a traditional relationship just seemed wrong. She simply wasn't the traditional type. It was strange that she almost seemed as if she would want to consider herself more than just his lover. For the sake of his own sanity, Redwater wisely decided not to question it. So any other sweet things you want to try on me, or can I get back to killing you now? I'd really rather you didn't, huh? You can't think you can get me all worked up with such sweet words and not expect me to spill your manda? She trailed off as her attention was caught by the sight of the large purple serpent almost completely covered in a thick layer of black chains. What the fuck? She took a few steps closer, not that it helped much, and squinted as if it would somehow grant her the vision of a hawk. She did not need amazing vision, however, to be able to make out the stream of red trailing behind a figure on Manda's back. Tsukuyomi? She grinned widely behind her half-mask. Oh gods, only you would have the gall to use Manda like that. Enko rubbed her thighs together in an effort to alleviate some of the growing warmth, but it didn't help. She needed something to play with. Now. She spun back to Redwater only to find him long gone and let out a string of curses that would have Taiya blushing like an innocent schoolgirl. Manda crashed into the main body of the rebel forces, his massive body thrashing about clumsily, and his mouth pulled open by black chains. Far less deaths than he would have liked resulted from it, but Tsukuyomi was still pleased that he was able to utilize Manda in such a fashion. It was no surprise that he immediately caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield, rebels staring at him in horror while wolves and loyalists released great cheers at having such a fearsome beast fighting for them. Tsukuyomi, Tsukuyomi. The chant started quietly but quickly built up into a roar. Standing easily on the serpent's back, makeshift reins in hand, Tsukuyomi looked down to the wolves while the rebels scrambled to avoid the thrashing body of the head of the snake clan. "Come, children," he chided them. "This is no time to play with your food chains," drove Manda to snap at one of the fleeing rebels, devouring him whole. "I want to be home by morning." Tsukuyomi, wolf and loyalist alike, screamed his name and charged forward with renewed vigor, taking advantage of the rebels' currently exposed flank. Not all of them charged, however, as 2 pockets of them remained surrounding a pair of swordsmen near the broken wall. With the thought, Manda was pulled in that direction to coil around the fighters and allow Tsukuyomi a better look. "And what have we here?" he asked. "Can the lot of you not take on a pair of aging swordsmen?" The loyalist shied away from his gaze while the swordsman in question looked up to notice him for the first time. "Oh." Kisame blinked up at the giant snake and its rider before turning to Zabuza. "Is that what all the yelling was about?" Zabuza just offered a shrug and cut down another loyalist. His second swing was halted as a black chain entered the hole of his blade and held fast against his every effort to continue. "It's rather rude for you to attack them when I'm trying to speak with them. I wasn't aware wolves cared about being polite." "We don't." His chains drove the Kubikuribocho deep into the soft earth. "But I expect to be shown the proper respect." "Ha! Don't you know who we are, kid?" Zabuza shook his head. "We're 2 of the original 7 swordsmen. It's going to take a lot more than riding a giant snake to earn our respect." "It's a good start, though," Kisame added. "Quite the striking image." "I am no child, Momochi." Zabuza golden eyes narrowed from behind his mask. "I am the father of wolves." Tsukuyomi. "How so? He does know who we are," grinned Kisame. "But he's still damn short for a god. Hey, you think he descended from his heavenly throne to help Yagura because he sympathized with being vertically challenged?" An amused snort escaped Zabuza's bandages. "Maybe, Kisame. Maybe. It seems as though you don't know to take me seriously." Tsukuyomi dropped the reins of Manda and leapt down from his back as his chains sent him barreling in a random direction to spread chaos and destruction. "That can be rectified." The golden chakra that flooded his system began to surge through his tenketsu, and a sickly yellow color stretched around him, molding to bone and armor alike until it appeared as little more than an unnatural reflection of the light. Even so, the 2 swordsmen could still feel the change in the air and shared a look. They had missed something big. But they weren't 2 of the 7 swordsmen for nothing. "Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about," cheered Kisame. "Someone worth fighting. Hey, I can practically feel the inhuman bloodlust leaking off of you, kid. You probably would have made a good member of the swordsmen." Kubikuribocho was ripped from the ground while Tsukuyomi was otherwise occupied. "It's a damn shame I'm going to have to use you as a messenger boy for my buddies in hell." Che fools. They were sure they heard the word, but it was hard to tell if it had come from Tsukuyomi's mouth or had been the hiss of the deadly chakra surrounding him, instantly evaporating the water and the air around him. For the briefest of seconds the yellow sheen almost seemed to flicker, as tongues of flame wreathing his body. "I am Tsukuyomi, daimyo of Nami no Kuni and High Priest of O." "Oh?" Kisame didn't have a chance to receive his answer, as the black chain flashed gold and Kubikuribocho was ripped from Zabuza's grasp to come swinging back down at him. Samahata caught the blade against her scales without too much difficulty, but things simply couldn't be so easy. The golden chakra from the chain spread to Kubikuribocho, causing the metal to groan ominously and Samahata to release a pained whine as it began biting through her scales. Shit. Kisame swung Samahata with all his might, sending Kubikuribocho flying away, but with the chain wrapped firmly around both blade and handle, it only bought him a few precious seconds he wasted trying to attack Tsukuyomi directly. With the strength of a biju flowing freely through him, it was child's play for Tsukuyomi to catch Samahata in his hand. At first Kisame gave a grin, eager to see the kid before him start panicking as his chakra abandoned him, but after his few seconds were up, Tsukuyomi showed no sign of having been drained at all. Kubikuribocho returned, nearly slicing through Kisame, and continued to cut down 2 rebels before coming to rest by the young daimyo's hand. Meeting Zabuza's eyes, he wrapped his fingers around its handle and gave it a few swings to get a proper feel for it. It was a nice blade, if almost unwieldy, die to its sheer weight. Dropping it again, it remained in the air near his hand, held aloft by his glowing chains. A sharp stabbing pain shot through his arm, followed by a burning sensation that made him feel as though his muscles were melting beneath his skin. Karura's chakra was beginning to take its toll already. He needed to wrap this up, but that meant he needed to take out a very specific target. Hurling Kubikurabocho at Zabuza as one might throw a Kanai Kirigakure's demon, only narrowly avoided being ran through with his own blade. Had I more time, I would show you exactly what I was capable of, but neither of you are the prize I seek today. It almost sounds like you're trying to run off from our fight when it was just getting fun. Kisame gave Samahata a twirl. We can't be having that now, can we, Zabuza? No, the only real indication of the man's rage was his gravely voice and the ocean of bloodlust spilling from him. We can't? Very well. His chains vanished in wisps of black smoke, and he turned his attention inwards. Karura, I'm going to need the full tale. My lord, I'll be finished soon, Karura. I promise. His answer was in the form of another surge of corrosive energy pulsing through his body, the sheen of yellow over his armor brightening into a vibrant gold that hid it from view entirely. Wisps of chakra flickered along his shoulders like tongues of flame, and his red hair raised slightly, almost floating in the sheer pressure of chakra leaking from his body. Damn, Zabuza whistled. That's a lot of chuck. His eyes widened significantly. Wait, I've felt this before. Oh. What has little Zabuza-chan been doing while I was away that brought him into conflict with the Biju? Kisame looked a little nervous but mostly hungry. He sure as hell didn't remember anyone like this being mentioned when they were talking about the Jinchuriki they were being assigned. It was almost like a surprise entree. He just wasn't completely sure if it was going to be appetizing or if he'd be feeling it the next day. Biju? Zabuza spared Kisame a glance for only a second, loath to take his attention away from what was quickly becoming a serious threat. So we have a Jinchuriki on our hands? It looks like it. Kisame knew it was possible for pseudo-Jinchuriki to be created by sealing residual chakra into people. Pain has explained that it might be the best way to obtain the Kyuubi, but he was still looking into how much of the Biju was needed for the plans he still hadn't shared with them, but they typically had less control. This Tsukuyumi seemed to have complete effortless control. Briefly, Kisame wondered if Biju could take on human forms, and this was one of those they didn't have much information on. But last he checked, the Nibi was supposed to be blue, and that was the only Biju to favor fire that wasn't accounted for. He also didn't recall any snake Biju either. Or wolf, for that matter. Zabuza-sama, Zabuza-sama. Haku dropped down from the wall to land next to her master. I felt the chakra. Are you alright? We're fine, Haku. Thank you. You took your girl to fight a Biju before too? Kisame grinned. Maybe you're not as bad a parent as I thought. Haku gave him a glare intense enough that Kisame's grin vanished. He really hoped she didn't teach that to Mei. The older Kunoichi had nothing on the Hayatan user. Zabuza-sama and I ran into Konoha's Jinchuriki back and wave before the wolves. She turned her glare over to Tsukuyumi. Took it over. Oh, she kicked your ass, did she? Kisame's grin was back. Much like him, it couldn't be kept down for long. And I'd gladly let Naruko-chan kick it again if it provided more chances to steal kisses from her. Ha! I take it all back, Zabuza, you're an amazing parent. I don't know how the hell she turned out so well with you as her father. I'm just that good. Their banter was interrupted when Tsukuyumi raised a finger at the last of the Yuki clan. You've been kissing Naruko? He asked. Uzumaki Naruko? I have jealous? An amused snort escaped him. Of you? No. He shook his head, the faintest of grins hidden behind his mask. Of my sister? Well, she could have worse prospects interested in her. It started as almost a giggle, then a chuckle, and finally full-blown laughter from Kisame. Why, you've been kissing the sister of Tsukuyumi. That's going to be a hell of a family reunion. Why, you're her brother. On one hand, that might explain the family issues Naruko briefly mentioned back in Wave. On the other, Kisame was partially right. It would be beyond strange to have ties of any sorts to such a man. Once. His head cocked to the side slightly in thought. But in memory of that run. What? Run. Tsukuyumi repeated. I offer this only because you know her. You will not be given the opportunity again. You probably should get out of here, Haku. This Jinchuriki doesn't seem all that partial to you. We should get out of here. She corrected. What? This time he fully turned from Tsukuyumi to give his daughter a questioning gaze. You're not getting into a fight with the person who could be my brother-in-law in the future. She placed her fists against her hips. That's probably one of your future in-laws. Hey. You go after whomever you like, but don't be dragging me into it too. You know she does have a point. Kisame scratched his chin. It's probably not the best way to make a good first impression on your daughter's future family. You just want him all to yourself. Hey, you know me too. Before Kisame could finish answering, Tsukuyomi was in his face, a Biju-empowered fist shattering ribs as traces of the corrosive chakra began eating away at his blue skin. If that's what you want, his left hand grabbed Kisame by the neck and tossed him into a section of wall yet untouched by the fight. I suppose I can oblige. Zabuza! Tsukuyomi spun out of the way, but not quickly enough, Kubikuribocho catching him solidly in his side with enough force to shear through his armor and temporarily push back his golden cloak of chakra. The demon of the mist gave a smug grin that quickly vanished when he realized his sword had become too lodged in his opponent to retrieve. A mighty pull moved it mere centimeters as it ground against armor, and bone streams of blood pouring from the wound. Behind his mask, Tsukuyomi grit his teeth and narrowed his eyes, a snarl escaping his throat. Even as his cloak returned to settle over the area, he reached down and grasped the blade firmly in his hand. Zabuza only realized his intentions moments before they became reality. With a horrible screech and the tinkering of metal, the blade around his grasp shattered like glass. Zabuza pulled the lower half away further, tearing open the wound at Tsukuyomi's side, and the other half soon dropped to the floor. Reaching behind him, Tsukuyomi slowly drew Morio's tooth, which seemed to almost hum as Karura's chakra enveloped it. Steam rose from his wound, the external damage being crudely cauterized, and the glow of his eyes increased to the point that excess chakra was escaping from his mask in trails of gold. Beloved, please. Bones cracked under the pressure of the chakra contained within his mortal body, muscle tearing and organs struggling to maintain their performance. I need you to bear with me just a bit longer, Karura. I have many goals here in Kirigakure, but there is only one I must achieve before we leave. Then go for it, please. Do not waste your time against someone who doesn't matter. I'm afraid he's not going to give us much of a choice, dear. I'll have him dealt with quickly. He didn't need to look into the seal to see her worried face. Everything in my power, beloved, but you only have a minute more. His golden eyes widened behind his mask, unaware that he was so close to the limit. Cursing internally, he focused his attention on Zabuza and tightened his grip upon Morio's tooth. You actually managed to break my blade, kid. That's pretty imper. He choked on his words as the full might of a Biju's bloodlust poured from his opponent. He didn't have time to blink before Tsukuyomi was before him, his wicked black blade descending in a diagonal slash. The surviving half of Kubikuribocho was brought up in time to meet it, only for the smaller blade to bite halfway through it with ease. Zabuza himself struggled with all his might to keep both blades from being pushed into him, but it was a losing battle, and he found himself being pushed backwards through the mud by the sheer force of Tsukuyomi's demonic strike. Without warning, Tsukuyomi stopped his forward assault and drew back his blade, ripping Kubikuribocho from Zabuza's grasp. Sparing it only a glance, he swung his blade again, not to cause damage, but to dislodge the legendary blade and send it flying into the chaos of the battlefield. Even backpedaling as he was, Zabuza was unable to avoid the two strikes that sliced deeply into his flesh, and was only spared when Tsukuyomi relinquished his own blade to a golden chain from his back. His relief was not to last long. With a deep primal scream, Tsukuyomi resumed his assault, each strike of his fists cracking bone and burning flesh. It was not the scream of a warrior or the howl of a wolf, but the roar of a furious god. And in that same moment, between the pains, Zabuza came to understand the being that called itself Tsukuyomi. Hadn't he been the one to admonish the others for underestimating him in the first place? There was a reason the wolves followed him. There was a reason they thought he was a god. And even if he wasn't, he was still more than Zabuza could handle. Especially without Kubikuribocho. As fearsome an opponent Zabuza was to many, he was still only a lower rank shinobi. Lower ranks didn't go after Biju, they left that for the S ranks. Where the hell was Kisame when you needed him? Kisame groaned as rubble from the crushed wall rolled off him and the dust of his impact settled. For such a small person, he sure as hell packed some strength. His back was going to have quite the bruise in the morning. Reaching up to his neck, Kisame rubbed it gingerly, pulling his fingers away in surprise when their tips started burning. Blinking in surprise, he watched as the first layer of blue skin was eaten away by corrosive chakra. If that was just from toughing the remnants, Kisame thought he probably didn't want to see what his neck looked like right now. Samahata, still grasped tightly, gave her own little groan from beside him, unappreciative of their recent trip. Giving a warble, she crawled over him, resting across stomach and chest to absorb the residual chakra of Tsukuyomi's attacks. Thanks, girl. He chuckled. I suppose you've eaten good today, but I don't think I'm a fan of these spicy dishes. I like my skin right where it is, thank you. In that case, I'd recommend being a good boy and staying down, senpai. Kisame's grin widened even before he finished raising his head to see his kohai standing over him, fists on her hips and a spinning Sharingan peering out of her mask. Tobi-chan! The shark greeted her merrily. They said you were here, but I almost couldn't believe the coincidence. Her Sharingan faded into a plain black eye that narrowed at the prone man while she cocked a hip to the side. Was Kisame-senpai following per Tobi-chan? That's very naughty, senpai. Tobi is a good girl. Good doesn't mean innocent, does it, Tobi-chan? Killing Itachi and having Tsukuyomi as a son, there was a reason you were a part of Akatsuki. Oh, Tobi-chan's going to blush. Kisame-senpai says the sweetest things. She pressed her hands to her mask and wiggled her hips from side to side in mock embarrassment. Even knowing it's an act, that's just too damn adorable. Kisame grinned. I'd asked to be shown what Itachi saw, but I don't fancy ending up like the bastard. Little shit got what he deserved. Tobi spat in a very un-Tobi-like way. I've wanted to slit his throat since he slaughtered the clan. Yeah, I saw your eye. Related then? He gave a chuckle. That makes his attraction to you even better. Oh, I can't wait to make fun of him in hell. If you think you're going to be attacking Tsukuyomi-kun again, you'll have the chance to make fun of him about it real soon. All playfulness had dropped from her voice, filled with a cold serious that Kisame was pretty sure shouldn't be as arousing as he was finding it. Gods, he loved dangerous women. Protective, yeah? They say he's your son. He is. She nodded. And you want lay a hand on him? On him? Ha! Kisame jabbed a finger to his throat, suppressing the wince, and ignoring the stabbing pain it sent through him. I can't see it, but I know it must look bad. I might need you to protect me from him. That could be arranged. Eh? But if you try anything, I'll gut you like the fish you are. Her voice instantly sweetened. Okay, Kisame-senpai? What the hell had he gotten himself into this time? Reaching down, she grabbed hold of his foot and began dragging him from the wall and down the street. He just barely managed to get a firm grip on Samehada before the legendary blade was left behind to finish her after-meal nap. Hey! I never agreed to anything. Hey! Tobi-chan! Tobi-ai! Kabuto watched blankly as pieces of wood dropped from the roof to collapse upon the ruble that had been mere moment before the wall of his makeshift infirmary. 3 wounded loyalists gave pained moans, briefly catching his attention, but the fact that his wall was just smashed into by Manda wrapped in black chains was significantly more important. Walking to the edge of the former wall, he leaned out to peer down the path of destruction the head of the Snake Clan had wrought. Behind his glasses, Kabuto's eyes narrowed in suspicion, watching intently as Manda's body made jerky, painful movements that weren't quite right for a snake. With as much time as he had spent around Orochimaru, Kabuto was quite familiar with that particular animal. Something was wrong. Before he could figure it out for himself, he was lent a helping hand, the black chains around the massive snake dissolving into wisps of black chakra. As soon as he was free of them, Manda vanished back to the summoning realm, leaving only a great cloud of smoke in his wake. Well, that and a large path of destruction through Kirigakure. Turning back to his patients, he probably should move them, but he really didn't care. His orders were to aid Tsukuyomi and the wolves, not loyalists. Everything he'd done so far was more to stave off boredom than anything else. He faltered in his steps as an unearthly roar sounded through the air, the scream of a wrathful god expressing his rage. Perhaps he really should move them just so he had an excuse to relocate himself. Whatever the hell that had been, he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it right now. He hoped the feeling was mutual. Movement from the corner of his eye caught his attention, a group of wolves making their way through the rubble further into the village of Kirigakure. One of them spotted him, their masks snapping to stare straight at him, and after a moment, which he assumed included words between them, but he couldn't be sure without being able to see their lips, the entire group started to head his way. It only took a minute, and Kabuto made sure to grab whatever supplies he could strip from the loyalists in his care just in case, and when they did, they just stood at the edge of the once wall staring at him. Feeling the smallest parts brave and more than a little sarcastic, Kabuto gave an inviting wave of his hand. Come in, come in. Make yourselves at home. He had not actually expected them to do it. Get irritated perhaps, but evidently his humor had gone right past them. He would make note of that for future interactions. 7 wolves leapt into the building, poking around and most amusingly for Kabuto searching the downed loyalists for any extra supplies. Perhaps the wolves really were a good choice of allies for Oto's shinobi. It would figure their leaders were similar enough, and that was a thought that regularly kept him up at night. One was bad enough there were 2 of them. He was also pretty sure he knew, damn it. He had worked too long with Orochimaru to not know how they thought, or what they would do. The 2 had slept with each other. During the period that she was a she. The idea that those 2 might actually manage to reproduce was bad, but with each other? Kabuto didn't sleep a wink for a solid week. But the horrors of Orochimaru offspring aside, he was being a terrible host for his new, unwanted guests. Was there something you needed? The wolves shared a look before one of them, Kabuto assumed they were in charge, pointed to the loyalists on the floor. 2 of the wolves nodded and walked over to them, drawing kunai with practiced ease. The Otogekure spy watched blankly as his patients were executed one after another. Raising a brow, he turned to the lead wolf. Really? He asked. Was it really necessary to kill my patients? My job was to keep them alive. Your job is to keep us alive. The wolf corrected, and Kabuto answered with a shrug. He wasn't wrong. All right, who's injured? One of the wolves gestured to the line of corpses on the shop floor, and Kabuto gave him a flat stare. The shrug he received in response was more irritating than the fact that his patients had just been killed in front of him. No one, not yet. But we have work to do deeper in Kirigakure, so you're coming with us just in case. He gave one of the corpses a kick. Would have just slowed us down. We need to move fast. His head shot up to stare at one of the others. Don't even think about it, I've had enough of your damn puns to last me a lifetime, and then some. But no. The wolf hung his head, his comrades patting his back in condolences. Come on, we have work to do. We can't disappoint Tsukuyami-sama. That was enough for the rest of the wolves to jump into action, tearing through the few rooms of the shop for anything of use before taking up positions near the door ready to go. What exactly are we doing? Kabuto asked. You'll see. The medic Nin found that less than helpful. Or reassuring. Why couldn't he just go back to Konohadakure? There was something eerily familiar about this situation, and Haku was fascinated to witness it from the outside. Fascinated and horrified. Just as Naruto had done to her, her brother's overwhelming force slammed into Zabuza again and again. She had a terrible feeling that this fight wasn't going to end with Zabuza stealing a kiss from the god of the wolves. Run. His words echoed in her head, a sharp contrast to the animalistic roar that escaped him as he attempted to end the legendary swordsman with his bare hands. It wasn't a bad idea really, and it sounded far less arrogant, as she watched him dominate the A-rank swordsman. Right now accessing whatever power Naruto-chan had, she had a sneaking suspicion that he may be encroaching S-rank levels. There was a reason S-ranks were often thought of as monsters, that power simply wasn't human. Neither of you are the prize I seek today. Maybe, just maybe, they could run. Determined to at least try, Haku turned the moisture in the air into a pair of mirrors and vanished. While her technique was mostly based upon her own speed, the mirrors gave it a rather large boost, and had the added benefit of providing cover. Remembering how easily Naruto had shattered them, however, Haku wasn't counting on them lasting long against her brother. Her arms slipping out of the second mirror, she wrapped them around Zabuza and pulled him out of Tsukuyami's reach. A third mirror formed further away, followed by another and another. Haku didn't look back. He spared only a second as the young woman interested in his sister grabbed his opponent, and ran just long enough to determine whether they were really fleeing or if she had just been trying to get him out of immediate danger so he might have a chance to retaliate. Certain they were gone, he quickly did the same in the opposite direction. He didn't have much more time. Thanks, Haku. Zabuza leaned against a knotted tree, gasping for breath and trying his damnedest not to let out a long groan of pain. Gods above, everything hurt. We probably don't have much time before he comes after us. We need to find Kubikura Bocho. Because it helped you so much against him earlier. Haku gave him a flat, cold stare that had him flinching. I did better than without it. He defended himself, earning a shake of her head. It doesn't matter. I'll grab it for you, but you won't need it. I doubt that. The temperature of her gaze dropped even further, and he stopped talking. You weren't the target, he'll leave us alone. Zabuza's eyes widened. May. He pushed himself away from the tree only to find 2 icy needles lodged into his throat. Bonelessly, he slumped against the tree and soft hands guided him down into a sitting position as the darkness crept into the edge of his vision. "She'll be fine," Haku assured him. "She's much stronger than you even if you think protecting her is your job. You on the other hand are not fine. I'll wake you when this is all over." Gods damn it, Haku, sleep well, Zabuza-sama. As the darkness overcame him, he wondered if he had trained her too well. And if this was her rebellious phase. What a combination. Mei spun out of the way of yet another coral dragon wary of the green glow they had obtained as soon as Yugura had decided he was tired of waiting for her to die. For as much as he seemed to hate bloodlines, he certainly didn't think twice about relying on the demonic entity of chakra sealed within him. Bloody hypocrite. Almost as if in response to her comment, a half-dozen dragons of water crashed towards her, slamming into a hastily erected wall of magma and tearing through the new rock almost as soon as it had formed. As much as she hated to admit it, she wasn't going to be able to defeat him on her own, and it didn't look like she was going to have any support anytime soon. She supposed she had the damn wolves to thank for that, because Yugura shouldn't have had anyone able to hold up her comrades this long. Ao Kisame, Zabuza, Chojiro, the four Konoha Umbu, all of them should have been able to take some loyalists without issue. For them to not be here helping her take down the monster responsible for this decades-long war didn't bode well for any of them. Or the rebellion. She knew that at any moment Tsukuyumi and his wolves could arrive to aid Yugura's troops. Hell, for all she knew they already had, and that meant they wouldn't have any advantage at all. In fact, they'd be so disadvantaged at that point that they would be better off simply surrendering the country to the two tyrants and creating a new life for themselves somewhere else. Maybe Umi no Kuni. Releasing a breath of corrosive mist she knew did little more than slightly obscure his vision. In this state, she danced to the side of even more coral. Gods above, she had come to hate it. Maybe Umi no Kuni was a bad idea. They could go somewhere without coral instead, like Kaze no Kuni. Konoha was already lending what aid they could, albeit for their own purposes, so maybe they'd extend it a bit further and let them start a new life there. With a shake of her head followed immediately by a forceful huff to remove the hair that had settled in her eyes, she banished the thought from her mind. This of all times was not opportune for such negative thinking. But by the gods, could she use a miracle about now? As a figure in golden armor joined them atop the Mizukage Tower, chains lifting them up and brilliant red hair dancing behind them, Mei decided she should probably stop trying to invoke the gods because they either had a nasty sense of humor or really didn't like her. Possibly both. Ah, Tsukuyumi Dano. How nice of you to join. Yugura trailed off, taking in the carefully controlled chakra cloak surrounding the young daimyo, and the way his eyes burned with power not his own. Yugura typically considered himself as having fully subjugated and mastered the powers of his own Biju the Sanbai, but this was on a completely different level. Tsukuyumi wasn't just harnessing the power of his Biju at the moment, he was the Biju incarnate. Yugura hadn't even known that was possible, but it removed all doubt about whether or not Tsukuyumi was a fellow Jinchuriki. Someone who just had traces of a Biju's chakra in them never had as much control as a proper Jinchuriki. And if Yugura was one of the best, anyone better had to have a full Biju. Now the biggest question was which one? I wish I had time for pleasantries, his tone said quite the opposite. But something has come up and it appears I need to conclude my business here with much haste. By all means, Yugura gestured towards his opponent. Feel free. Thank you, I suppose? 7 golden chains shot towards Yugura, 3 of them surviving his spinning staff enough to latch onto him and render him immobile. Though I really don't need your permission. With brisk steps aided by retracting chains, Naruto was soon before his ally, and a second later his right hand was pressed to the Mizuki's chest. Flashes of blue briefly glowed from within the golden cloak as Sealkeeper began its work, quickly melding into a deep green that spread from his arm to over his back, where it began forming his new seal. Within the grasp of the chains, Yugura released a pained scream, blood trailing from ears, eye, and nose as the Biju that had been with him for his entire life was carelessly ripped from his body. Unlike with Gaara, Tsukuyumi had absolutely no desire for Yugura to survive the transfer. Mei watched in morbid fascination as Yugura's skin began to sag slightly on his face before the rest of his body followed. Muscle vanishing and skin drooping until it seemed like he was melting, Mei quickly realized that within he very well could be melting. Yugura's skin began to blister and split, large wounds tearing open to seep blood, pus, and liquefied organs. Bones weakening rapidly snapped one by one as the weight of his body exceeded their limitations. Before her very eyes, Yugura was rotting away. It wasn't nearly as satisfying as she may have otherwise believed. Gyak! His attempt at words resulted only in a mouthful of blood, his lungs slowly filling with it. If the lack of other organs didn't kill him first, he would end up drowning in it. He wasn't going to last that long. The last of the Sanbai's chakra was ripped from his body, and his chakra network went into shock at the sudden lack of a previously plentiful source of energy. One by one his 7 gates began to fail, and as the darkness overtook his vision, he knew he would not be waking up later in the care of his personal medic. What the hell had possessed him to strike a deal with wolves? No, the wolves were inconsequential. He had made his deal with Kyuubi himself, and now realized that he had to be a devil playing God. The thought was almost amusing, but he was in far too much agony to appreciate it. D-damn you Tsukuyomi, and Yagura knew no more. Chapter 104. Dispel. Yagura's broken body fell to the ground, more skin and fragmented bone than anything else. Arms and legs had shattered completely, his pelvis was gone, and his skull had caved in. Miraculously his chest managed to retain its shape, and Tsukuyomi wasted no time using his chains to rip away the skin. It was still intact. Perfect. He pulled out his prize, uncaring for what little remnants of tendons and sinew clung to it desperately. Yagura's ribcage was gently placed around Tsukuyomi's chest piece, hugging it tightly. Karura's chakra, carefully controlled, treated it as the rest of her beloved's attire. A lethargicness began to settle over his body, a comforting weight that smothered him like the embrace of a lover and tempted him back to bed. It sounded like a lovely idea, he just needed to excuse himself to retire for the evening. Beyond satisfied by what he had been able to accomplish today, he turned to Mei, lazily observing her shocked expression mixed with both relief that the monster was slain and indignation at being robbed the opportunity to do it herself. He spared a look back at what had once been Yagura before meeting her eyes. My business here is done, he began, walking toward the edge of the roof. I want nothing more to do with this accursed country. You're leaving? Just like that? Her arms crossed over her chest, but she remained alert for any tricks, ready to continue fighting should it become necessary. I don't believe it. Believe what you want, you're welcome to whatever remains. Remains? Tsukuyomi had enough time to spin on his heel, arms splayed out grandly before the village behind him erupted in great gouts of flame. Shattered wood and stone shot through the air like kunai, pelting what few buildings that had remained untouched. With the fire hungrily devouring the structures that had birthed it, they weren't likely to stay that way for long. Mei looked on in absolute horror, words running through her mind at rapid speed but unable to leave her lips. I hate this country. I hate everything it represents, everything it's ever done, and most of all I hate everything it has taken from me. One of his hands dropped to his side while the other reached up to gently grasp his crumbling mask. Even as he pulled it away from his face, it turned to dust in his hand, unable to handle the stress of Karura's chakra after the damage it had already taken with its original wearer. Golden eyes stared callously into green pale skin, making bloodied lips seem ever more vibrant. Hot wind from the explosions throughout the village whipped through his crimson hair, while the chakra around him seemed to bathe his body in the light of a vacant Sunday. I may not have the time to burn the entire thing to ash, but reducing Kirigakure to rubble should sate the fire in my soul that longs to destroy everything that has ever dared to harm my children. Why, you Mei found her words still shaky with shock, horror, and disbelief. You monster. Monster? He scoffed. Why? Because I've laid waste to the very city you and your slaves attacked? Because I ended the suffering of those you forced to live in endless war? Because I put an end to Yagura's reign? Tsukuyomi threw his hands out to the side again, the fires behind him casting strange shadows over his face and reflecting off his golden armor. What have you done to deserve Kirigakure? Nothing. Even now the majority of your forces are unable to make the final push into the city, while your most trusted are beaten and sent back with their tails between their legs by my chosen. This village belongs to the House of Wolves, and I, Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, the moon-reading man, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, and the father of wolves, have declared that it will be torn down. Golden eyes burned brighter than the fires around him before the heat began to seep from them. But I am not unreasonable, Tsukuyomi declared quietly. I am not without mercy or compassion. You have desired Kirigakure as your own for many years now, so I will provide you an opportunity to obtain it. What, by fighting you for it? His look expressed all the disappointment he felt at her reply, and for a second she felt like a child being lectured by her parents. Always to violence with you rebels, it's no wonder the war would not end. He shook his head sadly before raising it to catch her eyes. No, if you want Kirigakure, I will give you the chance to earn it. Take from the rubble all you can, flatten the ashes, and build the village that you have envisioned Kirigakure becoming for all these years. Then you will be worthy of calling it your own. You're insane, completely insane. Perhaps. He agreed. It could be the recent deaths of my children, or maybe the power I'm drawing upon as we speak. I could simply be so exhausted that I'm speaking nonsense, who knows? Regardless, I'm done here. The weight grew, a fuzzy warmth swarming through his head, and he finally surrendered to the temptation to close his eyes. Gravity overtook him as he fell smoothly from the roof of the Mizukage Tower into the raging fires below. May hoped it devoured him. Dull yellow eyes continued to watch from high above Kirigakure, the flames of the village flickering across them. The high priest plummeted from the tallest tower, his body completely relaxed, and vanished behind the wall of reds and orange. Koshi remained unmoving for a few minutes yet before his mouth fell open in a large fanged grin. Kukukukuku. His laugh was deep, the rumbling of thunder across the burning village. Kukukukuku. With a satisfied hiss, his great length returned to coil under him. Good show, Tsukuyumi. Good show. Black tongue flickered out to taste the blood, sweat, and burning flesh all around him. It had been a long time since he had been able to enjoy the ashes of a dying city. A very long time. He severed his connection to the physical plane, vanishing into a great cloud of smoke and leaving parting words he knew would not be heard by their intended recipient. Father will be pleased. Two pairs of arms stopped his fall, wrapping tightly around his unconscious body and pulling him away from the flames. Landing gently, Anko and Mikoto shared a brief nod before darting through the city with their precious cargo. Behind them, Kakashi followed closely, Sharingan spinning to cover their back. The shadows of a few straggling wolves were visible through the fires, dragging supplies, allies, and the occasional body. Sparing a glance over his shoulder to the Mizukage Tower, Kakashi shook his head. Really, of all the buildings to miss. Part of him realized it might be some sort of symbolism or other such nonsense, but a wiser part of him knew it was simply because Tsukuyumi had been standing on it. What a shame. Well, if nothing else, it would almost be a giant middle finger to the entire country after the rest of the village burned down. That or a massive phallic symbol. Both made Kakashi feel better. Karura's bare feet patted down the deep blue carpets, their plush softness doing nothing to comfort her as she hurried to the borders of her private world. Carpet became cold marble of white that eventually joined with a similar pathway of black. As soon as her feet slapped against the darker floor, she began calling for her sister. Kyuubi, Kyuubi. From her position slumped against the bars of her prison, Mito didn't even look up, the murky water lapping gently around her. Kyuubi. There was a panic in the Ichibi's voice, but the Kyuubi couldn't really bring herself to care. The only thing she wanted was to see her Naruto-kun again. What is it you want, you damned raccoon? Mito's head had slowly risen with the intention of allowing her sister to see exactly how much she cared for whatever plight she had, but her attention was immediately caught by the body resting in the Ichibi's arms, his red hair nearly dragging across the black marble pathway. Naruto-kun? She was on her feet in an instant, leaning out of the bars as much as she could. Help, Kyuubi! What happened? No, she was so much closer to having him back now that she had found the edge of her seal. He couldn't be taken from her now. What did you do? She didn't make any attempt to hide the accusation in her voice. He needed my chakra. I did my best to protect him from it. His body was set down upon the cold marble, the black stone quickly painted red from the wound in his side. As horrible as it looked, Mito knew that it was probably the least of Naruto's worries at the moment if he had been drawing on Karura's chakra for any significant length of time. Unlike Mito, Karura didn't have a way to heal her host. It's why she did her best to provide them with a solid defense. Mito spared a glance behind her, an almost endless expanse of murky brown water, only occasionally interrupted by chunks of rubble from the world Naruto had built for her. It was in no way suitable to provide care for Naruto, but there was only so much she could do, and it was barely anything at all separated like this. I'll get started, but I can't do much like this. Grab a bed or a couch, even a table. Anything that will let us set him down within my seal so I can do more. Karura gave a look into the seal behind Mito before giving a nod. I'll be right back, don't let him die. Not if it was in her power, the Kyuubi promised as she looked down to the pained face of her Naruto. Gently, nearly to the point of reverence, she rested her hands over his chest, her red chakra bubbling forth in an effort to soothe him. Whatever she could do to ensure he never suffered again, she would do gladly, even if he never took her back. It was late morning when Tayuya stomped into his office, face ablaze with a blush that outshone her hair. The wolves didn't do anything to stop her, simply watching as she marched right up next to him and grabbed his arm. Without a word, she began pulling him away from his work, and it didn't take a genius to figure out why. "Was there something I can help you with, Tayuya-chan?" he asked bemusedly, following along without protest. From the corner of his eye he could see the wolf in his office putting away his work, obviously considering him done for the foreseeable future. He supposed he very well could be. Tayuya didn't respond to his question beyond blushing even more brightly, and speeding up her pace, and Naruto soon found himself dragged into what he presumed was Tayuya's chosen room. He was not surprised to realize just how far Mai had placed her from his own quarters. He'd need to sit down and have a chat with the two of them at some point. Well, mostly Mai. She was very protective of him, and that led to her also being slightly possessive. She needed to realize that he wasn't going to neglect the needs of others just because she didn't like them. Not that he blamed her at all, of course, and he wasn't actually bothered by it personally. He thought it was cute, and gods knew he was far more possessive over her, the wolves, and the other people in his life than she would ever be over him. The door was thrown open and he was tossed towards the bed as much as she could toss him, which was more of pulling him slightly in its direction, while she closed the door much more gently than she had opened it, and clicked all 5 of the locks into place. He gave a small amused snort when he realized they were new additions, and he shook his head as she settled a crossbeam into place to further block the door from being opened until she was done. "You've given this some thought, I see." Victory, anticipation, and no small amount of nervousness swirled in her eyes. "Many nights worth, Denka-sama." She was doing her best to remain demure as much as she could after dragging him to her bedroom, but he could see the excitement she was struggling to contain easily enough. "Then I suppose you're about tired of waiting, then?" She shot him an irritated look, followed closely by her top, and soon after her shorts. "I'll take that as a yes." Naruto wasn't in as much of a hurry, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt. Tayuya didn't take that very well, and he found a kunoichi missile slamming into his side and knocking him into her bed. Brown eyes stared down at him, filled with hunger and amusement, and he gave a short laugh. "Aren't we eager?" "I have to get my clothes up first, Tayuya-chan." "Not all of them," she responded with a cheeky grin. "No, I suppose not." He grabbed her hips and rolled her over so he was on top. "But it's going to be difficult to get my pants off if you're straddling me." She gave a giggle that was as dangerous as it was alluring. "Well, hurry up then." She leaned up to steal a quick kiss. "I don't want to wait any more, Denka-sama." She punctuated each syllable with a kiss to his face, moving from his neck to cheeks to lips. "Well then, I'd best." Her in an explosion of smoke, Naruto vanished, all traces of him quickly dissipating throughout the room. Tayuya's brown eyes stared up at nothing for a moment, blinking in surprise. Pushing herself up, she swept her gaze over the empty room. It took a moment to process what had happened. "Motherfucker!" Her shout echoed throughout the apartment, sending the wolves scurrying away to avoid her ire, or at the very least her tongue. A Tayuya tongue lashing was no one's idea of a fun time. Karura was back within minutes, a large blue couch pulled behind her. With a bit of maneuvering she managed to get it through the bars to Mito's cell, where it landed in the murky water with a small splash. Fortunately the water wasn't very high and barely came above the legs of the couch. As soon as it was down, Karura scurried back to the other side of the bars to scoop Naruto into her arms and carry him through the seal. Mito maintained her contact with his chest, unwilling to pause her efforts for even a second, and Karura was aware enough of this that she walked straight towards her elder sister so he wouldn't be separated from her. Mito backed up until her calves bumped into the couch. With a smooth movement she spun to the side while Karura continued so Naruto could be set down. As soon as his back made contact with the deep blue fabric, the full extent of Mito's chakra came to bear, washing over him like a crimson blanket. With nothing more she could do, and knowing that staying by his side as she waited to would only hinder her sister's chakra from fully reaching him, Karura placed a brief kiss on his brow before retreating from the seal. She was more than a little surprised to find Naruto standing there, golden eyes staring at her curiously. "Did I miss something?" Karura took a moment to sneak a peek over her shoulder, ensuring Mito was still distracted healing the Naruto in her care. Satisfied she turned back to the Naruto before her with a bright smile. "Don't worry," she assured him as she grabbed his hand and started leading him to her seal. "I'll tell you all about it somewhere more comfortable." Naruto spared a look at Mito kneeling next to himself behind the large iron bars before giving a nod and following along after Karura. Just don't leave anything out. Karura gave him another smile. Of course not, beloved. She wouldn't dare consider trying to hide something from him, but she'd certainly take full advantage of the opportunity to spend time with him while Mito was working. Was it unfair? Perhaps. But she wasn't the one to throw him away in the first place. Naruto's sword came to rest against the grass of Training Ground 7, a sheen of sweat covering her body. Her orange top had been removed earlier, lying discarded by the edge of the field, leaving her in her orange skirt and a black sports top. Her left hand came to rest over her stomach, only to be pulled away with a pained hiss as it was burned by her glowing seal. What the? Despite her best efforts, she couldn't feel any of the Kyuubi's chakra within her own system, and any attempt to reach the Biju or enter the seal failed completely, as if she didn't actually contain anything within her seal. It was a preposterous notion, considering there was very much something running through it at the moment, she just didn't know why. Sheathing her blade, she quickly recovered her top and started back to the Uzumaki compound at a sprint without bothering to put it back on. Her mother might know more about what was happening, and if not, she would be able to track down Jiraiya for help too. I was so fucking close. Tayuya slammed her head onto the table with each word, leaving it against the cool wood as she finished. Of all the times for it to dispel, why then? Mai ignored her, looking through the cabinets for her preferred tea while Danzo enjoyed a cup of the pot he had brewed earlier. The warhawk raised a brow at the sulking redhead, not that she could see it, and took another sip before asking for what to dispel. His Kage Bunshin, of course. Tayuya rolled her head to the side so she could give Danzo an incredulous look. What else would I be talking about? Danzo blinked twice in surprise before gently setting down his tea and meeting her one visible eye. A Kage Bunshin, he repeated for clarification. Tayuya nodded against the wood, regretting her choice to slam her head against it but enjoying the cooling sensation against her reddening forehead. His Kage Bunshin. I said that already? Danzo caught Mai's eyes, the young woman having paused her search to direct her attention to the suddenly very interesting conversation. It only took a second for the two of them to understand that both of them were equally out of the loop. Just to be perfectly clear, Danzo spoke slowly and carefully, watching Tayuya for any additional clues her body language might give away. You're talking about Naruto's Kage Bunshin, correct? She gave him another blank stare, making no effort to hide the fact that she was in the midst of questioning his intelligence. Do you know anyone else who makes use of an S-ranked Bunshin technique regularly? Honestly? Until now he hadn't realized he did in fact know anyone who did so. I had not been aware he knew that particular kinjutsu. Where the hell had he gotten his hands on one of Konoha's forbidden techniques? Danzo had a pretty hefty suspicion that the culprit had a spiky top of silver hair and a tendency to read indecent material in public. Tayuya rose a brow, but sudden realization lit up her face. That's right, you weren't around when I brought him Orochimaru-sama's gift, were you? Even as Danzo began to shake his head, she was jerking her own towards Mai. The stingy bitch knew, though. She saw how pleased he was to receive it too. Danzo gave Mai another questioning look while she stared blankly ahead, recalling the event. It had been soon, very soon in fact, before she and Sam had that. She hadn't even thought about it since then because she'd never seen him practice it, but if he managed to master it during her absence, and she knew just how hard he tended to work himself when she wasn't there to kick some sense into him, then she supposed she wouldn't have seen it at all. If he really did master it before she had returned, though, how long had he been utilizing it? A sudden horrible thought suddenly struck her, and her attention snapped to the redhead. The Naruto here was just a Kage Bunshin? She asked. As Danzo's eyes widened, she knew he had come to the same realization. Yet Tayuya turned her face from the cold wood to give Mai a stare that actually held some genuine concern to it. Not much, granted, but some. Are you okay? The stare was shared with Danzo too. Both of you seem pretty slow. You're not getting sick or something, are you? Where exactly is Naruto-kun right now? Seriously? Tayuya looked between the two before settling on Danzo and sending him a look that told him she couldn't believe she was actually being asked that. He's been waging war in Mizuno-kuni for like 2 weeks now. I'll take it from here. Gods be damned, she should have realized he would have taken a more active role in Mizuno-kuni after he had learned of his children's deaths. There was no way he could sit patiently in his office waiting for the wolves to deliver more news. Understanding dawned in Tayuya's eyes, and her disbelieving gaze swept back and forth between the kitchen's other two occupants. You didn't know, did you? Her voice was nearly in awe, unable to wrap her head around a thought so incomprehensible. Neither of you knew? Oh gods. Mai was my Naruto's right hand. She knew everything about him always, or that's how Tayuya had seen it at least. The very idea that Mai had somehow been unaware that her lord was off fighting a war was simply unbelievable. It was so unbelievable, in fact, that Tayuya's animosity towards Mai temporarily vanished. He's not alone, Tayuya assured her. He took Anko, the silver-haired one, and the rest of the wolves with him. They'll keep him safe. Mai gave a small smile that never reached her eyes. It certainly sounded nice, but try as she might, she just couldn't fool herself enough to believe it. One could never underestimate Naruto's ability to get himself into trouble, and the presence of two enablers wasn't going to lessen it any. Even hours later, Kirigakure was painted red and orange by the flames that danced through it. Teams of rebels had formed for the sole purpose of trying to put them out, but with many of them being exhausted, and in most cases also heavily injured, progress was slow. For the most part, they were directing their attention to areas villagers were believed to be trapped. Knowing the end of the war was drawing near, a majority of Kirigakure's civilians had evacuated before the southern wall was blown up, and a good portion who hadn't joined them as soon as it did. Of those who stayed even after that, at least half of them had lost their courage when the wolves first turned their attention from the rebels to the village they were aiding. Those who stayed after that, as callous as it might sound, they had really brought it upon themselves. Plenty of opportunities had presented themselves for them to get somewhere more safe, but through stubbornness, idiocy, or some other fault had decided to take their chances. Luck had not been on their side. It hadn't been on anyone's, evidently. Anyone aside from those damn wolves. Reports were wishful thinking at best, but they painted a dismal picture for recovering any significant part of the village of Kirigakure. It had been more than just fires that the wolves had set in their departure, and the explosive tags had been very carefully placed to cause as much structural damage as possible. On the off chance they managed to completely douse the flames in the next 2 minutes, only a fifth of the village would remain. Considering their current manpower, they were probably best off just evacuating what remained of the village and retreating to one of their old bases for the time being. Assuming the wolves hadn't finished their work destroying those before joining the fight. Mei didn't think she was anywhere near that fortunate, especially with the way things had been going recently. The luckiest thing that had happened to her lately was Tsukuyami attacking Yagura, and she was hesitant to tempt her fortune any further. Mei-sama? They had taken positions behind her over the past few minutes, but she'd been too busy staring at the village she had fought for years to reclaim being burned away to acknowledge them. Yes, Ao? There were many questions Ao had at the moment, and not only did he know what he wanted the answer to the most, he also didn't know what would be the least likely to irritate her. Is it over? Closing her eyes, Mei dropped her head with a tired sigh. Yeah, her green eyes opened again to reflect the flames of Kirigakure. It's over. After over a decade of fighting, it was finally over. She couldn't have imagined a more bitter taste for those words. So Kisame's large frame sat awkwardly in the creaking cart, Samahada's handle on the floor, and her head resting contently on his shoulder. Where is it we're going? The cart's other occupants didn't seem keen to answer, but that was understandable. He had after all tried killing the young man laying on the bench across from him, his head resting in Tobi's lap while the purple-haired one applied her limited medical knowledge. Apparently, from what he'd gathered anyway, the damage had been done by himself. Having fought Tsukuyami earlier, he didn't have much trouble believing that the only one able to hurt him was himself. Kabuto, the medic that had kept him wonderfully busy earlier, was apparently tending to the wolves and some of the civilians they had taken a liking to. Kisame personally found that quite odd. He'd think the superhealer would be primarily focused on their leader, but according to both the purple-haired woman, the Konoha Umbu had called her Anko if he recalled, and Tobi herself, Tsukuyami would want it this way. He thought it was a bit early to be carrying out last wishes, and that seeing to him first would prevent them in its entirety, but at the same time he certainly understood that if he had the young daimyo resting on his lap, he certainly wouldn't want him to wake up angry either. Knowing he probably wasn't going to get an answer, Kisame's gaze began wandering over the makeshift caravan. Carts had been obtained and filled mostly with supplies aside from the one he was on. One filled with wounded and one filled with ladies of the night was a more proper term, he believed. Anko had taken a liking to many of them, which of course only made her more attractive to Kisame, and some of them had taken a liking to the silver-haired one Zabuza wasn't too fond of. Kaka something or other. Bastard was in their cart with them, probably having much more fun than Kisame was. The rest had been filled with just about anything the wolves could get their hands on, from weapons to supplies. What few luxury goods still remained, and naturally Kirigaku's treasury. As in all of it. Honestly, Kisame thought he'd actually fit in pretty well here, but he also didn't really think he had much of a choice in the matter. Tobi was a good girl and a force of nature. He wasn't about to go against the woman to take down Itachi, thank you, even if she had done it in a rather underhanded way. She was also a good-looking woman, and adding that to the fact that she was undoubtedly dangerous only made her more attractive in his eyes. He was well aware of his weaknesses, damn it. It was a crucial step to overcoming them. Admittedly, he hadn't exactly expended any effort on that front, but it was still a perfectly valid argument. His own shortcomings aside, he really didn't understand why they were taking so many non-combatants with them. The girls, yeah, he could understand that easily enough, and even those who looked to be former loyalists with the line coming down from their lips he could sort of see as part of the group, but they had brought a sizable chunk of other civilians too, and that was what he was having trouble with. They could really speed up travel time and thusly minimize risks by cutting away the dead weight, which made sense if they wanted to get their injured leader to safety, and he highly doubted Tsukuyomi really cared about some random Kirigakure civilians, so Kisame was at a loss for their purpose. Unfortunately, no one was really in the mood to answer such questions for him. Or any for that matter. With a sigh, he crossed his arms over his chest, which was made only slightly awkward by the presence of Samahata, and gave a bored huff. Maybe he would have been better off staying in Amigakure. Tobi removed her mask and placed a gentle kiss on Tsukuyomi's brow. She straightened back up, attention never leaving her son, but the mask didn't return. No, paying a visit to Zabuza-chan was definitely the right move. Idly, Kisame wondered how the bastard was doing, but knowing him, he was probably just fine. Wherever he was. 104B desk, purple eyes cracked open, blearily staring unfocused at a vast ceiling the light didn't touch. After a few moments, or perhaps a few eternities, awareness began to seep back into them. A heavy weight blanketed his body, bringing with it a weariness that permeated his bones. Just as soon as he became aware of the weariness, he was greeted by a myriad of other sensations, primarily the feeling of fire burning through their every muscle. The scream of pain he wanted to release was instead reduced to a muffled groan, and as soon as the sound left him, his vision of nothingness was instead replaced by vibrant reds and oranges. It wouldn't be until later that Naruto realized just how long he spent staring up into the crimson eyes of Mito before he realized what he was looking at. Mito? The pain he was in told him he was conscious, but what his eyes were seeing told him he couldn't possibly be. With tears streaming from her eyes, she buried her face into his neck, arms pressed against his chest. It was odd he didn't recall removing his shirt. Gods. Oh gods. With her warden now awake, she allowed herself to revel in his presence, enjoying the heat of his body and the smell of his skin. I've missed you so much, warden. That word was all it took to solidify reality around him. It really was her then. It's been a while, Mito. There was no trace of the past affection he had held for her in his voice, only a dry acknowledgement of her presence that sent sharp pains searing through her chest. I did not expect to see you again. No, she shook her head against his neck. I was always going to be back, warden. She picked her head up to look him in the eyes. I should never have left. I see. A small part of him cried for joy at seeing her again, the part that reminded him of simpler days, but a larger part of him couldn't set aside her parting words from so long ago. In the end, however, the largest part of him was simply too tired to care. Purple eyes closed, and his breathing slowed as he wrapped his arms around her waist. In the moment she was warm and soft, and that's all he had the energy to focus on. Mito didn't mind at all. She was only steps past the compound gate when a cooling sensation spread through her body, originating at her abdomen, and was quickly replaced by a soft, pleasant warmth. Peering down at her seal, Naruto gave a slight frown. Whatever had been happening had obviously changed, and it seemed to be a change for the better, but she wasn't sure what it was at all. Mito? She called into the seal hesitantly. Why, yes. There was a sound to a crying person's words, something present as the Kyuubi no Kitsune spoke, but the sense of relief and joy in her words was unmistakable. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Yes. She could hear the Kyuubi's brilliant smile. Everything's just fine. Oh, okay. She wasn't completely sure just how much faith she should put in the words of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, but as long as she had interacted with the Biju, she had never tried to deceive or mislead her. That she realized anyway. So what was going on with the seal? I took care of it, don't worry about it. Okay. Naruto frowned and continued into the house, setting her sword next to the door. Maybe it really was nothing to be concerned about, but she would have a chat with Jiraiya later just in case. It was many hours before the fires had managed to burn themselves out with help from the few able rebels. She supposed they weren't rebels any longer, not with Yagura dead and Kirigakure more or less destroyed, but it had been a part of their identity for so long she wasn't sure what else to think of them as. Mei gave a quiet sigh from within her office, looking down through the window to what little remained of the once large village. There was room perhaps for the remaining rebels to occupy the buildings around the Mizukage Tower, but there were still plenty of civilians who had fled for safety during the battle that needed homes. More than that, they need supplies too. Supplies Mei suddenly realized she didn't know how to provide. Kirigakure's economy had suffered for longer than the rebellion had existed, with little export aside from a pitiful number of weapons forged by civilian smiths in the village and surplus seafood sold to Udan no Kuni. Everything else they had was taken from the smaller towns within Mizu no Kuni, who traded their own seafood with the closest countries to them. The journey to sell what little surplus they could spare was, as one might imagine, not very profitable, and the fishermen only had a day or two in foreign ports to sell their wares before it went bad, and what they did make was spent on obtaining things that Mizu no Kuni just couldn't produce. Which was just about everything, honestly. They had some deposits of metal, and there were forests for wood, both used primarily to fill the needs of Mizu no Kuni's populace. Livestock didn't particularly care for the weather, but larger towns pooled resources to have a community barn for wool, milks, and eggs. All in all, Mizu no Kuni was or had become a very survival-focused country where people did what they could to scrape by, and nearly everything they produced went to supporting their families directly. But as most people weren't trading, not regularly anyway, there wasn't much to the economy outside Kirigakure or Mizu no Kuni's capital of Namikaze. Namikaze used the forests of Mizu no Kuni to construct some of the most exquisite ships in the world, which were immediately sold to other countries at rather high prices. Namikaze, in fact, had a very strong economy because of it, but as it didn't require anything the smaller towns could produce, they did almost no trade with anyone in Mizu no Kuni aside from Kirigakure. Even then, the only reason Kirigakure's economy had been linked with Namikaze's was because Yagura had assumed control of both. Would she have to do the same? With Yagura dead, did she need to take up the mantle of daimyo too? Mei fought for what she believed in, always had, and she would do her best for her people, but she wasn't sure she could manage such responsibility. She also wasn't sure how the rest of the world would take it. What she did know was that she absolutely had to ensure that Tsukuyomi did not gain control of Namikaze, or somehow become Mizu no Kuni's daimyo. That would be a complete disaster, though a part of her gave a morbid chuckle at the thought that she had been handed this bittersweet victory only for it to be rendered completely meaningless days later by the one to give it to her. It was incredibly fitting, a move she would expect from the House of Wolves, but she supposed it also depended on whether or not the bastard had survived. With her luck, she thought it was pretty likely. She'd have to send envoys to Namikaze as her representatives soon. She just had to figure out who would be suited for such a role. Zabuza was definitely out, as was Chojiro. Ao would probably be good, but she had a feeling she'd need his help putting Kirigakure back together. That left her with Haku, really. There were only two problems with that: she was inexperienced, though that didn't mean she was incapable. And the real issue: if Haku was going somewhere, Zabuza would be there too, regardless of orders. As gruff as he was, it was obvious he cared for his daughter a great deal. Actually, with how personable he was, it might be best to have him outside Kirigakure while they got returning civilians settled. Then again, there was a lot of havoc he could wreak in the capital. She'd probably find herself facing another war with someone ridiculous like Kyuubi no Kuni. She had no idea how he would manage to start a war with a country lacking a hidden village, but she was absolutely positive he could somehow pull it off. Mei. And think of the demon. Mei turned her attention from the large windows of the Mizukage's office to watch as Zabuza hobbled into the room, the majority of his weight supported by Haku. He looked weary, weak even, but he didn't seem especially injured. For Zabuza to be down, she would expect far more cuts to cross his exposed flesh and for his entire form to be coated in blood. Admittedly, he was getting there, and his injuries seemed to have been recently tended to, likely by Haku, so it was possible it looked much worse until just recently. He paused just within the doorway, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead at the effort expended just to remain standing mostly upright. He probably shouldn't be standing at all if that was the case, and Haku's face seemed to convey as much. She was not pleased to be dragging him here, evidently. As soon as he saw her, he slumped boneless against his daughter, relief easy to read on his face. "I told you she'd be fine, Zabuza-sama." He shot her an irritated look, something Mei hadn't seen often. "I would have been sure of that if someone hadn't lodged a pair of needles in my neck to take me out of the fight." Haku gave an innocent shrug. "I'm not sure what you're implying, Zabuza-sama, sure you don't." He turned his attention away from Haku and to the reason for his visit. "It's good to see you're okay, Mei. And it's flattering that you were so concerned, Zabuza, but shouldn't you be resting?" The swordsman gave a grunt in agreement and shuffled with his human crutch over to the desk to take a seat on it. "I hadn't meant in my office, Zabuza. This is hardly the place for the injured to recover." "I'm not injured," he countered. "I'm just mostly dead." He shot an irritated look to his daughter. "Isn't that right, Haku?" "Again, I have no idea what you're implying, Zabuza-sama." "Right." He shook his head but dropped the matter. "For now. I've been incapacitated for more than a few hours now. What happened, Mei?" "We won, I guess." "You guess? Yagura's dead and the wolves are gone. That's a victory, right?" She met her eyes and he realized she was looking to reassure herself as much as she was trying to convince him of their victory. Zabuza shared a look with Haku. "Sounds like it to me, Mei." Some of the tension left Mei's shoulder, and she gave him the faintest of smiles. "So what happened with Tsukuyomi?" The smile vanished. "He killed Yagura, captured him with his chains, and practically melted him from the inside with a touch." She turned to stare out at the ruined village. "And then he set everything we had worked so hard for alight." "Some victory, huh?" "Yeah," Zabuza agreed. "Some victory." There was an uncomfortable silence for a few moments. "Did you end up fighting him?" It took Mei a minute to respond, her interactions with the young daimyo running through her head. "No, not at all." "What, he just killed Yagura and walked off?" Zabuza scoffed. "Figures he'd beat the shit out of me only to just end up walking away in the end." "He killed Yagura, spared some mocking words, and fell backwards off the Mizukage Tower while the world burned around him, happy?" "Well, no." Zabuza frowned for a second behind his bandages before a grin slowly spread across his lips. "But I can't say I don't believe someone like him would do that." "Yeah," a small smile twitched at her lips too. "I suppose you're right. What else should we expect from a man who calls himself a god? That's the spirit, and if we're lucky the bastard's dead too." She shot him a wry, self-deprecating grin. "Come now, Zabuza, you know luck doesn't care for us." No, it doesn't." Zabuza nodded. "That's why we make our own. Did you two need some privacy?" "I can leave you to it if you like. Just be aware that Zabuza-sama isn't going to have much stamina or the ability to use most of his muscles. You'll definitely have to take top for the next week, or so Mei-sama." "Haku-mai, I have no idea what you're implying, Zabuza-sama." Haku escaped the room with a giggle and a click, leaving the two to enjoy the awkward atmosphere. "I don't know what kind of phase it is, but she's definitely going through something." Mei gave a giggle, the first one he'd heard in some time, and Zabuza had a feeling that no matter what happened things were going to be okay. Probably. They had made it through over a decade of bloody civil war. After all, what more could the world possibly throw at them? They fell into a comfortable silence for a while, just enjoying a few moments of not fighting for their lives or worrying about their enemies' plans. "You know," Mei broke the silence. "Haku may be going through a phase, but her ideas aren't half bad." "Mei? It's a victory, right?" She smirked, sauntering up to the desk and placing her hands to either side of him. "Yeah, it is." "Well, then I think that calls for some celebration, don't you?" Her pink tongue darted out to tease red lips. It did a better job of teasing the demon of the mist. "You also deserve a reward, but most of all I need a chance to unwind, and the thought of having Momochi Zabuza, demon of the mist, at my mercy sounds pretty damn good to me." Zabuza was of mixed feelings about this, he could admit that, but in the end his libido was always going to win in anything involving her. "You sure?" He was answered by her pushing him back onto the desk and taking a spot straddling his waist. "Oh yes," she purred. "Very sure." Mei leaned down, peppering kisses across his jawline, and suddenly paused. She lifted her head back up and cocked it slightly to the side as she observed the desk. "Wait, this isn't the Mizuki's desk." Zabuza blinked in surprise and turned his head as much as he could to get a good look for himself. "No, it's not." He frowned in confusion. This was the secretary's desk. Did you see a desk out there when you came in, Zabuza? I didn't, but I can probably guess where it is right now. The wolves? Who else? May's frown made Zabuza wish he still had the strength to move most of his body so that he could lean up and kiss it. But what would they use it for? Probably the same thing we're about to. May paused for a second. Sex on a foreign Kage's desk? That's kind of kinky. It'd be more kinky if it was still here. That's true, she agreed before a sinful grin stretched across her face. But do you know what this means? That Tsukuyami has some really kinky lovers? Better, it means this desk needs to be broken in. Yeah, that was much better. Karura's body sprawled leisurely across Naruto's lap, quite content to rest her head against his chest as he lounged in the throne of her desert palace. And so I went to Kyuubi because I don't have the ability to heal you. She buried her head up into his neck. I'm so sorry, beloved. I should have done more to protect you. From what you say, you did exactly as I asked, Karura. Thank you. I'm sure things would have been much worse without your help. Maybe, but my help hurt you too. Then I guess you just have to help take care of me until I've recovered. How does that sound? She moved from sitting on his lap to straddling it, staring down at his face with a hopeful and unmistakably mischievous expression. Oh, I would be happy to do that for you, beloved. She grinned wickedly. But do I get a reward for helping you too? She was answered when Naruto's arms wrapped around her waist, and she found a pair of lips pressed against her own. Karura was more than happy to reciprocate, her arms slipping behind his neck, and her hips beginning to rock back and forth. She thought he might at least pause at that, but instead she found her mouth invaded by his tongue. Karura only met it for a few seconds in battle before surrendering with a pleased hum. As much as she was enjoying it, and by the gods she was enjoying him being more forward, she was also too curious to not question about it. Regretfully separating from his lips and taking a few needed gasps of air, she smiled down at him. You're much more forward today. She leaned down to lay a trail of kisses across his jaw that ended by his ear. I like it, beloved. You'll have Tayuya to thank for that then. His hands moved from her hips to squeeze something even better, earning a surprised gasp from the Biju. We were about to have some fun when I dispelled. Karura knew it was mean, but she couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up inside her and escaped her lips. Oh, poor girl. She resumed, rocking against his waist, pressing more forcefully than before and wishing there weren't any clothes delaying her from her prize. I'll be sure to enjoy this on her behalf. And oh, was she going to enjoy it? One of her hands came to rest on his chest, and he reciprocated without a second thought, fingers sinking slightly into soft flesh. I'm not sure how much she'll appreciate the thought, Karura. She probably won't, but I sure appreciate such a lovely gift. It was Naruto's turn to go after her neck, and he was more than willing to oblige. A gift? He kissed her neck between words. Better unwrap me then, gladly. A solid tug to either side of his shirt made quick work of the buttons, but no sooner than had Karura began unwrapping her prize were the last memories to separate him as an entity from the real Naruto absorbed into the mindscape, and he ceased to exist. Falling gently onto the soft cushions of Naruto's throne, Karura's teal eyes blinked in surprise. It took her a moment to realize what had happened, and a disappointed groan left her lips. As she moved from kneeling to lounging in the chair, making herself more comfortable in perpetration of finishing what she had started, she admitted she probably deserved it for laughing about the same thing happening to Tayuya earlier. If Naruto ever drew her back into the physical world for some reason, she'd have to invite the girl to share a bed with her beloved. And herself, of course. It was a fantastic image, and Karura had absolutely no qualms using it to satisfy the burning ache between her thighs. Hopefully Naruto would play with both of them soon. This was the second time his eyes had opened to the sight of a darkened ceiling, but unlike last time, he found his head resting on a soft lapsed strands of orange hair in the corners of his eyes. A sudden rush of information slammed into him, and he braced himself until it subsided. His Kage Bunshin had been busy, and keeping it active for so long had been a poor decision on his part. What did it really matter if people realized he had left the village for a while? What were they going to do, label him a rogue shinobi? With Kakashi present spinning it as a training trip he forgot to get authorization for would be simple enough. Hell, if he had made Kakashi submit notice to the mission office before they left, that would have made things much easier. Enko probably could have used the same thing, but the only one she had to answer to was Ibiki, and he was probably treating her absence as a vacation. Well, no, he was too paranoid for that, but Naruto was sure Anko was more than capable of dealing with him. And if not, well, she already had her place at his side. He'd make sure she was taken care of. Tayuya was going to be pissed, he realized as the last of the memories flashed through his head, though he was slightly confused that the Kage Bunshin had somehow managed to create more memories within his seal's cape after dispelling. There was probably a reason the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was kept hidden away in the Fuin no Sho. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a way to pacify her other than locking the two of them in a room for a week. On second thought, that actually didn't sound too bad. He was about due for a vacation. No, he had already promised Mai a vacation, hadn't he? He needed to take care of something outside the village still. He was going to have to look through his personal files when he got back to remember exactly what he had intended to do. The Kage Bunshin really did give mixed results when used for absurd amounts of time. Part of him wondered if he might be able to improve it. Aware mostly of what he'd been up to while busy waging war, his purple eyes opened once again, his vision filled by crimson eyes, pale skin, and curtains of orange hair. Painted red lips smiled softly down at him. So it hadn't been a dream. He had known, of course, because Tsukuyami, or had it been Naruto because he was busy being Tsukuyami? Had both been told by Karura and saw it himself through the bars of the seal, but there was still that little seed of doubt that told him he had imagined it all. Things couldn't possibly be so simple. Thank you, Mito. He pushed himself up into a sitting position on the couch, and her arms wrapped gently around his abdomen. I should not have channeled so much of Karura's chakra. He could not see the way her face darkened slightly at the mention of using the Ichibi's chakra over her own, but it quickly vanished as she leaned her head on his shoulder. How he had become injured was inconsequential. All that mattered was that she was here for him, and that for the moment he was here in her arms. Of course, Warden. I'll always be here for you. Will you? Naruto turned his head to meet her crimson pools with cold amethyst. You haven't been. It's been over 4 years, Mito. A lot has changed. Maybe, she agreed. But a lot is still the same. You're still my warden and I still care for you, Naruto-kun. I'm sure you still care for me too. I have fond memories still perhaps, but you are not a part of my life. I have a family now, Mito. Children and lovers. They're everything to me. See, children? Lovers? She pressed herself more tightly to his back, her arms squeezing his as if terrified he would simply disappear. My Anko, Orochimaru, Chizuru, Katsuri, and many more awaiting their own opportunities like Karura and Tayuya. Naruto shook his head. You lashed out at Tatsuki for occupying my time, and she was only a single woman. I have at least 5 lovers now and many dozen children who all need my attention, a country to run and plans to carry out. I am not a child any longer, Mito, and I don't need you. A sharp pain shot through her chest, spreading a sudden empty cold that sapped away all of her energy as it coursed through her veins. He didn't need her? She almost couldn't believe his words, but as they continued to spin through her head, she realized that he was probably right. He had lasted this long without her, rising to heights that he had never achieved with her beside him, and the only thing she had been able to do was help heal the injuries he had obtained in some conflict she knew nothing about. Why would he need her? There must be something, Naruto-kun, please. She buried her face into the back of his neck, and he could feel the first tears run down his pale skin. I can heal you, can't I? Or provide you with as much chakra as you want. Even if you want to simply use me as a pillow or take out your frustrations on me, I can be something for you, anything. You are back, and so you are my responsibility once again. His words were not cruel, but the lack of the old affection they had once carried hurt more than his anger ever could. I will see to your needs, but no more. You will have Karura to keep you company at least. I suspect it will be good for both of you. Our son is caught up in the excitement of his vacation, and I'm sure she's feeling a bit lonely as I see my other children. She wasted to speak out to voice her objection, but she also realized that angering him could forsake this opportunity to at least exist to him again. Maybe he had no need for her now, but she would happily wait for the day he did need her. And then when there was something she could do for him, she would prove her worth and regain his trust. No matter how long it took. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Thank you? She briefly squeezed him again. So long as you don't cast me away, I will gladly accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Naruto shook his head while the world around them became a simple sitting room, a kitchen set up in one back corner, and a bed in the other. Mito, his body quickly lost substance as he regained consciousness in the physical world. I was never the one to cast you away, you left on your own. Now holding nothing, Nito collapsed onto the blue couch. She wasn't sure if her tears were happy or sad, but she did know one thing: making up for her mistakes was not going to be easy. But it was definitely going to be worth it for the chance to hold him again. When his eyes next opened, it was in the physical world, the room filled with the golden light of sunset, and an ocean breeze rolling through the open window. Naruto took a moment, just enjoying the feeling of the cool white comforter covering him, and the soft bed he was resting on. The fact that his body was no longer screaming in agony was also something to savor, and he spent many minutes doing so. It wasn't long until the golden light faded to a deep red and finally a light purple right before night fell. Lights flickered on through his window, illuminating homes and businesses in a town not yet ready to retire for the evening. As more and more lights came into existence, he realized he may have been wrong to call it a town. This was most certainly a city, and not a small one either. Where on earth was he? His first thought was Namiheim, the capital of Mizu no Kuni. It made sense, at least temporarily, but that was quickly eliminated as a possibility as his door creaked open and a woman entered the room. She made straight for the window, closing it, and pulling the curtains closed without sparing him as much as a glance. With her small lantern set on the windowsill, he was able to make out her face easily enough despite only having seen it once. "You can leave it open, Tsunami." His voice croaked from disuse, dry and scratchy, and he had to wonder just how long he'd been out. "I was enjoying the breeze." "Ah." The woman spun around, hand on her chest, and nearly knocking over her lantern in the process. "Tsukuyomi-sama. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were awake." "It's fine, I haven't been awake long." Even as he spoke, she was hurrying to undo what she had just done, tossing aside the curtains, and nearly slamming the window open. "Those lights, are they Nami?" "Yes, Tsukuyomi-sama." Window open, she hurried over to his side. Setting down her lantern on the table next to him, she placed the back of her hand against his forehead, and gave a satisfied nod at whatever results she had received. "Your mother and the others arrived with you not too long ago. They've all been terribly worried." Slipping an arm behind his back, she pulled him up into a sitting position, doing her best to arrange his pillows to support him with one hand. "I'll be right back with some water and whatever the kitchens have ready. Please don't get out of bed until I'm back to help you." "Of course not, Tsunami." While his body was no longer screaming at him, it still felt heavy and sluggish. He didn't need an excuse to remain in bed for a bit longer. "But how long has it been?" "Oh, not long at all." She smiled. "It's only been about a week." Chapter 105. Week. A week. It had been a week. Naruto continued to stare out the window as the thought ran through his head. He knew that using Karura's, any bijus for that matter, was dangerous, but he hadn't realized it would cause so much damage. Then again, who said it had anything to do with physical injuries? As far as he could tell, his body was fine aside from the overwhelming weariness that permeated it, which meant it could have been completely unrelated. He knocked himself out by dispelling his Kage Bunshin before, and those had never been active for longer than a day, so the likelihood that the one he had active for well over a week had contributed to his current state was certainly plausible. Between both of them, while he was probably fortunate to be conscious at all. His musings were interrupted as Tsunami returned bearing water and food as promised, but bringing with her Yakushi-sensei. Setting the plate down on the end table to his left, she brought the water to his lips and allowed him to quench a thirst Ed hadn't even realized was so bad until he had managed to completely drain the cup without noticing. Here she placed the plate of food on his lap, a bowl of soup and a piece of warm bread. "I'm sure you're hungry after so long. Eat up and I'll be back with more water." Despite not feeling hungry, he took a spoonful of the soup to his lips and was rewarded with a smile from the woman. She turned to leave, and by the time she had stepped out of the room, a suddenly ravenous Naruto had managed to devour the entire bowl and most of the bread, a single mouthful still being chewed as Yakushi-sensei approached the bed with an amused smirk. "Hungry then?" "I would expect so." Without so much as a "by your leave," his glowing green hands began trailing over Naruto's head and torso. "You made quite a few people very worried when you didn't wake up after the first day. Enko-san seemed very close to taking out her frustrations on me when I couldn't tell her why you wouldn't wake." The last of the bread was swallowed and Naruto resumed leaning against the pillows. "That sounds like her. I'm actually surprised I didn't wake up with her in my bed." "You would have." Kabuto pushed his glasses back into their proper spot. "But Tsunami wouldn't have it. Now that you're awake, I'm sure you'll have company under the sheets soon enough." It won't be for long, we need to be getting back to Konoha soon. Quite. Kabuto did his best to hide his bitterness at the fact that the wolves would be returning to Konoha while he had to stay here in Nami no Kuni. I don't see any reason you won't be able to resume your journey soon, Denka-sama, but I would advise a few days of rest. Naruto rose a brow at the medic. Why? Was something wrong? Kabuto shook his head. No, not at all. It would be wise, however, to give it a few days to see if anything does become apparent now that you're awake. It made sense to Naruto, though he wasn't fond of it. I'll take your expertise into consideration, sensei. I will most certainly not be traveling tonight. It was probably the best Kabuto was going to get, so he accepted it with a bobbing nod of his head he usually employed when Orochimaru was using him as an audience to bounce ideas off of, but wasn't going to take his suggestions into consideration. Those instances had decreased a great deal since Naruto had come into the picture, but that may have simply been because he didn't see the snake sage as often anymore. That's probably for the best. As far as I can tell, there's nothing immediately wrong, though you do seem weary despite your rather long nap. I'll leave you to your rest, but please send for me if anything comes up. Certainly. Kabuto spun on his heel and made his way to the door, stepping to the side just in time to avoid Tsunami's return with a pitcher of water and another bowl of soup. Ah. I knew you'd be hungry. She smiled. Here, I brought you some more. The bowl on his lap was quickly replaced by a new one that only lasted moments longer than the last. She finished pouring him another glass of water with a giggle, removing the second bowl from his lap and setting it on the bedside table. Handing him the glass, it was drained as quickly as the first, as was the one after that. On his fourth refill, he slowed down, drinking half and then reducing his pace to mere sips. Thank you, Tsunami, I didn't realize just how much I needed that. You're very welcome, Tsukuyami-sama. With your people taking care of Nami, it's only right that I get a chance to return the favor. She gave him another warm smile. Now, was there anything else I could do to make you more comfortable? Nothing came to mind, and he shook his head. No, I think I'm fine for now. He reached for the covers, pulling them off his legs to better enjoy the cool sea breeze coming in the window, only to pause at the sight. Blanket still in hand and maintaining his modesty, he turned to Tsunami. Why am I naked? Well, her cheeks pinked slightly. We were examining you for injuries, and Anko-sama mentioned you normally slept in the nude anyway, so we didn't want to do anything that would make you uncomfortable. Yeah, that sounded like Anko, alright. Do you not normally sleep in the buff? No, I usually have a pair of pants. His attention flickered back to his lower body for a second before returning to Tsunami. Now that I'm awake, I don't suppose I still require a catheter, do I? Realization crossed her face, the slight pink becoming a full red. I know Yakushi-sensei said it could be removed as soon as you woke up. I suppose he forgot. She looked back to the doorway where there was a distinct lack of medic. I could fetch him if you like, she offered. Otherwise, I could remove it for you. Her face had become a very bright red. Taking care of someone who had remained completely unconscious was much different from doing the same on someone very much awake. Whatever you're more comfortable with, of course. If you can do it, that's fine, it really doesn't matter to me. He paused, noting the color of her face. Unless you'd be more comfortable fetching Yakushi-sensei to do it? No, it's fine. You sure? Absolutely, Tsukuyami-sama. Giving a small shrug, he dropped the blanket to the side of his legs, leaving him completely exposed. Tsunami gently reached down, doing her best not to look him in the eyes, and removed it. He tried very hard to ignore her quiet comment of nearly as large as Kakashi-kun. He'd ask the old dog about that later. Thank you, Tsunami. Of course, Tsukuyami-sama, it was no trouble at all. He did not miss the way her gaze refused to meet his own, but kept shooting towards his exposed crotch. Reaching for the blankets, he pulled it over just enough to block his waist from sight, and her shoulders sagged slightly in disappointment. He was definitely going to have some questions for Kakashi later. Is there anything else I could do for you, Tsukuyami-sama? No, I think that's enough. Thank you. Are you sure? Her gaze drifted back to the blankets, and he suddenly had the image of a very demure but no less needy Anko. I'm sure, he assured her. Was there something you needed? Her gaze remained locked on his waist, and he gave a sigh. I'm going to sleep, he told her plainly. You may join me in bed, but keep it to touching. The last time he had seen clothes fly off so quickly had been with Tayuya right before his clone dispelled. He had to wonder how he kept finding himself in situations like this. As Tsunami's warm body settled against his right side, her hands trailing down his abdomen, he added to that thought he wondered how he kept finding himself in situations like this so he could make sure it kept happening. Maybe he shouldn't have that talk with Kakashi that could raise questions that were better left unanswered. Naruto didn't even mind when she failed to keep it to touching. Can we see him? Can we see him? Anko was practically vibrating in excitement, eager to see her Naruto-sama. Calm down. Kabuto pushed his glasses back into place. I'll check. He woke up last night long enough to get some food, but he may not be up to receiving guests yet. Reaching the door to Tsukuyami's room, Kabuto cracked open the door to peer inside. The light of the morning spilled through the open window, illuminating the two figures laying in the bed. Kabuto didn't know why he would be surprised. Closing the door again with a click, he turned to Anko, face blank. It appears he was indeed up to receiving guests, but he's currently seeing to one. What? Who got to see Naruto-kun before me? You know Tsunami's been seeing to his needs. Kabuto began walking away, far for it to fall to him to wake up Tsukuyami when he had that sort of company. It only took Anko a second to realize what he meant. What? You mean? Anko glared at the door, as if increasing the intensity of her gaze might somehow grant her the ability to see through it. That bitch. I knew he'd be horny when he woke up. No wonder she kicked the rest of us out. She kicked you out so that he could rest. Kabuto didn't even bother turning back to look at her, never pausing in his stride. And so that you wouldn't try anything when he was still sleeping. She was there when he woke up, you weren't. Tough. She was about to respond when an idea popped into her head. Slowly turning to the door, a mischievous sparkle entered her eyes. He had already woken up, hadn't he? And it was obvious he was in good enough condition for some fun. In that case, don't mind if she did. She hadn't even managed a step before Kabuto's voice rang out again. There's not enough room in that bed for the three of you, even if you were just sleeping. Don't even try it. I could always kick her out of the bed. Anko grumbled. And you want to be the one explaining to Tsukuyami-sama that you were obviously the better choice for sleeping companions, and that you took the liberty of kicking out the woman he chose to share his bed with? No, I'd think not. You can invite him to your room later. She perked up immediately. But only after I've cleared him to leave his room. If you pester me about checking up on him, I'll keep him bedded in without visitors out of spite. You're evil. This time he did pause, looking at her over his shoulder. You may have been his apprentice for a time, but I'm Orochimaru's right hand. It's part of the job. His piece spoken, he continued down the hall towards the stairs, intent on returning to his chambers until Tsukuyami-sama actually required him. Or at least was in a state suitable for Kabuto to do his work. Of course, Anko couldn't let him get the last word in. Bastard. For the sake of avoiding further conversation, Kabuto ignored it. The last thing he needed to do was react, that would only encourage her. As he descended the stairs, Anko gave a disappointed pout, and with one last longing look towards Naruto's door, retreated back to her own room. She wanted her Naruto time, damn it. She had even gone through the trouble of having a pair of wolves move the Mizukage's desk all the way back to Nami no Kuni. What was the point of having it if she wasn't going to get the chance to use it? Thank you? A thoroughly embarrassed Tsunami simply gave him a soft nod as she finished buttoning up his shirt, unable to meet his eyes. Perhaps it had simply been too long, but it hadn't been a problem before. She blamed Kakashi. If he hadn't visited Nami no Kuni right before the wolves took over, this fire would have remained smoldered embers, and she could have easily continued on like that forever. Well, not forever, but she might have been able to take the edge off herself. Thanks to that bastard, it wasn't enough anymore, and it was only her luck that her very naked young charge already possessed an almost uncannily similar physique. It was almost as if the two were related, but following those thoughts only made her feel even more dirty. Which of course made the young daimyo before her increasingly tempting, and she very nearly came to asking him if he'd like to go again this morning. Fortunately, she had managed to resist. So far, at least. She thought helping him dress might remove some of the temptation, only to realize her mistake as she came to understand just how intimate it could be. Then again, maybe that was just because of what she had done with him the night before. She hadn't had problems anything like this while he was asleep. With skilled though admittedly out of practice hands, she quickly finished up his tie and stood up. The difference in height was much more evident when he wasn't laying in a bed, and only aided in her embarrassment. For God's sakes, he was only a few years older than her son. At least he came up to her breasts any shorter, and she didn't think she'd be able to be in the same room with him ever again. It was already proving difficult enough. Fully dressed, he took a moment to roll up his sleeves before giving her a small smile. Thank you, Tsunami. It was no trouble, Tsukuyumi-sama. I'm happy to help. And I appreciate it. Rolling his neck in a series of pops and cracks, he made his way to the door. Is there an office I can utilize? At the end of the hall, Tsukuyumi-sama. They were preparing your rooms but weren't finished when you arrived. He paused at the doorway. How unfinished are they? They were all arguing about decorations. The rooms are completely usable. He gave a small snort of amusement. That was just like them, wasn't it? At least they hadn't taken to knocking walls down. That he knew of anyway. Of course they were. Shaking his head, he continued out of the room, and Tsunami trailed slowly behind him. As he reached the double doors at the end of the hall, he placed one hand on the handle and turned to her over his shoulder. Fetch them all, please. I'll need to figure out what I've missed, and we'll need to figure out how we'll be proceeding. Alt Tsukuyumi-sama? Enko Yakushi-sensei Hana Sai Mikoto Gyurin the Odo Shinobi Kakashi Katsuri. If she's available, those who were either in Mizu no Kuni with me or are high-ranking enough to have a say in my house's future. Of course, and the rest of the wolves? Let them rest, they did well. I'll get to it at once. Shall I have a breakfast sent up to you? Talking business was much easier than anything of a more intimate or personal nature. She probably shouldn't have crossed that line with what was essentially her employer. That would be lovely, thank you. Naruto opened the room and paused, blinking in surprise at the sight that greeted him. Why did his office have 2 desks? The door only opened once as he lounged in his chair deep in thought. Briefly, he wondered if they had all gathered before his office and waited for everyone to arrive before entering, but he was quickly distracted by an eager Enko rushing into the room, jumping onto his desk, sliding across and landing in his lap to pepper his face with kisses. He wasn't sure what was more impressive, that move or the fact that she had been restrained from bursting into his office if she was this excited to see him. Probably the later, honestly. It's good to see you too, Enko. He cupped her chin with one hand to stop her before placing a quick kiss on her lips. But now is not the time. She pouted rather temptingly too, but complied, swinging one leg over him to go from straddling to simply sitting in his lap. Enko, but I haven't had any Naruto time forever. Please? I'll give you attention after we've finished here. Her eyes sparkled in hopeful anticipation and a mischievousness that many were wise to be scared of. Really? You promise? I promise, Enko. His left arm wrapped around her waist, and fingers traveled lower to make themselves known with the lightest of touches. I'll play with you when I'm done. She gave him a wicked grin and captured his lips, plundering his mouth with her tongue for a few seconds before pulling away with a dangerous hunger in her eyes. I'll hold you to that, Naruto-kun. Slipping off his lap, she instead took a seat on the corner of his desk and crossed her legs. Had she been in her old outfit, she'd be offering quite the peek up her skirt, but her tight black pants didn't offer the same opportunity. They certainly fit her well, though, and they didn't leave anything to the imagination. Not that he needed to imagine anything, he could remember exactly what she looked like without them clearly enough. While Enko had been distracting him, the others had made their own way into his office and stood attentively before his desk. Their demeanor was completely professional, but it was impossible to mistake the relief in most of their eyes. Mikoto, for example, looked like she was just barely stopping herself from following in Enko's footsteps and sliding across his desk to embrace him despite only showing a single eye through her mask. Because of this, he started greeting them all with her. Mikoto Sai Gyurin Yakushi Sensei Katsuri. His gaze flickered over to the woman on his desk. Enko, thank you all for coming. It would seem we have quite a bit to discuss, but before we begin, where's Kakashi? As we weren't sure how long you would be occupied, we sent him back to Konoha to lessen any impact of his absence. Sai answered. That was a nice way of referring to his unconscious state, he supposed, but the news that Kakashi had already returned was going to defeat some of his plans. Konoha? Damn. He massaged the bridge of his nose for a few seconds before directing his attention to Nami's commander. I suppose he left days ago, did he? He didn't wait for an answer. That means he likely already back in Konoha. Sai shared a quick look with Hana and then Katsuri. My apologies, Naruto-sama, did we make a mistake? No, you're fine. Naruto waved away the very notion that they may have failed him in some way. You made a call based on what you knew and what you had available. I'll simply have to come up with a new reason for my absence, and hope that no one questions Kakashi's unauthorized leave. A training mission would have been perfect, but that wouldn't be an option now unless Kakashi said he had lost Naruto during it, which was unlikely, but at least Naruto had the benefit of his Kage Bunshin being present up until about a week ago. He'd need to get back soon, or at least send a Kage Bunshin back so that people didn't start questioning it too much. Saying he was sick or something should work, but it also depended on what Kakashi, or those in Konoha such as Mai and Danzo, had told anyone looking for him. Based on his clone's memories, that group would include his teammates alone, which should further simplify matters. It was a good thing in this case that his social circles were pitifully small outside this motley family he'd created. I've called you here primarily to discuss the future of the House of Wolves, but before we can focus on that, I find myself needing to know exactly what happened after I killed Yagura. After he had sealed the sanbai within himself, really. He hadn't seen to that at all since he had awoken, which was probably a mistake. In fact, he hadn't checked on any of them. Karura, love, please check in on the sanbai for me. I'll be in later to meet them. Oh, that's the first time you've called me that, beloved, I like it. I'll check on her for you, but I expect you to finish what we started after you visited her. Well, that answered the question of gender at least. Were all the Biju female, or was it just his odd luck? He'd worry about it later. It did seem, however, that he owed a backlog of attention to some of the women in his life. He wasn't completely sure how that worked, but he didn't exactly mind either. Not yet, anyway. He'd probably regret thinking that after he had taken care of them all. Thinking of women whom he owed attention, he'd need to see Tayuya when he got back. He mentally winced, and nearly did the same in the real world when he realized how long ago it had now been since the dispelling of his Kage Bunshin had left the young woman high and dry. He was going to be in for a hell of a week when he got back, that was for sure. Maybe he should send that Kage Bunshin now so that it could get to work. Testingly, he reached for his chakra, dragging it up and trying to mold it. With a wince that very much was physical, he released it. His entire chakra system was still rather raw from the corrosive chakra that had surged through it recently, and while he probably could muster up enough for a Kage Bunshin, it certainly wasn't an attractive prospect. Luckily, he shouldn't be needing anything more than his chains for the time being, and he was much more capable with them than the S-ranked Kenjutsu he had been gifted. Besides, he had a feeling Tayuya liked it a bit rough. The chances of her being a biter, and not a gentle one either, were too high to rely on a Kage Bunshin. He'd have to remember to stock up on bandages before she got her hands on him. It would be my pleasure, love. Did you want to resume on the throne or in my personal chambers? You have chambers in here? She hadn't seen anything like that as long as she'd been living here. Of course I do. I may have created it for you, but it's still my palace. Does it have a dungeon too? There was an excitement to that question that told him exactly where her mind was going, and he really wasn't surprised. Karura had been, after all, the model prisoner in her time with him, and she was always eager to please her jailer. That particular personality trait should have been much more obvious to him. It can, love. It can. He didn't need to be within the seal to see the expression on her face, and its effects on him were only slightly lessened by his absence. The dungeons it is then. Please hurry, beloved. The need in her voice was unmistakable and beyond alluring. Gods above, he needed to make sure he was never gone for a week again. There were too many women in his life to be able to make it up to them regularly. He glanced over to Anko, who had begun squirming impatiently on his desk. I'll do my best, love. Be patient for me, beloved, she practically purred. You know I would be anything for you, you need only ask. He felt her slip away further into the seal and allowed the connection to fade. It would seem she was eager to check on her sister, probably in the hopes that it would make him arrive faster. Now where was he? Ah yes, in the middle of a meeting. It was fortunate that conversations with Karura were as fast as thinking. Enko Gyurin Kabuto Sensei Katsuri Mikoto, which of you would like to fill me in? I will, Tsukuyumi-sama, answered Katsuri. During the battle I sent a group of our forces to begin ransacking and sabotaging the village of Kirigakure. Due to the Mizuki's distraction that included the Mizuki Tower and most of the government buildings. What locals remained didn't pose much trouble, but we did gather specific individuals who we thought you might want back here in Nami. Such as? Her cheeks brightened slightly. All the girls from the brothel we were staying in. Of course they did. He glanced over to Anko, who gave him a nervous grin as she began scratching the back of her head. And that narrowed down the origin of that particular idea. Very well, and after that? When we had taken all we could, I ordered the explosives to be detonated and for the wolves to pull out. Kakashi, Enko, Mikoto, and Guren were sent to ensure you were able to either disengage from your current opponent or provide you time to finish. Enko and Mikoto caught up to the caravan we had commandeered with you in their arms. Kakashi was not far behind, and Guren Katsuri looked towards the woman in question, prompting her to fill in that particular detail. I was raiding the hospital. She did her best to avoid meeting his eyes. We had already looted all the supplies we could from the hospital. Would you like to tell Naruto-sama what you went back for? Orochimaru wanted whatever genetic samples we could acquire, and any medical records we could get our hands on. That sounded pretty standard, and she was one of Orochimaru's kunoichi. And? Katsuri was obviously not going to settle for just that, and Naruto had to wonder what else Guren had gone for that Katsuri was so insistent she admit to. He didn't need to wonder for long. And some nurse uniforms. Naruto gave a deep sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose between his fingers. They had mentioned the hospital, hadn't they? He should have expected that. Dare I ask why Guren? Katsuri smirked slightly as Naruto addressed Orochimaru's top kunoichi, but Naruto was quick to put an end to that. And what about this is so important that it needed to be brought to my attention, Katsuri? Because she didn't come to your aid, Naruto-sama. The rather large blush growing on her face detracted from the sincerity of her words. It's because I wouldn't share them, Guren answered. They're my loot, I don't have to divvy them up if I don't want to. What are you going to do with over a dozen uniforms? Some of us have good use for them. What role play with Tsukuyami-sama? Katsuri's face became a very bright red. Yes. Guren blinked in surprise, having known but not having expected the woman to admit it, especially not in front of Tsukuyami himself. Outwardly, Naruto only released a slightly tired sigh and shook his head at the two of them. He was amused, of course, and perhaps just a bit disappointed in the way they were acting, but he was finding it harder and harder to be surprised by the antics of his wolves. Okay, if you're willing to admit that while standing in his office, I'll give you one of them. Just don't let Orochimaru-sama know I encourage anything between the two of you. Thanks. Would anyone else like to finish filling me in? Naruto asked. There are still matters that need to be discussed today. Enko and I saw you falling from the Mizukage Tower and caught you. Mikoto jumped right in. As Katsuri mentioned, Kakashi was watching our back as we brought you to the caravan. We headed northwest to a small fishing village and hired out their boats with the promise of as many supplies as they could fit in their boats when they got here. Apparently it was sufficient payment, as every boat they had was provided for our use. We let Sai take over after that as your highest-ranking subordinate, and he saw them paid and directed us here for you to recover. Kakashi was sent back, as you know, and we've been awaiting your awakening ever since. I see, thank you. Anything else? No, that's all. Well, she paused and suddenly looked slightly sheepish. Or as sheepish as one could look with all but an eye covered. I may have brought someone along with me, Naruto-kun. I hope that's okay. His first instinct was just to wave it off as fine and continue on, but as he was raising his hand to do just that, he paused, a sudden concern growing in him. He knew the antics of his wolves, and while Mikoto hadn't shown anything to that degree, she was part of the strange family he had built. His family, he had come to realize, had a tendency to do some rather odd things. Who exactly was it you brought with you, Mikoto? She was silent for a moment, a bad sign in general, but one that supported his suspicion, and turned her head down and away from him slightly. Hashigaki Kisame, Naruto-kun. Hashigaki Kisame, he was fairly certain he had been fighting him. How the hell had Mikoto ended up dragging him with her? Hashigaki Kisame, yes? The S-ranked rogue shinobi from Kirigakure, famous as a daimyo slayer, that Hashigaki Kisame? Yes? And he is at this moment somewhere in my country? He's downstairs with yet another sigh. He sent her a pleading look. Please tell me he's at least supervised? Tsunami's here still. Naruto massaged his forehead, fighting off a growing headache. We'll talk about why you brought him, and what we're going to do with him later. Please keep him out of trouble. Of course, Naruto-kun. She spun on her heel and left the room to make sure Kisame didn't get up to anything. He wasn't exactly the most calm person, and his love for destruction was well known. The last thing Naruto wanted was for a bored Kisame to tear through the city of Wave, and the last thing Mikoto wanted was to be responsible for it. As soon as the door clicked shut, Naruto turned his attention to the patiently waiting Sai and Hana. I suppose this is as good a time as any to ask about what's been going on in Nami while I've been away. Who would like to start? I'll go, Tsukuyami-sama, volunteered Hana. Everything on my end has been pretty normal. The city is growing fast but requires little attention from us. The presence of your wolves has served as a major deterrent for most troublemakers, and those who were here during Gato's reign have made newcomers aware that they won't accept anyone trying to disrupt the peace they've been given. Gato's mansion has been redone and sits empty in case the daimyo of Hai no Kuni ever visits. The Odo shinobi have finished their outpost and begun training some of the civilians, and we've built a mansion for you. She gestured to the room around them. You probably haven't had much of a chance to see it, but the structure itself is complete. We're still working on getting it prettied up for you and weren't expecting your arrival so soon. Very good, thank you. Have there been any issues? Nothing of any importance, just a few drunken scuffles and disagreements between shopkeepers. Good. And they're still receiving you well then? I'd say Sai cut in. They threw her a parade 2 weeks ago. Oh? Naruto rose a brow at the Inuzuka heiress, whose cheeks reddened noticeably. They did. It was very sweet. Then I'm glad to know I chose the right woman for the job. Keep up the good work, Hana. If you need anything, let Sai or myself know. Of course, Tsukuyami-sama. I'll have the more detailed reports sent to you later for you to review at your leisure. She paused, slightly nervous to ask, but knowing there was still work to be done. If that was all, Tsukuyami-sama? I was in a meeting with some of the city planners to determine how new roads would be built to keep up with city growth. Certainly. He shooed her off. Don't let me keep you from providing for your people. For a moment she debated refuting his implication that they were in any way hers, but thought better of it. They were her responsibility, and she definitely did her best to care for them. Even so, they were his people in his country, but she supposed if they were throwing parades for her, and only ever heard the wolves speaking of their lord, she wasn't going to have much luck convincing him that they were his subjects, even if it was the truth. She would just have to find some way to make the people of Nami recognize who their daimyo really was and realize how much he did for them, even if he was rarely here. Hell, that should have been obvious enough when the builders hired to build the mansion thought she was building it for herself. Why would she have a mansion before their own daimyo? Maybe a statue or something. No, that would probably just confuse them. A holiday maybe? Or she could name some public service building after him? Those didn't sound too good either. She'd jot down some ideas after her meeting and run them by Sai later. Maybe he'd have better insight. Thank you, Tsukuyami-sama. She gave a shallow bow and turned on her heel to leave the room, deep in thought. Guren, I expect Orochimaru is probably eager for a report from you. Do you have anything to add before I allow you to return to her? No, Denka-sama. Then you're free to go. Please send Orochimaru my regards. By your command. She gave a deep bow and backed out of the room, pausing at the doorway only long enough to give Katsuri a nod. Kabuto looked at the rest of the people in the room and adjusted his glasses. I'd assume I'm to go next, Denka-sama? He asked. It seems as though we're not privy to the matters of the wolves are being removed from your office. Naruto stared at him for a moment, purple eyes piercing his soul. Very astute, Yakushi-sensei. Proceed. From examinations conducted while you were unavailable, I've detected nothing particularly concerning the Biju chakra, and he wasn't even going to ask about that when he knew very well the last traces of the Kyuubi's chakra had left his system years ago. Put a lot of strain on your chakra system, but nothing permanently damaging, or nothing that would further damage it at least. Kabuto frowned at him. You haven't noticed any new issues with your ability to mold chakra or your capacity, have you? There's currently a great deal of pain if I attempt to mold it, but I assume that's just from the amount of Biju chakra I forced through my coils recently. I'd expect it to clear up in a week or so, which quite frankly is absurd. Naruto rose a brow, prompting him to continue. While not permanently damaged by what you did, there is irrefutable evidence of the damage it did manage to do to you, damage that well exceeds what I witnessed during my examinations. It's almost as if the damage done to you was somehow healed, and while that is indeed possible for a lot of damage caused to the human body by Biju chakra to be reversed through Iryo Jutsu, though it isn't easy by any means, damage to one's chakra system cannot be undone by any technique I'm aware of. Glasses were pushed back up his nose. I don't suppose you might know how your coils have so miraculously retained the same level of functionality as when I last examined them despite your significant usage of Biju chakra, would you, Denka-sama? Naruto was silent for a few long moments, simply staring at Kabuto before he decided to answer. I have ties to beings far beyond capabilities you may be familiar with, Yakushi-sensei. I'm aware of the particular individual to undo the most recent damage, but will not be sharing their identity with you. Kabuto looked only slightly irritated by the answer but offered a respectful inclination of his head anyway. Of course, Denka-sama, I did not mean to pry into your affairs. If I may, I'd like to do another examination before I take my leave. Naruto thought about it for a second before waving his hand dismissively. I'll call for you after I've finished, and you can examine me then. Things have been without my attention for too long as it is. Kabuto definitely wasn't pleased about that. Not because he was being dismissed or because he particularly cared about the young daimyo's health, but because Orochimaru did. He would have a lot of explaining and probably both begging and running to do if she discovered he hadn't ensured her prince's health and something happened during this meeting. On the other hand, she also wouldn't want him disobeying him. Either way, it was a lose-lose situation for him, kind of like trying to determine what pronouns to use for Orochimaru. To be perfectly honest, he had sort of become used to thinking of the Sannin as female. He wasn't sure why, but it just seemed far more fitting. Thinking of him as well him again was more strange than adjusting to the first change. Well, not first change. Orochimaru had changed bodies plenty of times before and never really cared for the gender of them, but back then they had always made them look like his original body. Orochimaru openly using a body of a different gender had been weird, but not as weird as getting used to him being back to being a male. It really did seem far more complicated than duly appropriate for the situation, but one really didn't want to somehow piss off Orochimaru of the Sannin, and no one particularly wanted to bring the question up to them. Then again, Kabuto had known her for quite a long time now and had a pretty good idea as to what her answer would be. Orochimaru was whatever Tsukuyomi wanted them to be. Knowing that, he could say with reasonable certainty that Orochimaru was female despite the fact that she was physically a male. Which he supposed was good. It made it slightly easier for him knowing what to think of Orochimaru of. He still wouldn't be calling her mistress though. Not when he usually spent as much time in her dungeons as he did. But that was all pretty irrelevant at the moment, wasn't it? Yes, the real dilemma was figuring out if he obeyed Tsukuyomi and risked having Orochimaru angry at him, or if he disobeyed Tsukuyomi and had Orochimaru angry at him. Put that way, he supposed he had better chances obeying, and that also kept him from pissing off all the people around Tsukuyomi, which he'd also like to avoid. In the end, it was a pretty obvious choice to make. If that is your command, Denka-sama, I will of course obey. He gave a deep bow at the waist and backed out of the office, careful not to turn his back towards the young daimyo. It was generally considered outdated except within the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure, the old one at least, but Orochimaru had made it clear enough that she wanted to treat Tsukuyomi as traditionally as possible. Apparently he would appreciate it, but as long as he didn't get offended, Kabuto didn't much care if he liked it. Orochimaru had ordered it, and he wasn't stupid. It was simple enough to understand. He didn't stop bowing until after the door had clicked shut, and he was again in the safety of the hallway. Well, as safe as it could be when Hoshigaki Kisame was apparently running around in the same building. Hopefully he would be able to make it back to his chambers unaccosted, because he really just felt like having a nap until he was summoned to check on Tsukuyomi. Having to deal with the House of Wolves always left him exhausted. 105B Realty with the others gone, only those of the House of Wolves remained, and Naruto stood from his chair to lean over his desk. He took a moment to meet everyone's eyes before he spoke. The House of Wolves, as you all know, has been rather busy as of late. Unfortunately, the work we've done has provided less than desirable results overall. He allowed a long deep sigh to escape from his lips. Mizu no Kuni was an absolute disaster, it's undeniable. We managed to take quite a bit from Kirigakure before reducing it to ashes, but our gains don't even come close to meeting what we lost in our campaign. My deepest apologies, Tsukuyomi-sama. I should have. Sai stopped mid-sentence as Naruto held up a hand. The blame for Mizu no Kuni rests upon me and me alone, Commander Sai. Don't for a second think otherwise. The hand dropped to the desk. You did the best you could with what I provided you, no one can deny that. Had my mistakes not set Konoha against us, you very well could have placed the House of Wolves in an extremely advantageous position. And if Naruto could do it over, he would definitely support the rebels, if only for the opportunity to spite Yugura. Besides, he was already known for overthrowing the ruler of a country, and taking over. No one would have been surprised if he helped someone else do the same. Sai looked like he very much wanted to object, but he held his tongue. He'd just have his sister convince their lord, otherwise she had much better luck persuading him. He couldn't imagine why that might be. He didn't particularly want to either. The results of our efforts in Mizuno Kuni have left us in a precarious position. Naruto continued. We've lost our potential ally and Kirigakure Konoha has shown themselves to be actively against us. The fire daimyo may be displeased with the fact that we burned Kirigakure to the ground, or at least use it to try to impose some sort of punishment, or arrange better agreements between our countries, even if he's pleased by one less competitor for the moment, and our resources have been rather taxed. The biggest issue here is Konoha itself, considering our presence within her walls. As much as I love her, we cannot ignore the possibility that we may have to withdraw from her completely. As it stands, falling back from Konoha would result in the entirety of the wolves being here in Nami. Not only would that place a burden on the country, but it would also reduce the growth of our great city. He met their eyes again, pleased to note that they all seemed to know exactly where he was going with this. As we no longer have an opportunity to spread to Mizuno Kuni, we need to discuss our options for further growth of the wolves. The three were silent for a minute or so, exchanging looks before Sai took the initiative to clarify. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you want our opinions on what country you should take over. Is that correct, Tsukuyumi-sama? Taking over the country is inconsequential. I'm asking your opinions on where the House of Wolves should reside. We can always assume control over it at a later date. Sai and Katsuri shared a look while Enko gave a wide grin at the thought of helping her Naruto-kun take over a country. She did love a good bit of chaos, especially when it involved bloodshed. Did you perhaps have a few countries in mind already, Tsukuyumi-sama? Asked Katsuri. Or were you looking for any options? I do indeed have some in mind, but I'd prefer to know what each of you think. He glanced towards the woman sitting on his desk. That includes you too, Enko. I'm entrusting the three of you to spot opportunities I may have missed. Enko's grin slipped away, a seriousness overcoming her demeanor. She knew when to stop playing around, and if Naruto was trusting her to catch his mistakes, she wouldn't fail him. Do we have a map? She asked, hopping down from his desk. Second drawer on the right. Sai answered without missing a beat. On the desk right? Yes. Enko gave a sheepish smile and moved towards the second desk shoved up against the wall. I switched his desk, she explained. I thought it might be more fun to have the Mizuki's desk in here instead. Naruto knew why that would be almost instantly. That was his Enko, alright, always making preparations to spice up their fun. He had to wonder what her obsession of having sex on Kage's desk came from, though, because there had to be a story there. Or it was just Enko being Enko. She rarely needed a reason to do any of the things she did. She removed the map from the specified drawer and practically skipped back to the desk. Just because she was taking things seriously didn't mean she necessarily had to act completely seriously. Remaining focused while pretending otherwise was nothing to her. She had been doing it for her entire career in Kaiki, well, most of it anyway. She still liked to cut loose from time to time, but she blamed that on a high-stress job. Most shinobi did. It was too convenient an excuse not to utilize. Spreading it over the desk, the three proceeded to study it, weighing what they were seeing against what they knew of each country and the needs of the House of Wolves. Silence fell over the room, somehow both serene and tense. The weight of the wolves' future rested on their decisions now, but there was no time limit, no risks to their thoughts. For all the world around them was concerned, they were simply four individuals standing around a table. Cha no Kuni. Sai broke the silence. It's not too far from Nami, only shares a small border with Hai no Kuni, and has easy access to the Hangiri Gulf, Namen Ocean, and Kanashii Ocean. It's also significantly larger than Nami, and currently possesses no hidden village. Unless it's hidden, Enko added helpfully. That we know of, then. Sai didn't normally work with Enko, but even he was familiar enough with her antics to be unfazed. That border with Hai no Kuni could be a problem, though, pointed out Katsuri. It is quite a bit south of Kanahigakure itself, but that won't help much if they're already making moves against us. They'll be able to move freely within Hai no Kuni without issue, and that's without taking into consideration Hai no Kuni's response to our actions in Mizuno Kuni. Perhaps, but they are the most economically powerful country. Having a border with them would promote trade opportunities, and Cha no Kuni possesses quite a lot of coast. If we play our cards right, we could create a second Nami no Kuni and take advantage of Hai no Kuni's economic strength. Cha no Kuni is only between Hai no Kuni and some of the island nations, most of which are self-sufficient. We might be able to draw the trade from between Kaze no Kuni and Hai no Kuni as an alternative to transporting good through Kawa no Kuni, but it would cost us more than it would benefit. We already have Nami no Kuni drawing a lot of the trade between Hai no Kuni, Kaminari no Kuni, Mizu no Kuni, what's left of it anyway, and the eastern half of the world. There's no point in trying to create competition with ourselves at the risk of making ourselves an easy target. A fair point, Sai admitted with a nod. We could still set up a base at the southern edge though. Near the capital. But what did you have in mind? Mitsu no Kuni, she answered. It's far from Hai no Kuni but has relatively easy access back to Nami no Kuni through the Kaizoku Sea. Mizu no Kuni sits between them, but they've been pretty heavily crippled for the time being. There aren't many hidden villages in the area either, which means it should have plenty of demand, or at the very least should be easy to expand our influence should we need to. There's not a strong economy in those areas, Sai noted. But with Nami almost a straight shot away by boat, that's not a bad option. It would also be good if we ever need to withdraw from Nami no Kuni. Mizu no Kuni won't be a problem for a while, true, but they will eventually become a rather large one unless we continue to handicap them somehow. Hey, why don't we just say fuck Hai no Kuni and spread ourselves right next to them? Anko proposed with a grin. You no Kuni to the north stretches all the way to the coast, easy access to Nami no Kuni. It also borders Kom no Kuni, which you more or less have control over through Orochimaru. It still left a bad taste in her mouth to say that word, but she supposed she could accept working with them if it benefited Naruto. It helped that she hadn't had to interact with the bastard yet. So with control of you no Kuni, you would control the entire northeastern border and a good portion of the eastern through Nami no Kuni. When the other three raised their brows at her, she gave a giant grin. Come on, think of all the benefits it would provide. The three shared a look, brows never falling before turning back to her. Like what? Asked Katsuri. Well, consider first the fact that it has hot springs. There was silence in the room as Anko continued to grin. And? Sai eventually broke the silence, prompting her to continue listing reasons. What? Anko cocked her head to the side. Is access to some of the greatest hot spring resorts in the world not a good enough benefit for you? Anko Naruto gave her a look that very explicitly told her to focus, and she released a nervous laugh. Come on, it was a joke. There are more reasons. I just wanted things to lighten up a bit. We're determining the future of the wolves, Anko. And that's a good thing, she countered. We're planning a future for this giant family. It should be positive and hopeful in here as we go over all the things we can provide them with. That was actually a damn good point. Sai and Katsuri shared a look while Naruto blinked in surprise, a smile slowly drawing against the corners of his lips. You know, you're absolutely right, Anko. You're absolutely right. Right enough for a reward? Moving closer to her, he slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her into him, reaching up with his other hand to grab the back of her neck and bring her down to his level. Yes, I think that deserves a reward. Sai respectfully looked away as the two spent the next minute exploring each other's mouths, but a red Katsuri didn't even try to disguise the fact that she was watching intently. Naruto eventually broke away, leaving a panting Anko to pout at him for not giving her more time. Come on, just a bit more? After the meeting, Anko, you can have as much as you like. Her eyes lit up brilliantly at that, sparkling in anticipation. What are we waiting for then? Let's find a new country to take over. We were waiting on the two of you to finish. Sai answered, finally turning back to face them. He looked completely composed save for the slight pink hue at the very top of his cheeks. Katsuri, still blushing brightly, just nodded in agreement. Oh heh. Anko scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Whoops. Done, now we can get back to work. Quite. Sai shook his head. What were the other benefits, Anko? Like I said, we'll have access to the hot springs, but that also means we'll have control over them. Indirectly at least. They pull in quite a lot, comparable to Nami even. Even just the taxes from those resorts must be a fortune. Then we get to look at surrounding Konoha. Anko's grin became malicious as she rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Even though Konoha was her home, there was little she enjoyed more than inflicting pain. With everything from Kom no Kuni down to Nami no Kuni under our command, we've essentially cut Hai no Kuni off from the other half of the world. Sure, they can pull things through Kaze no Kuni and over Kawa no Kuni, but a lot of perishable goods won't make the trip, and it's a lot of distance for something to go wrong. If they then want to hire protection for it, the price of those goods will skyrocket, and we can still take advantage of that using our shipping in Nami. Hai no Kuni might not like it, but if we end up with that much trade power over them, they should tolerate our presence that close, especially if we play nice. Sitting between Hai no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni also gives us the opportunity to accept bribes from both sides to allow spies through or to make things difficult for the other side to travel. That's both a financial and political benefit if we play our cards right. The three shared a look reminded that as playful as she was, Anko was in no way unintelligent. She just didn't care to think about things that didn't matter to her. An alliance with Tetsu no Kuni, which is famously neutral in shinobi affairs, would allow us to remain out of any conflicts between the larger villages, and the more smaller countries we persuade to join us, the greater our global influence. We could become the 6th major country. 5th, Naruto corrected her. Kaze no Kuni and Hai no Kuni are technically the same country now. Still, she pouted. Imagine the security that would provide, especially with us allied to Hai no Kuni, 3 major countries joined together, and Mizu no Kuni trying to pick up the pieces of their country? We'd be part of a global superpower. It's certainly ambitious, Anko. Sai admitted. I'm not sure I can get behind the idea of becoming a major country by taking over all the minor ones, but I definitely can see why you no Kuni might be a good move. I see it too. Katsuri nodded in agreement before turning to Naruto. But what were you considering, Tsukuyami-sama? There were a couple, but one of my favorite options was here. He moved his finger over Uemi no Kuni and tapped twice. Uemi no Kuni, a southern island separated from most of the world. Highly defensible, we could turn the entire country into a massive fortress to ensure the wolves had a safe place to retreat from the rest of the world. Glances were exchanged between the other three. I take it back, said Sai. This is ambitious. You're talking about creating a sanctuary in the middle of the ocean to be able to withstand the entire world should it have to. Logistics would be a nightmare, and deploying our forces would be delayed significantly. Naruto nodded. And they would indeed. If we went with it, we would require a number of bases scattered through the world for regular deployment, and Uemi no Kuni would sit ready in case it was ever needed, which would of course detract from having control over it in the first place if we weren't actively using it. His finger moved just north of Mitsu no Kuni. Ukami no Kuni seemed almost too appropriate, he admitted. But it has most of the benefits of Mitsu no Kuni while being slightly further away from Mizu no Kuni in case they hold a grudge. There's no known hidden villages and its capital barely counts as a city. Most of the land is undeveloped, which is bad for civilians but excellent for shinobi. Oh, I like it. Anko grinned. The House of Wolves and Ukami no Kuni, it's fitting. The grin turned into a pouty frown. But I like hot springs more. We can always buy a country with the money we'd be bringing in between Nami and you. That was a fair point, and to be perfectly honest, he had really liked the sound of it too. It had the added benefit of being perfect for one of his projects, which he wouldn't have gotten nearly as much use out of in Uemi no Kuni. Sharing a quick look with Sai and Katsuri told him that they felt the same. Yes, you know Kuni's benefits are quite nice. The country isn't exceptionally large. The others were also quite big, which would have been a pain trying to manage with their current numbers, and the fact that they no longer have a hidden village is beyond convenient. We may be able to work with that to take over without violence. Anko froze at that, a sudden horror crossing her face. Without violence? No, we should definitely target somewhere else then. You know Kuni is a horrible idea, I said, Anko. We'll see. Even if there isn't blood to be shed there, I'm certain I can find you something somewhere else in the world. Someone always wanted someone else dead, that's why the shinobi hadn't died out yet. Anko clapped in joy, jumping up and down a few times before looking down at the map again. With a grin, she grabbed one of his pens from the desk and quickly circled you know Kuni before tossing it haphazardly over her shoulder and sending Naruto a wicked grin. Well, if we've decided on you know Kuni, I suppose we're done here. Saikatsuri, why don't you two go back to Sai's office and start planning ways to see our lords well done? I'll stay here and take care of him. Her words became a purr, and Sai, despite not normally being one to follow orders from someone like Anko, was more than happy to vacate the room. Katsuri was a bit more hesitant but followed Sai in giving Naruto a quick bow and exiting his office. As soon as the door clicked shut, Anko pounced, knocking Naruto to the ground and happily straddling him, her grinning face hovering over his less than an inch away. One of his brows slowly rose. I thought the plan was to do this on the desk? Not sitting up, Anko began undoing her outfit with practiced ease, tossing the combination of fishnet armor and black fabric over her head carelessly. We'll get to the desk before we're finished, but I'm not patient enough to wait for you to stand back up. And you're patient enough to wait for me to undress while pinned to the floor? It's going to take longer that way. Oh, don't worry about that. She pulled a kunai from one of the holsters on her leg and twirled it around. You're in simple clothes today, no big loss. In seconds his shirt was reduced to shreds and she wasted no time ripping what little remained from his body to enjoy the sight of the prize beneath. Oh, nicked you a bit, didn't I? Don't worry, I'll clean you right up. Leaning down, she happily ran her tongue over his exposed flesh, claiming every drop of blood she could. Naruto was more than certain she had accidentally cut him very much on purpose, but he certainly didn't mind. Chapter 106 Castles of Sand. It was just past noon that he strolled into the training ground, Jiraiya's latest masterpiece open in his hand. Not Naruto 1 and 2 were already in the field sparring, which only avoided being disappointing because Kakashi already had exceedingly low expectations of them. You know, you two might be better if you didn't suck. He offered helpfully, never taking his eye from the book. They both turned to him at that similar expressions of displeasure on their faces before the fact that he was back sunk in. You're late. Naruto pointed an accusing kunai in his direction, the other coming down to block a cheap swipe from Sakura. The Pinkette seemed to be fighting more and more dirty lately, and Naruto really wasn't sure if that was a good thing. For survival, sure, for her psyche? She had her doubts. Kakashi rose a brow lazily, looking up from the page to give her a bored stare. Are you sure? I have a feeling I arrived precisely when I decided to. That's still late. If you say so, not Naruto 1. Sakura took another swipe at Naruto, managing a small amount of blood despite the mostly dulled blades they'd been using before ceasing her attack and turning to her sensei. Say, where is Naruto-senpai? Shouldn't he be here? Oh, he's probably busy with an attractive woman on the Mizuki's desk or something. Kakashi gave an uncaring shrug and returned to his book. Naruto scowled at the answer, but Sakura didn't seem to mind the imagery if her pinking cheeks were any indication. You're not even trying to make up something believable, are you? And you're not even trying to not suck, countered Kakashi. I suppose we're both disappointed. Why are you even here if Naruto's not? Don't you have more porn to read? Of course I do. Kakashi seemed almost insulted that she had phrased it as a question. But it's come to my attention that I've been neglecting my duties as your sensei. Sakura perked up at that hopeful, but Naruto narrowed her eyes in suspicion. And so I've decided that I'll read my porn here, that way you don't miss out on having someone to tell you how much you suck as you train. An eye smile accompanied Kakashi's continuation. Think of it as motivation or something. Naruto gave a sigh, expecting such a disappointing answer, and Sakura just gave a pout. I'm not sure what I expect from you anymore. I'd be better off getting more training from my mom. Yeah, probably. Kakashi gave another shrug. Less people to have to train was better for him. Say, maybe you should ask her to, not Naruto too. She'd probably enjoy having two kunoichi to tray. Kakashi turned his attention to Sakura only to pause as he watched her licking Naruto's blood from her kunai. She froze when she realized he was watching and hid the kunai behind her back with an innocent but terribly unconvincing smile. I'm not sure if handing you to Anko would be a good idea or something that might legitimately give me nightmares, he admitted. I think I'll keep you for now. Ibiki's got the right idea. What? Asked Naruto. Find a job that doesn't involve training? No, well, yes, Kakashi nodded. But I was talking about keeping the crazies where you can see them. Probably the only reason Anko has a job still with all her antics each one is just job security. Don't say things like that, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto scowled. It's not very nice. To Anko or not Naruto too? Because I really don't care much either way. Both. Her fists found themselves resting on her hips, reminding Kakashi a lot of Kushina. You shouldn't be saying stuff like that to people. Besides, what's Anko going to do when she hears you've been saying things like that about her? Personally, Naruto didn't care much for the woman, but she was pretty sure she disliked Kakashi more. She'll try to stab me. He flipped the page of his book. Or complained to Naruto. Kakashi shrugged yet again. Probably both, really. His eye briefly flickered towards his other student only to snap back towards her in surprise at the brilliant smile she was giving him. Is everything okay, not Naruto too? Do you really think I'm like Anko-san? She asked hopefully. Fuck, she was multiplying. Hopefully Naruto could control this one too. Perhaps too much so for my comfort, not Naruto too. Her smile intensified until her eyes ended up completely closed, and the pink of her cheeks had become a deep red. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Yeah. No. He wasn't dealing with a mini Anko, no way in hell. Kushina could have her. Hell, anyone could have her so long as he didn't have to deal with her, and Anko didn't get a chance to further influence her. Maybe he could trade her to Guy. The panda girl on his team would probably be more fun to poke fun at anyway. Safer too, even with her love of sharp things. They had eventually made it to the desk but had ended their fun back in Anko's room. The only concerning part about that was that Naruto didn't actually remember the journey from his office to her room. He had the strangest feeling that chains were involved, however, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Well, not about the chains themselves, he remembered putting them to good use, but certainly about people witnessing it. Sitting up in bed, he took a long minute to observe her sleeping form. She was attractive, that was undeniable, but what really caught his attention was how relaxed she was when sleeping. No, not relaxed, that implied she was typically stressed when awake, but she was serene as she slept, and that was a rare sight indeed. His eyes trailed down her exposed body down to the blankets tangled between her legs. Well, maybe not completely serene as she slept, but it was a notable difference, that was for sure. Leaning over her, he undid her ponytail, and placed a kiss on her forehead before slipping out of bed. The sheets had managed mostly to escape her legs, and he tossed them over her. He was sure they would share the same fate as the blankets soon enough, but there wasn't much he could do about that outside of slipping back into bed and sacrificing his own legs in their place. Looking around the room, he confirmed that his clothes hadn't made it with him. He really hadn't thought they would have, and he didn't even consider trying to wear whatever he might find in her closet. With a sigh, he shook his head and realized that if anyone was in the halls, they were about to have questions. Still, he was Tsukuyomi, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni. What did he have to be embarrassed about? With all the confidence of a daimyo, he strolled out of her room completely naked and made his way down the hall. His first thought was to stop by his office, where his clothes were no doubt strewn about, but he figured that wasn't the only thing scattered over his office and decided he really didn't feel like reorganizing any of the paperwork that had been on the corner of his desk. Hell, he didn't even feel like righting the desk they knocked over. His back was probably going to be bruised for a few days from that fall. So instead of stopping into his office, he went for his own chambers. Tsunami. He gave the woman a nod as he passed her, and did his best to ignore her eyes on him as he continued walking. Anko had worn him out far too much for him to even consider any more fun today, but Tsunami was a convincing woman, and he wasn't willing to risk it. Tsukuyomi-sama, she distractedly returned his greeting as he slipped through his doors and quite purposefully locked them with a solid click. Having his door remain open after he walked in naked was just inviting trouble. More specifically, inviting an aroused Tsunami into his bedchambers. Maybe there was some wolf business he could send her into Konoha for? He was sure Kakashi would appreciate the company, though not as much as Tsunami probably would. Originally, her role had been more administrative than anything else, moving paperwork and serving as a liaison between a busy Sai and everyone else in Gato's old mansion. She directed the builders, the tradesmen, and the wolves idling around between patrols. When Tsukuyomi's mansion she personally thought palace sounded better was being made, she continued but took a more active role in making decisions, eventually more or less taking over the project with some help from Hana. Sai, busy in his office making poor financial decisions, had let them without a second thought. After it was complete structurally, she continued to decorate the mansion, design the gardens, and organize the various day-to-day tasks. When she was more or less finished, she attempted to return to her administrative duties, only for Sai to stop her with a shake of his head. "If you're taking up administrative duties here," he had asked, "who on earth is going to run Tsukuyomi's mansion?" And so she had found herself officially the head of the palace of Nami no Kuni's daimyo. It was more than a slight jump from the widowed daughter of a drunken architect, in her opinion, especially considering the size of the palace. Since his arrival, Tsukuyomi had remained on his private floor, where his personal chambers, private office, and the rooms of his closest subordinates were kept. She couldn't wait to see his face when he actually had a tour of the entire sprawling building. There was a reason he could look down at the rapidly growing city of Nami in the distance, after all. Still, even though the palace had become her domain, she didn't like leaving all the work to the young woman the wolves had provided to act as her subordinates. She hadn't really asked about them, but she really didn't need to. She recognized enough of them to know they were the young woman who had been sold to the wolves during Gato's reign. On one hand, Tsunami wasn't pleased that they hadn't returned the woman to their families, but that was massively outweighed by the fact that those families were the same ones willing to sell them in the first place. Most of those families had used the money to pay Gato's tax, and then used the remainder to flee Nami no Kuni, and they seemed to have been well cared for by the wolves. Whether they had been taken in for this specific purpose Tsunami couldn't guess, but she knew for a fact that they were probably taken care of because the wolves intended them to serve Tsukuyomi in some manner. She didn't want to think of the other uses they might have come up with for the poor girls. But now they were under her authority, and more importantly her care. They adapted quickly enough to their new duties, and many of them actually seemed to enjoy having something to do, which made Tsunami suspect they had probably spent the time since being sold kept in some room where they were provided with what they needed but nothing else. Poor girls. A few though had been more difficult, and not inaccurately called the situation they had found themselves in slavery. Tsunami really didn't have a way to sugarcoat it was slavery. They had bought the girls and now they were expected to serve without pay. The closest to giving it a positive spin had actually come from one of the girls to adjust the most quickly. "We're working for room and board," she had explained easily enough. "It's better than begging on the street." The most popular counter to that was that they could work elsewhere but still have their freedoms, but that was usually responded to with a shrug and "yeah, but do you really think the wolves are going to give you that opportunity? We belong to them now." They hadn't come up with a response for that yet, and despite their griping not one of them had actually attempted to leave. Probably because they knew their families were likely long gone, and that they would only have the clothes on their back. None of them really wanted to start out as beggars, freedom or not. Tsunami had a suspicion some of them were just trying to squirrel away supplies in preparation of trying, but she really didn't know how to feel about that, or how the wolves would react. That was likely the largest deterrent. No one really wanted to be the one to find out firsthand. But as she had been thinking, she really didn't like leaving them with all the work. Not because they couldn't handle it, there were more girls than tasks for them in most cases, but because she couldn't stand just sitting around doing nothing all day. For that reason she had claimed Tsukuyomi's private floor as her own duty. She also figured it would make sense for her to be the one seeing to the daimyo's needs as the head of the palace. Those less than pleased to be here didn't mind the decrease in available tasks, though some of the others were disappointed at the loss of an opportunity to see Nami no Kuni's mysterious daimyo for themselves. As he walked past her completely naked, she was glad she had made the decision. That was probably not the best way for them to meet their daimyo, though she didn't mind the view one bit. Tsunami he greeted without pausing, as if this was a completely normal, everyday occurrence. Having never lived with the young daimyo, she supposed it very well could be. She tried to remind herself that her thoughts were wildly inappropriate, and that slipping into bed with him the other night had been a huge mistake. For fuck's sake, he had needed medical assistance, and she had turned the situation sexual. She blamed Kakashi for that, years of suppressed needs reawoken right before the bastard left, only for the young daimyo to end up in her care very much naked and very much willing to give her what she needed. After a bit of convincing, of course. That should have been the first red flag. Having to convince a young man to sleep with her indicated that he either didn't find her as attractive as she found him, or that he was simply not well enough for those activities. Either way, she should have backed off and kept things professional. Instead, she had let her libido take over, and once she was in bed with him, there was no chance of her being able to drag herself away. She had enjoyed it immensely, but she was going to absolute damnedest to make sure it remained a one-time thing. Tsukuyomi-sama. She returned, well aware that her face had gone completely red and doing her best to fight the growing warmth between her legs. Just because she would keep herself from touching didn't mean she couldn't enjoy the view, did it? Or that she couldn't fantasize about him when she took care of some of those needs. Hurrying to scoop up the linens she had dropped, she scurried away to put them away so she could take a break for a bit. Preferably in his office. She was sure it probably still had the wonderful smell of the activities he and the purple-haired woman had gotten up to. Tsunami couldn't wait. Naruko's foot tapped impatiently as another suppressed giggle racked the man's body and made his mane of white hair bob in the escaping steam of the bathhouse. "You know," she started irritably, her voice conveying warnings Jiraiya was well conditioned to recognize but well practiced to ignore. "I really wouldn't be looking for you if it wasn't important." The Sannin ignored her in favor of scribbling down notes that were quickly accompanied by a rough sketch. Naruko was slightly surprised by both the attention given to the women's faces. She really expected him to focus on more erogenous areas and the fact that he could draw at all. She hadn't known that. Neither, however, made her any less impatient. Walking right up to the man, she gave him a swift kick between the legs only to regret it when they connected with something that definitely wasn't flesh. Son of a bitch! She hissed, the previous giggles of Jiraiya becoming a deep chuckle. You think you're the first person to think of that, Naruko-chan? Tsunade was doing that decades before you were even born. With a snap, his notebook was closed and stuffed into a pocket within his vest. So what you need, kid? Naruko puffed her cheeks out slightly as she gave the man a glare, but eventually settled for crossing her arms with a huff. My seal's been acting weird. I thought I'd check with you to make sure everything was all right. Oh? All traces of playfulness instantly vanished. What's it been doing? Well, the other day it got really hot during my training. It was glowing on its own, but for some reason I couldn't seem to access the Kyuubi's chakra, and when I tried to speak with her she didn't respond at all. Jiraiya seemed to pause near the end but managed to remain silent and focused mostly as she continued. I rushed home, but by the time I got there it had cooled down from burning to pleasant. The Kyuubi seemed to be in a good mood too, though it sounded like she had been crying. Jiraiya's mouth opened and then opened again, and was shut with a snap of his teeth. Naturally, he had concentrated on the most important part. She? Yes, she. Naruko gave an exasperated sigh. Is that all you heard from me? Yeah, I heard you. Seal's hot. Kyuubi's a woman, is she hot too? She stared at him for a full minute, unable to believe he was one of the foremost seal experts in the world, a powerful shinobi, and such a perverted old lecher even after all the time she had known him. Admittedly, it wasn't that long, but Kushina had told her stories of him for many years. She remembered back then as young as she had been thinking Kushina had been exaggerating and that he couldn't possibly be the way she described him. As it so happens, he was worse. Kushina had been more kind than he really deserved in her retellings, though she certainly hadn't said anything flattering about him. Eventually Naruko gave in to the man, answering with another irritated huff. She looks like Mito. Senju? Uzumaki. He blinked at the answer, processing before a lecherous grin spread over his face. And by that you mean young Mito? Yes. Early 20s. Her hair is more orange than red and her eyes are like rubies, otherwise they're the same. She paused, wondering if she should continue, but she had given him this much already. What was the harm in a bit more? Besides the 9 tails, of course. Oh? She didn't think she had ever seen the man as excited as he was in this moment. The only thing that would have him more excited was probably that a naked Tsunade was currently on her knees wearing a collar and a tail, and looking for him to be her owner. Did she have the ears too? No, she didn't. Ah. Jiraiya deflated a bit before perking right back up with his next question. Was she naked? And went immediately into the next. Were there chains on her? And the next? Did she call you mistress? And the knock it off. Her fists found her hips in a pose that had Jiraiya instinctively flinching. I came here with my questions. It's not a chance for you to gather more material for your damn books. His eyes brightened significantly and all the excitement returned to his face. That's a great idea, Naruko. A sweep of his arms had her crushed to his chest in a massive bear hug. A book featuring a beautiful female Kyuubi in chains, it's perfect. He looked down to the less than pleased young woman pressed to his chest as she glared up at him. It was your idea, so you get first dibs of being the main character, the Kyuubi's mistress. What? Her entire face instantly went as red as her mother's hair. No. Why would I even want that? Jiraiya shrugged his large shoulders, shaking her carelessly. I don't know why you wouldn't, he admitted. But that's fine. Using your brother for the inspiration for my last book was really well received by my fans. I'll just use him again as the Kyuubi's master. They'll love it. You're hopeless. No, I'm hopeful that Tsunade comes to her senses and proceeds to ask me to screw them out of her. It's completely different. You're almost as bad as Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya shrugged again. He's the student of my student. He's kind of like my grandson. What did you expect? That made a lot more sense than Naruko was particularly comfortable with, but she had bigger problems to worry about. Hey! When are you going to put me down? What? It's not like I get a chance to hug young women often. Unlike his groin, the years had miraculously failed to teach him to protect his face, a fact Naruko took full advantage of with her chains. Dropping the girl, Jiraiya fled, leaving an irritated Naruko standing in the bathhouse with a face red with equal parts anger and embarrassment. You didn't even give me an answer, you bastard. God's damn it, now she was going to hunt him down again. And this time it wouldn't be as easy as stopping by Konoha's most popular bathhouse. Rather than bother to get dressed, Anko would probably come looking for him again later anyway. Naruto instead grabbed the white sheet from his bed and wrapped it around his waist a few times before taking a seat cross-legged on the bed. With a look out over the bustling city of Nami, and the ocean that stretched out behind it, he took a breath of the gentle breeze coming in through his open window, and closed his eyes. He had a guest to greet. The salty air vanished, the cooling breeze replaced by a heavy stagnant air, and he knew his consciousness had pulled itself from the real world and into the reality of his many seals. Raising from the cold black marble, the sheet around his waist became a loose pair of white pants tied shut by a purple sash. Simple woven sandals came into existence on his feet, and a white ribbon tied his hair back into a neat-ish ponytail. Clothed mostly, he took a look around the seal. Nothing really seemed to have changed as far as he could tell. Karura's desert palace was to the right, Karura's small home was in front of him, he could see her sleeping in the bed, and to the left was nothing. He took a quick look behind him, nothing above him, there were holes up there that should be patched later, and below him. The murky water looked no more inviting than it ever did. So where had the sandby been placed, and more importantly, how had Karura managed to get to them? Maybe? He turned a curious look to Karura's palace. It wouldn't have attached the entrance to her little domain, would it? That was well interesting, but mostly just inconvenient. Walking to the elaborate arch that marked the boundary of her world, he placed one hand on it and stared into the palace. Nothing different in here outside, maybe? Stepping into her world, he went straight for the closest window, peering out for any sign of another world joining hers. He really didn't need to, he was more or less a god within his seals. He could appear right next to his seal's newest occupant with merely a thought should he desire it, but he still preferred to do things the same way he would in the real world. It simply felt more natural. The first thing that caught his attention was the slight salt in the air, followed by the sound of crashing waves. There in the distance he could just make out the shimmering blue of an ocean along the horizon. Unless Karura had been making such large changes to her world, he had a pretty good feeling that he had found his new guest. As natural as it would feel walking, however, he was not about to trek that sort of distance through the sand, imagined or not. Instead, he took a step away from the window and into the distant sand. Karura's palace reduced to a sandcastle far away. Turning from the tiny palace, his attention was caught by the vast endless blue that stretched before him. Karura's desert was supposed to be endless, but compared to this ocean it was but a small island. And speaking of Karura, the woman wasn't too far away, kneeling down in the sand next to an actual sandcastle and a young girl. Karura had confirmed that the sandby was female, but after Mito and Karura he hadn't expected her to seem so young. And why would he? If both the first and last of the Biju were grown women, why would the others be anything else? It would appear that he had been mistaken. With long leisurely strides he approached the pair, stopping several feet away before his presence was noticed. "Beloved!" Karura scrambled up from the sand and launched herself into his arms. He caught her with a spin, setting her back down on the sand as she rested her head against his chest for a second to enjoy her presence. "It's good to see you too, love." She gave him a beaming smile and a quick peck on his cheek before she turned to the young girl peeking out from behind the sandcastle. "Don't be shy, Isabu-chan." Karura smiled gently. "Naruto-kun won't hurt you." The young girl continued to stare at him from the safety of her castle for a few moments more before, much like Karura had she scrambled around it and barreled towards him. "Daddy?" In his surprise he only barely managed to drop down into a crouch to catch her, as she tripped a mere foot from crashing into his legs, instead impacting solidly with his chest and nearly knocking him onto his ass in the sand. Karura gave a giggle beside him as the girl Biju nuzzled into his stomach. He rose a brow at Karura, looking for some sort of explanation, but instead received only a pleased smile from the woman. "That's right, Isabu-chan." Karura turned her attention to the girl. "I'm your mommy and he's your daddy." "Daddy?" It was muffled into his chest, but he understood well enough. What he didn't understand was how this had happened. He didn't have a feeling he'd be finding out anytime soon, not with her attached to him anyway, and Karura seemed beyond happy with the situation, so he supposed he would simply go along with it for now. It wasn't as if he didn't already have children anyway, and one of them was even with Karura already. What was another one? "Why, hello to you too, Isabuheim." His hand gently ruffled the top of her dark green hair, and she pressed her face more forcefully into him. "Come on, if you keep doing that, Daddy can't see your pretty face." She looked up, still pressed against him, and two brilliant eyes shone up at him in wonder, the slightest tinges of pink on her cheeks. One of her eyes was a bright yellow like the sun at noon, and the other a shimmering blue of the summer sea. "There's my pretty girl," he smiled down at her. "Were you having fun with Mommy?" She nodded into his chest, and he ruffled her hair again, her cheeks darkening. That's good," Naruto hummed. "What were you doing?" "Castle." She squirmed out from under his hand and pointed back to the sandcastle. "I see, that's a very nice castle. Is it done yet?" She shook her head and grabbed his hand, intent to show it to him anyway. Naruto shot a look to Karura, but she only giggled at him before giving a wave. "Have fun," she mouthed as she began brushing the sand from her clothes. With no rescue forthcoming, he followed behind the excited Aisabu and plopped next to her in the sand as she went back to work. It took Naruto a minute to realize that she was recreating Karura's palace, just barely visible in the distance. He blinked in surprise and studied the sandy imitation a bit more, noting the detail. He knew he had given Karura's palace, but that wasn't visible at this distance. For him anyway. "You have some really good eyesight, don't you, Aisabu?" With a nod, she blushed brightly and looked down to the sand, so he gave her a gentle pat on the head, followed by another ruffle of her hair. "It's nothing to be embarrassed about, Aisabu. You've done a very good job." Even with her head down, he could still see as the red of her face grew even brighter. Thanks. It was almost too quiet for him to hear, but by some miracle he managed to make it out over the sound of the wind and the crashing waves behind them. "You're very welcome." He gave her head another pat. It was surprisingly fun to do, and she seemed to like it before frowning at his long green hair. "We'll have to have Mommy braid you hair later so it's out of the way, otherwise you're going to get sand all in it," he decided. But in the meantime, a large straw hat came into existence in his hand, a light blue ribbon matching her sundress perfectly. "This should keep that pretty face of yours from getting sunburnt. We wouldn't want that now, would we?" She shook her head in agreement as he plopped it onto her head, and she gave him a grateful if timid smile in return. "What? Is that not worth a hug, Aisabu?" He spread his arms out, and soon had the tiny bijou attached to his chest again, barely managing to catch her hat. "That's better. Daddy and Mommy need to talk for a bit, but you keep playing here, okay? I want to see your castle when you're done." She gave a determined nod and a quick peck on his cheek before hurrying back to her castle. With one last ruffle of her hair, he placed the hat back on her head, noting that it blocked both the sun and his hand, and beckoned Karura over. With one of the most brilliantly happy smiles he'd ever seen her wear, she complied, nearly sashaying through the sand. She paused to give Aisabu a quick hug and a kiss on her cheek as he created a small shack on the beach. He opened the door as she slipped her arm into his, and they walked to the back of the shack where another door stood. The white marble arches around the wooden door gave away where it led to, and Karura wasn't surprised to find herself walking through it and into her palace. "I have a lot of questions, Karura." She giggled in response, something wicked shimmering in her eyes. "I'm sure, beloved, but before that I seem to recall you promising to show me your dungeon." Naruto spared a look back at the door past which Aisabu was happily playing in the sand. Well, a promise was a promise, he supposed. Besides, his questions weren't that urgent. In one smooth movement he swept her into his arms and started walking further into her palace. "Well, in that case I'd best not disappoint. You punishment awaits, love." "Ugh," she purred. "I can hardly wait." She didn't have to wait for long. "So it's sort of like a timeout, is it?" Kisame asked from his seat in his room chair, leaned back and feet crossed over a small table. "I don't think I did anything too bad, but I guess I probably didn't make the best impression, huh?" "It's not a timeout, senpai." Toby sat on his bed, feet kicking back and forth. "Tsukuyomi-kun just doesn't want you unsupervised. You're an S-ranked rogue shinobi famous for slaying daimyo. Do you really think he's going to trust the well-being of his people to chance that you might behave yourself?" "It's a fair point." Kisame nodded. "But supervised doesn't mean I have to stay in this room, does it?" "No, as long as you behave we can go somewhere else, senpai." "Oh." He thought for a minute, rocking back and forth on the small wooden chair that didn't seem too fond of the massive shark man currently utilizing it. "It's a big city, isn't it?" "Yes." "A big port city?" "That's right." "So that means they get wares from all over the world, yeah?" "If you just asked the question you really wanted to know, I could give you an answer, senpai." "You think they'll have exotic food stands?" "We can find out." Kisame pumped his fist in victory and immediately proceeded to fall backwards in the chair. Kisame survived the fall. The chair did not. Yeah, it's probably best that we get out of here. What is Tsukuyami going to be mad over a chair? No, but Tsunami might be. Kisame gave his kohai a serious look, well, as serious as it could be when he was still on the ground surrounded by the scattered corpse of a chair that had died an untimely death. Is she hot? Yes. And angry? Probably. His grin nearly split his face. I think I've found heaven. Behind her mask, Mikoto rolled her eyes. How the hell had anyone ever taken his seriously as an S-ranked criminal? The sound of bare feet against the marble flooring had Naruto stirring from his drowsy half-sleep, his right arm pulling the warm naked body of Karura closer to him. Purple eyes cracked open to peer towards the doorway where little Aisabu stood, her hands, feet, and knees covered in sand and her hat clutched tightly in one hand. It only took a thought to remove the wet grains, and lifting his left arm from under the deep blue sheets of Karura's bed, he beckoned her closer. She hesitated only for a second before padding over to him, her small feet slapping against the cold marble. Are you all done playing for now? He asked as quietly as he could, earning a nod from the standby followed by a yawn as she attempted to wipe away the sleepiness from her eyes with the back of her hand with little success. And all tuckered out, I see. She shook her head at that, much to his amusement, and he folded down the sheets so she could crawl into bed. It was a good thing he didn't actually have to get up to put on pants. All it took was a thought, and his white pants materialized over his legs while a small silk nightgown stretched against Karura's body. All right, not tired then. Why don't you come join Mommy and Daddy for a bit? She nodded in agreement, and climbed up the bed, her hat falling to the ground only to be caught by a breeze that didn't exist, and placed on a bedside table that hadn't been there when she walked into the room. Aisabu was so tired she didn't even think twice about it, instead curling into Naruto's side with a sigh and drifting off almost instantly. With a fond smile, Naruto pulled the sheets over her tiny body and wrapped a protective arm around her. He didn't return to sleep, however, instead simply laying there and enjoying the moment. This was family, this is what he lived for, and despite only having just met her, Karura was absolutely right that she was now their daughter. Why didn't really matter, though he would be asking Karura later. Aisabu was his now. He had a feeling Karura might actually argue with him on that, though she seemed more attached to the girl than he was. That was fine, he'd fight for her. And speaking of Karura, a glance down at her reveled, her teal eyes staring back up at him adoringly from his chest. He gave her waist a squeeze in silent greeting, earning a pleased purr from the woman. He gestured towards the sleeping Aisabu with his head. We'll talk later, love. She hummed in agreement, nuzzling back into his chest. Anything you want, beloved. He'd get those answers, he was serious about that just later. Family time came first. Kakashi remained standing in the center of Training Ground 7 even after his students had been dismissed. That was odd in itself, as his disappearance was usually what marked the end of training for the day, but the fact that he hadn't insulted either of his students when he did dismiss them was even more so. He didn't seem bothered by the strangeness at all, flipping through the pages of his book without a care. 1 page, 2 pages, 3. By the 5th page, a figure walked out from the trees that made up the border of the training field. Their usual uniform was nowhere to be found, replaced by the black pants and sleeveless shirt typically used during workouts and training, but their mask was one the son of the White Fang knew well. They stood by the trees in silence for a while, just staring at Kakashi, and the former Umbu commander didn't bother so much as looking at them. I had to report to Asuma on my return. Blackrock started his usual mask, styled like a lizard, replacing the plain porcelain he had worn in Mizu no Kuni. Did you now? That does sound like something you might be expected to do, doesn't it? Imagine that. Tsuji gave him a blank look from behind his mask, unimpressed, as bandaged arms crossed over a similarly bandaged chest. Cute. He shook his head. I had forgotten just how infuriating you can be. It doesn't seem as bad when I'm focused on getting out of a fight with you in one piece. If you say so. A tired sigh escaped Tsuji. I asked about you when I got back. I wanted to see if your presence in Mizu no Kuni was known. Oh? That actually did catch Kakashi's interest, and he looked up from his book to meet Tsuji's eyes. And was it? Where he was might not have been known, but people would have at least noticed his absence. Probably. Tsuji couldn't help the amused snort that escaped him even as he shook his head in utter disappointment. Everyone I asked from Umbu on wall duty to Hokage-sama himself, no one apparently had any clue you were anywhere but holed up in your apartment reading Jiraiya's latest book. See? Kakashi didn't let any of his surprise show. Surely someone had known. Hell, they had charged right out of Konoha's main gate. Evidently whoever had seen simply wasn't saying anything about it. He probably owed them a drink, or something. I always told you all that Ika were good for more than just entertainment. So you did. Tsuji decided it simply wasn't worth arguing over. No matter how good Kakashi was at coming up with absolutely insane plans that somehow worked, much to the frustration of any sensible person around him, to have known what he was attempting beforehand, there was no way in hell you could convince Tsuji that reading porn in public had been done purposefully for years just to provide Kakashi with an alibi for an unauthorized leave of absence over the past month. That was giving him far too much credit. My brilliance aside, how's your team doing? Kakashi asked. I noticed Yuga wasn't with you back in Mizuno Kuni. He knew this team, and as good as they were for the task they had been given, Yuga would have been there at some point to get them started. He wasn't surprised that she may have left, though. Not only would it have been a rather large commitment on Konoha's part, as there were not a lot of Anbu, but sending most of their best to Mizu to help in a civil war would have been a really dumb choice. Even Asuma wouldn't do something like that, blindly focusing on driving away the House of Wolves, or no. There was also the fact that she was the current Anbu commander, and her absence would be noticed. When you weren't publicly supporting a group, it looked pretty bad to have that group suddenly emerge victorious while your Anbu commander and her team were mysteriously absent. Not that Naruto had really given them a victory, no, he had quite effectively stolen that from them before they left. He kept thinking he couldn't be more proud of his son, only to be proven wrong again and again. It was something he didn't mind being wrong about. He did wonder if Konoha would support Kirigakure now that the rebellion was over. It would be kind of dickish not to, and it was the only way to explain any sort of alliance later down the road, especially if Kirigakure rejected offers from other countries due to whatever agreement they might have with Konoha under the table. While Asuma made bad calls about the wolves, he wasn't a complete idiot. He would have milked the situation for all it was worth. Kakashi wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not for the wolves, of course. Konoha not allying with them would make their recovery and any possible retaliation take longer, and it had the added benefit of keeping them weak. Again, because that lessened the threat of retaliation. On the other hand, if they were allied to Konoha, they couldn't openly act against the wolves, which would be absolutely glorious. He could already picture the amazingly tense situation: a meeting of Hai no Kuni, and her allies would be Tsukuyomi sitting smugly across from an irritated Asuma, and May the Wind Daimyo sitting off to the side ready to agree with everyone else to save his ass, and of course the Fire Daimyo with a large satisfied grin on his face. Kakashi wouldn't be able to blame him. Iroh had become the most successful daimyo in decades, if not centuries. Of course a full meeting would be even better. Tsukuyomi, Sai Hanatsum, Hinata and Danzo sitting across from Asuma, and Mei Hiruzen sitting by his son, wishing he would realize that there was no way they could get rid of the wolves and simply learn to take advantage of their presence in Konoha as an additional deterrent for their long-term rivals Iwa and Kumo. That was something he'd pay to be there for. And that was usually only a statement he could make about lesbian Ika scenes. They're fine. What we couldn't patch up ourselves was taken care of easily enough at Konoha's General Hospital. KGH? We were off duty, of course. Training accidents at home and the like. They couldn't stop by the usual medical center because they officially weren't on any mission, and despite Anbu matters supposedly being classified, extensive records were still kept for financial reasons, because keeping Anbu-level shinobi who had managed to be hurt enough to need help in the first place alive tended to be an expensive endeavor, which meant each expense needed to be tied to an official mission. How did you explain the fact that you were in the process of becoming a pink porcupine? Training accidents at home and the like. And they didn't question that? I pulled most of them out beforehand. So you were just covered in bleeding holes? Yes. I'm surprised they didn't pull you from active service to reevaluate your suitability. What the hell did they think you were training with? An angry purple sky. Fair enough. Medics tended to turn a blind eye to Anbu on Anbu violence. They were all crazy anyway. It was pretty much expected that they would end up hurting themselves and each other. I don't suppose the others were injured as much as you were either. They didn't exactly take a dragon to the chest. No, they had their own injuries, but nothing too bad. Redwater and Bluegrass are already back on duty. Good, hopefully those injuries will be enough to teach you to listen when someone gives you good advice. Even with the mask covering his entire face, Tsuji looked distinctively unamused and shook his head with a sigh. Look, I get that you're in it to help him, I do. We turned a blind eye when he was sneaking into the Uchiha compound and took his side when he was fighting the Yamanaka, but joining him as the group he's a part of supports someone like Yugura only to reduce a hidden village to ash. Blackrock paused, shaking his head in disbelief at the words that had come from his own mouth. It's too much, Kakashi. Support him all you like, but the best way to do that is to keep him from getting mixed up in all of this. That's never going to happen. They're his family now. No, you're his family, Blackrock corrected. So it's your job to keep him safe. Hokage-sama wants the wolves gone from Konoha, even if it means starting a civil war. You need to get him out of there. I appreciate the thought, Blackrock. Really, I do. Kakashi's book closed with a snap, his black eye boring into Tsuji's mask. But he's a wolf, and he will not abandon his pack. I am a wolf, and I will not abandon him. Blackrock remained silent for some time, meeting Kakashi's gaze. I see. The silence returned. I thought as much. Just try, will you? Try to get him out of this. None of us want to see Minato's son get hurt. I could have sworn you told me you hadn't been aware any of Minato-sensei's family had survived. The words were accusing, but the tone lacked any sort of hostility. But there's an easy way to ensure he doesn't, Tsuji. Yeah, I suppose there is. Blackrock shook his head. Try to stay out of trouble. Me? Trouble? I don't like what you're implying. Sure you don't. I'll see you around, Kakashi. He shook his head again. Hopefully not on duty. You know, Kakashi started idly, his book opening to his last page with practiced ease. Asuma doesn't really make that great of a Hokage, does he? He turned the page of his book. It really wouldn't be too much of a loss if that wasn't the case. Careful, Kakashi. Tsuji hissed in warning. You're coming awfully close to treason as it is. Kakashi shrugged. Maybe I was just suggesting that it's good to know you have other options should things go wrong, isn't it? If something happens to him, or he makes some bad calls, well, the former Umbu commander left his comment hanging there, flipping his page without a care. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Kakashi didn't need to finish. Tsuji knew exactly what he was going to finish with. You have to do what's best for Konoha, don't you? Of course the son of a bitch would use that. It was the concept practically beaten into them from day one of training. Sly son of a bitch. The worst part? Now he wasn't going to be able to get it out of his head. I'll keep it in mind. Not that he had a choice. Don't do anything stupid. We all owe you a lot, but there's only so much we can do for you if you're actively opposing Godame-sama Taicho. Opposing the Godame? Not at all. Oh? No, I'm opposing his dumb idea to get rid of the wolves through force without ever having tried to so much as meet Tsukuyomi, or any of his trusted. Negotiation goes much more smoothly before you start killing off someone's children. So it does. The rest of Umbu, those trustworthy at least, would hear about this. One of their purposes was to act as the Hokage's hand, but their primary purpose was to protect the Hokage. In this case, well, it might be from himself. So it does. As Tsuji vanished in a shunshin, Kakashi smiled behind his mask. At the very least, the Umbu were going to begin having doubts about Asuma's decisions, but the real prize was if he managed to draw their loyalty from the man and their duty to himself, and more importantly Naruto. That would be an incredible amount of influence for his sensei's son to have in Konoha. It wasn't as if Kakashi disliked Asuma either. He felt for the man being shoved into a situation he never wanted responsibility, and like Kakashi with the original Team 7, it was just business. After all, what Naruto wanted, Kakashi would do his best to provide, even if it meant leading a coup against Asuma so Naruto and his wolves could remain in Konoha. Then again, who knows? Maybe Asuma would learn from his recent mistakes and calm the fuck down before he had to take any drastic measures. But a civil war did sound pretty fun. Now that he was thinking about it, he had never really considered the possibility of invading his own home and taking it over. Warlord Kakashi? Had a nice ring to it if he did say so himself. Of course he wouldn't be in charge even in name. Oh no, he'd delegate that task to someone dumb enough to take it. Maybe Asuma if he was still alive afterwards. Taking over a village to stop the person in charge from doing things you didn't like just to force them to remain in charge for you to take care of your new village? That was a Kakashi sort of plan. There was a reason he had been the Umbu commander, and it wasn't just so that he could avoid being a Jonin sensei for as long as possible. Okay, so maybe it was. It had been a great idea too. Worked for years and now was giving him pull with them that he really should have. Everyone wins, well no. Kakashi wins. Just like it should be. Asuma really should consider starting the training of a replacement so he could retire. There were no rules saying how long you had to hold the position, and the stipend was for life. A sudden thought struck the dog summoner. Had anyone actually told him that? Hiruzen wanted his son in the position so he could escape it, so Kakashi really doubted he would be giving him advice for how to escape anytime soon. It could work actually, and it wouldn't be too hard. Just a simple conversation, a casual question about who he was considering to succeed him. Didn't sound as fun though. He'd keep it in mind as an option B. Gods above, I didn't realize he was so young. Sai looked up from his desk as Hana entered his office. What do you mean? Tsukuyami. This is the first time I've seen his face. Sure, he wasn't super tall, but I didn't realize he was a teenager. Oh. That's right, she hadn't seen his face before, had she? It had completely slipped his mind, so he wondered if Naruto was even aware that he had revealed his face to the governess of Nami no Kuni. He had to wonder if he cared. Well, he's not exactly old. Sai agreed diplomatically, earning a flat look from Nami no Kuni's governess. He's younger than I am, Sai. Hell, he's probably the same age as my younger brother. That's not too young then. Your brother was in the Chunin exams, wasn't he? Yeah, but my brother didn't take over a country and become a daimyo. That's fair, Sai admitted. He's just a tad ambitious for his age. Hana's gaze narrowed at him for a second, cocking her head to the side in thought. Now that I think about it, most of you are pretty young, aren't you? We got an early start. She hummed in acceptance of that answer, and the office fell into a comfortable silence for a bit, filled only by the shuffling of papers and the scratch of Sai's pen. Say, I was thinking we should probably do something for him. Hana broke the silence. Sai looked up from his work, one brow raised. What do you mean? For Tsukuyami. He's always working for the wolves who have done so much for Nami no Kuni, and yet hardly anyone here even recognizes him. It's not right. Well, he doesn't really spend a lot of time here. It's understandable that people focus more on the people they see regularly, like yourself. Sai moved the paper into one of the many piles on his desk before folding his hands together before him. Are you feeling guilty that they praise you for what you do without acknowledging his part in it? Her cheeks reddened slightly as she averted her gaze, and he gave a nod, satisfied that he had the source of this idea. It was thoughtful, don't get him wrong, and he appreciated that she considered it at all. It proved that she had been a good choice on Tsukuyami's part, but it really was unnecessary. Naruto certainly had no desire for recognition, and he wouldn't at all mind Hana getting the recognition she deserved for her hard work and dedication. Tsukuyami chose you for a reason, and both the love of your people and the fact that you want his to be recognized speak highly for his decision. But Tsukuyami, despite being the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, has not done anything worth recognition beyond appointing you. Everything you do reflects on him, and was technically because of his actions, but the credit is yours, not his. I'm sure he'd tell you the same thing if you asked him. Why, yeah, I guess you're right. She agreed with a frown. Still, I feel like we should have something for him, shouldn't we? Even if just in memory of his liberation of Nami no Kuni. You know, a holiday or festival, or I don't know, naming something after him. I think he might appreciate the intention, but he's not the one you should be focusing on. How will your people react? They'll be confused, but they'll go with whatever you say because it's you who wants it. If anything, we should be giving you a festival and naming something after you. They aren't my people, they're his. He's the daimyo, he's Tsukuyami-sama. A faint smirk pulled at Sai's lips. He had almost forgotten that title for him, but she had been the one to come up with it, hadn't she? Figures she would still remember. I think you're looking at it wrong, Sai said after a pause. They are your people, but you are one of his people. They're more like grandchildren to him, and while he'll do his best for them, he doesn't see them often and trusts their care to their mother you. Why is it every time we liken them to relationships things make more sense, but the family tree is becoming only more complicated? Sai just gave a shrug. Because in the end we're all just one giant family, and the specifics don't matter so long as we're all looking out for each other? She blinked at him, cocking her head to the side as if trying to understand what she was seeing. You know, that has to be the deepest thing I've ever heard you say. Really? I'll have to show you the poems I managed to make out of reports one of these days. They seem to amuse Tsukuyami-sama, as he hasn't yelled at me for them yet. That might be because he's too busty yelling at you about your expense reports. Sai opened his mouth to contend, only to immediately close it with a snap. A fair point, he conceded. Hana gave a smug grin and took a seat before his desk, idly swiping up one of his many mini expense reports easily identified by the excessive amounts of red ink covering the page. She scanned the paper half-heartedly, whistling at the total near the bottom. Damn, I know Nami no Kuni is bringing in a lot, and that the House of Wolves gets a nice part of that. It was something like 40%, which was more than nice considering the fortunes that flowed through Nami's docks. But that's not a reason to throw away money. She started back up the page, paying more attention to the broad categories listed. What the hell does Tanuki expenses even mean? That isn't some bad plan to train war raccoons, is it? Oh, that's just what I started using for anything related to Tsukuyumi's son. He's got these dark rings around his eyes like a raccoon. Wait, are you talking about Sabaka no Gara? She had been at the Chunin exams, damn it. That was the only person she had ever seen that she would describe as a raccoon. Yeah, that's him. Hana was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons before giving up with a shake of her head. I'm not even going to ask how he ended up as part of Tsukuyumi's family. It will probably give me a headache. Good. Sai gave a nod. Because I don't really understand it either. An amused snort escaped the Inuzuka heiress before she returned her attention back to the page. So I get that these are related to him, but why is the amount so damn high? Well, it's not just him. His siblings and his father are currently with him. His father, the former Kazekage? Yes. She wanted to ask why the Kazekage wasn't paying. Former or not, they had practically been royalty in Sunagekure for a good 2 decades. He was bound to have a good bit to his name, so why was Tsukuyumi paying? Knowing she probably wouldn't get a satisfying answer, however, she decided instead to focus on a question Sai might actually be able to answer. I thought Tsukuyumi-sama was his father? He is. The energy seemed to drain from the commander just thinking about the situation. His biological father Raza is now considered by Gaara to be his grandfather for some reason. His sister is apparently his mother, and his brother as well. I suppose that's the same. I only sent the Kazekage so he wouldn't be moping around here. He didn't take Hai no Kuni's annexing of Kaze no Kuni very well. That was understandable for both Sai and the Kazekage, she thought. Even then, it shouldn't be too expensive to support a small family. Where are they? Vacation. Gaara wanted to see snow and his sister mother wanted to visit Yu no Kuni for their resorts. Hana blinked and glanced back down. How long have they been on vacation for? Like a month. A month? Damn, that sounded incredible. What did she have to do to be considered Tsukuyumi's daughter in the same way this Gaara was his son? She'd be more than half tempted to hook him up with her mother-age gap or no for something like that. Hell, she would do that for a month relaxing in Tanzakagai, and here he was sending his son for a month to Yu no Kuni, a country that ended up pulling in so much from their luxury resorts that they had gotten rid of their hidden village and simply paid neighboring countries for constant protection. 3 days in one of their mid-quality resorts would cost more than a month staying in Tanzakagai, and that assumed both heavy gambling and heavy losses in Hai no Kuni's most prominent gambling town. She supposed that made sense though. If Tsukuyumi-sama was the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, then his son would be a prince. It was all but expected that he live a life of carefree luxury. Of course, he was also a shinobi with a rather bloody record at his young age, which meant he could take care of himself too. What a combination. If that's the kind of vacation he sends his son on, you don't think he might be interested in getting to know my mother better, do you? Sai rose his brow again, amusement evident on his face. Last I checked she was interested in my sister, he pointed out. But based on the woman in his life, I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility. It's tempting, she admitted. You could just try to get close to Gaara if you're after the whole Hana-Haim angle. Sai shrugged. Or ask him for a vacation. You think he'd go for that? Not for a month, no. He wouldn't trust me on my own that long. You could probably get a week though. Would that be before or after we do something for him? Sai's brow rose again. You're really set on that, aren't you? He drummed his fingers against the table for a few seconds and looked away in thought. Look, I probably shouldn't be sharing this with you, but there's another reason that trying to get Nami to appreciate him isn't really worth worrying over. Oh? She leaned towards the desk as if it would make any noticeable difference to his next words. Konoha has been acting against the House of Wolves lately, as we learned in Mizu no Kuni. Our original deal with Yugura would have had us setting up a base there, and we could have retreated to it if we needed to. But you already have Nami no Kuni, couldn't you retreat here? We could, but that's a large burden on a small country, especially as we'll be taking up valuable space that could have been put to better use as we expand. No, we don't want that to be our only option. Tsukuyumi-sama requested our input for relocation of the main body of the House of Wolves, which means we won't be stationed here in Nami for much longer. He paused for a second, catching her gaze. Like I've said, these are your people, Hana. I'm willing to bet that soon enough it will be your country ruled in the name of Tsukuyumi-sama. If anything, it should be your festivals and your name we incorporate. But that she tried wrapping her head around it, she really did, but being in control of an entire country? And if the House of Wolves was relocating, that meant Sai was probably relocating too, so she would be in charge of the entire country by herself. She didn't know if she could do something like that. A lot to wrap your head around, I'm sure. Sai nodded. It's probably better this was so you have some time to get used to the idea. I don't think I can do that. You can. Sai corrected her without a second's hesitation. But we also won't be too far away. Our best prospect is currently Kuni. Oh, that wasn't too bad. They'd still be right near Nami no Kuni and able to help if she needed it. Just knowing that made her significantly more confident in her ability to make it work. Thanks. No problem, Hanaheim. You're not going to drop that, are you? Drop it? I might suggest it as the name of Nami no Kuni's city to Tsukuyumi. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Hanaheim.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.